Chapter 2193. The woman who was approaching Duanling Tian was none other than Wen Yan, the other direct disciple of the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon's sanctum. She was also the one who reported Gone Ru Yen. It was precisely because of her report that Ku and her mother were discovered by the people from the law enforcement hall and were even imprisoned. Later on, Duanling Tian came to Zoroastrianism and learned that Kur and her daughter were imprisoned by the enforcement hall because of her report. Due to this reason, he taught her a lesson and formed an enmity between them. Her senior brother, Bu Hong, had stood up for her and had his innate spiritual root crippled by Duanling Tian. Her master did not even have the time to stand up for her two direct disciples when Duanling Tian had already left the fire worship sect. When Duanling Tian returned, her master no longer had the chance to avenge his two direct disciples. This was because when Duanling Tian returned, he was already strong enough to make her master bow down to him. Duanling Tian. Wan Yan's complexion turned pale when she saw the young man who was getting closer and closer to her. Her delicate body began to tremble violently due to fear. The young man was dressed in purple. He did not wear the uniform of a Zoroastrianism elder or disciple. Due to this reason, he was particularly eye-catching. However, Wan Yan's attention was not on the young man's casual attire, but his face. Although she had only seen his face once in a portrait, it had left a deep impression on her. Now that she saw him again, it was as though she had seen a ghost. Duanling Tian returned to Zoroastrianism after Lord Sect Leader personally announced his return. With his strength, he became a guardian of Zoroastrianism. After Duanling Tian returned to Zoroastrianism, he defeated the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum and the hall master of the enforcement hall. He even defeated the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum after he broke through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, and his son, Dong Lin, were killed by Duanling Tian. Dong Yuanjin was killed in front of the hall master of the enforcement hall. Wan Yan had learned about this from the Saint Island after she came out of closed-door cultivation. She had been in closed-door cultivation for quite some time, so she was unaware of what had happened after Duanling Tian had escaped from the trap left behind by the three eminent devils. Her understanding of Duanling Tian was still the same as it was a few years ago. She did not expect that she would be in closed-door cultivation. She only went into seclusion for a while, and when she came out again, the outside world had already changed. Currently, Duanling Tian had grown to a point where even her master, Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, was no match for him. She had completely given up on the thought of taking revenge on Duanling Tian that she had been hiding in the depths of her heart. She was no longer on the same level as Duanling Tian. She was no longer qualified to be Duanling Tian's enemy. However, Wen Yan would never have dreamed that she would be so unlucky. She had just returned from the Saint Island when she bumped into Duanling Tian. When she thought about how terrifying Duanling Tian was, she felt as though her legs were filled with lead. She could not move at all. Wen Yan. Duanling Tian noticed Wen Yan at the same time. He didn't expect to run into the woman who had reported Gone Ru Yan in the past when he was just out for a walk. When he thought about how Kur and her daughter were imprisoned by the law enforcement hall, Duanling Tian's gaze immediately turned cold, causing Wen Yan to feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Her face turned pale from fright, and her body trembled even more violently. Suddenly, humph! With a cold snort, the Sun Saint Qi in Duanling Tian's body surged as a powerful aura burst out of his body and swept towards Wen Yan. Immediately, Wen Yan was suppressed by this aura, and her body trembled even more violently. At the same time, her face became even paler, and she spat out a large mouthful of blood. Whoosh! Almost at the same time she vomited blood, Wen Yan also knelt down in the void, trembling as she kowtowed to Duanling Tian and begged for mercy. "Protector Ling Tian, spare me, spare me!" She knew very well in her heart. Even if Duanling Tian killed her, it would be a trivial matter, and no one would pursue the matter. Although she was a true disciple of Zoroastrianism, she was not worth mentioning in front of Duanling Tian, the protector of Zoroastrianism. In terms of importance in Zoroastrianism, even 100 of her could not be compared to one Duanling Tian. Faced with Wan Yan's kowtowing and begging for mercy, Duanling Tian could not help but look disgusted. In the end, he did not kill her. He moved his body, stepped into the void, and passed by Wen Yan, who was kneeling on the ground. Whoosh! When Duanling Tian passed by Wen Yan like a gust of wind, Wen Yan's heart was in her mouth, and she was extremely nervous. If Duanling Tian struck her, she would be crippled even if she did not die. She only sighed in relief when Duan Lingtian passed by her and disappeared into the distance. At the same time, she felt a chill run down her spine. She was so frightened that she broke out in cold sweat. "I'll take your innate talent as a punishment for you." This was the thought that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind when he passed by Wen Yan. As it turned out, when Duan Lingtian passed by Wen Yan, he had used his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and his spiritual energy to instantly remove Wen Yan's innate spiritual root from her soul and devour it. This was a technique that Duan Lingtian had mastered after his cultivation base had broken through to the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heavenly soul form, and his soul had undergone a major transformation. Currently, he could take away the innate spiritual root of someone whose soul was weaker than him. Moreover, he would not be discovered by his opponent at all. Wan Yen was only a martial cultivator at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. There was a huge gap between her soul and his. With his current soul, he could silently devour the soul of someone below the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, this would consume a lot of his spiritual energy. For example, he had consumed more than half of his spiritual energy when he devoured Wen Yan's innate spiritual root. If he had used violence to take Wen Yan's innate spiritual root, he would not have needed to consume so much spiritual energy since he did not need it at all. Naturally, Wen Yan was unaware of this. "It's a good thing he didn't make a move on me. Otherwise I would have died." After Duan Lingtian left, Wen Yan heaved a long sigh of relief. She looked as though she had just survived a disaster. However, a hint of viciousness could be seen in the depth of her eyes. It was as though she wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Naturally, there was a hint of unwillingness in her eyes as well. He's going to execute the saint girl's daughter in 3 months? That little girl is really pitiful. She didn't do anything wrong, but she has to pay with her life. She can only blame herself for not being born into a good family. I hope she'll be born into a good family in her next life. Lord Sect Leader is really strange. Isn't the saint girl the one who committed the crime? Why hasn't he announced the saint girl's punishment yet? Why did he announce the execution of the saint girl's daughter? After entering the Saint Island, Duan Lingtian could hear many similar discussions from afar. She was born into the wrong family? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with determination. "Sealing, I won't let anything happen to you. Never." At the peak of a snow-capped mountain in the northern region. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was snowing heavily again. Snowflakes fell like feathers, making the snow-capped mountain look as though it was covered in a layer of white. Through the snow-capped mountain, one could vaguely see 2 graceful figures standing at the peak of the snow-capped mountain. Although the snow was falling heavily, it seemed to be repelled by an invisible force when it got close to the 2 figures. It was difficult to touch their clothes, let alone their bodies. These were 2 peerless beauties. Their temperaments were extraordinary, and each of them was unique in their own way. The 2 of them stood side by side at the peak of the snow-capped mountain. It was as though everything around them paled in comparison to them. Sister Tian Wu, Brother Ling Tian is so powerful. He actually killed one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King, Xianxia Sun. Xianxia Sun was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he was ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. One of the women had a mischievous expression on her face. 2 cute dimples could be seen on her cheeks. It was so adorable that one could not help but want to hug her cheeks and take a bite out of them. Initially, I thought I'd be able to surpass Brother Ling Tian after my strength was raised by the 6 Absolutes' heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. However, it seems like I was dreaming. The woman sighed when she reached the end of her sentence. "What's wrong? Xuanai, do you really want to surpass Elder Brother Duan so badly?" The other woman in fiery red clothes could not help but look at the woman beside her and ask with a smile when she heard the words of the woman beside her. "Of course not." The woman called Xuanai shook her head and said solemnly, "In my heart, Brother Ling Tian has always been the strongest. Even the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, is not a match for him." Upon hearing this, the other woman couldn't help but be startled. Then, an even wider smile appeared on her face. "Sister Tian Wu, why are you smiling?" the woman in front asked with a frown. "Nothing. I'm just thinking that if Elder Brother Duan finds out about your current innate talent and strength, he'll definitely be shocked." The other woman shook her head and smiled as she changed the topic. There were some things that she could not say since she had made a promise to someone. Based on the way the two women addressed each other, it was obvious who they were. They were none other than Han Xuan'ai and Feng Tianwu. Chapter 2194. On the mountainside of the snow-capped peak, a loud and clear voice rang out, with a hint of excitement in it. Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi, both of you have heard about Duanling Tian, right? A young man with a slightly sturdy body flew over from the distance and arrived in front of the other two young men in just a blink of an eye. The other two young men looked exactly the same. It was obvious that they were twins. After the sturdy young man finished speaking, he did not wait for the twins to speak before he continued to say, "Let me tell you, that's my junior brother Ling Tian." The more the sturdy young man spoke, the more excited he became. It was as though he was afraid others would not know he knew Duanling Tian. This sturdy young man was none other than Gu Li, who had come to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land with Duanling Tian. Not only did Gu Li come to the upper province with Duanling Tian, but they had even joined the sect of Zoroastrianism. However, due to the inheritance of the Kratos progeny, the third absolute of the seven absolute sect, he left the sect of Zoroastrianism. He was so lucky to have become the successor of the Kratos progeny, the third absolute of the seven absolute sect. Initially, I thought I'd be stronger than junior brother Ling Tian since I managed to obtain the inheritance from the Kratos progeny, the third absolute of the seven absolute sect, and my fate was changed by the six absolutes' heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. I didn't expect him to surpass me again. Gu Li thought to himself when he heard the news about Duanling Tian becoming a guardian of Zoroastrianism, ranking 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking, and being widely acknowledged as the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, he was happy for Duanling Tian as well. He even went to look for the Nangong brothers, the successors of the seven absolute sect's Didymus progeny, and told them he knew Duanling Tian. There was a hint of flaunting in his words. He was bragging that he knew Duanling Tian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism who was widely acknowledged as the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land. You know Duanling Tian too? However, Gu Li would never have dreamt that his boastful words would receive such a response. You know Duanling Tian too? Nangong Yi's words echoed in Gu Li's ears, causing Gu Li to be dumbfounded. You don't know junior brother Ling Tian, do you? Gu Li looked at Nangong Yi and then at Nangong Chen. He was dumbfounded. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Of course. Nangong Yi replied immediately. Both of us have known Duanling Tian since we were on the mortal continent in the Debussy subterranean. We even know all of his friends and family. However, I don't think I've ever heard him mention you, Gu Li. Nangong Yi looked at Gu Li skeptically before he asked solemnly, Gu Li, don't tell me you're bragging? I've never heard Duanling Tian mention you before. Gu Li was stunned when he heard Nangong Yi's words. He was so angry that his face turned red. Nangong Yi said he was bragging? Bragging. Just as Gu Li was about to say something with a flushed face, Nangong Chen finally opened his mouth and said, as if his words were as precious as gold. Gu Li was so angry that he almost threw up blood. I'm the successor of the Kratos progeny, the third absolute of the seven absolute sect. Is there a need for me to brag? Gu Li asked with a red face. That's not necessarily true. Nangong Yi shook his head and continued to look at Gu Li skeptically. It was as though he was certain Gu Li was bragging. Nangong Chen nodded as well. Suddenly, Gu Li felt as if he had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own feet. At the same time, he tried to explain himself. He wanted to prove that he was not bragging. After Gu Li had spoken for a long time, "All right, I'll stop teasing you." Nangong Yi interrupted Gu Li and laughed heartily. In the end, it seemed as though he was about to cry. It was obvious that he had been holding back his laughter for a long time. Ha! Upon seeing this, Gu Li was confused. He did not know what Nangong Yi meant. Gu Li, although we haven't met before, I've heard about you. I know you're from the lower province's mystical sky mansion, and you're Duanling Tian's senior brother. Moreover, you've spent some time in the Azure Cloud Mansion's Azure Cloud platform. Nangong Yi said with a smile. However, not long after we arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion, you left the lower province with Duanling Tian and came to the upper province. For this reason, we haven't had the chance to meet. Previously, after Duanling Tian had brought them to the Azure Cloud Mansion from Windfall Nation, They had left the Azure Cloud Mansion and came to the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. So all of you are the family and friends that junior brother Ling Tian brought to the Azure Cloud Mansion from afar before he left the upper province. I only heard from junior brother Ling Tian that he brought a group of family and friends to the Azure Cloud Mansion, but I didn't know all of you were among them. Upon hearing Nan Gongyi's words, realization dawned on Gu Li. At the same time, he glared at Nan Gongyi. Then why did you say you've never heard of me? Are you kidding me? I'm just kidding, just kidding. Nan Gongyi smiled. Nan Gongchen, it's fine if your brother is just kidding, but I really can't tell that even someone as serious as you is so shameless. Gu Li glared at Nan Gongchen. You're too stupid. Nan Gongchen continued to be a man of few words. However, when these 3 words entered Gu Li's ears, it caused blood to rush to Gu Li's head. He said angrily, Nan Gongchen, are you trying to pick a fight? Are you trying to fight me, Gu Li? If you want to fight, let's fight. Nan Gongchen refused to back down. Coincidentally, our Didymus progeny wants to change positions as well. We'll replace your Kratos progeny and become the new 3 absolutes of the 7 absolute sect. It was rare for Nan Gongchen to speak so much. However, these words rendered Gu Li speechless. Nan Gongchen, can you be a little more shameless? I want to fight you one-on-one. Do you understand? What does this have to do with your Didymus progeny? Gu Li, naturally, understood the meaning behind Nan Gongchen's words. Nan Gongchen intended to fight him together with Nan Gongyi. Both Nan Gongchen and Nan Gongyi were no match for him in a one-on-one battle. However, if both of them attacked him together, he knew he was no match for them. I think it's a good idea. I also think the 3 absolutes sounds better than the 6 absolutes. Nan Gongyi, who was standing at the side, also nodded solemnly. Shameless. Gu Li cursed and left in a huff. Perhaps, he might be able to fight Nan Gongchen and Nan Gongyi in the future. However, for now he was still lacking. Regarding this, he was well aware of his own limits. If he lost the 3 absolutes in a fit of anger, not only would the ancestors of the Kratos progeny who were already buried in the ground be angered to death, but those who had ascended to the Devata realms would also be angered to death. After Gu Li left, Nan Gongchen and Nan Gongyi looked at each other and could not help but laugh. A hint of yearning could be seen in Nan Gongyi's eyes. After hearing about the Duan Lingtian's deeds, I also want to leave the northern region and make a name for myself with my current strength. I didn't think half a year was long before, but now, I feel like it's too long. I don't know why Senior Uncle Prophet said that we can only leave after half a year. He said that he wanted us to consolidate our cultivation and cultivate our minds, but why do I feel that he purposely picked an auspicious date for us? When Nan Gongyi reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but complain, "What an old faker!" Ha! Why do I feel cold all of a sudden? In the next moment, Nan Gongyi felt as though the air around him had suddenly turned cold. It was as though he had fallen into an ice cave. He was stunned. Although he was in the middle of a snowy peak, the cold was nothing to him. However, the coldness he felt now did not seem to be the coldness of ordinary weather. He raised his head to look at Nan Gongchen to see if Nan Gongchen felt the same. However, he noticed that Nan Gongchen was trying to signal him with his eyes while looking behind him. He seemed a little flustered. At that moment, he subconsciously turned around to look as well. With just a glance, he saw the graceful and beautiful figure in the distance, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. A woman dressed in a snow-white robe stood in the air nearby. She looked like a celestial maiden who had descended from the heavens. She, who had an outstanding temperament, caused everything around her to seem to be overshadowed, and at the same time, she also made people feel ashamed of their inferiority. The woman had long hair that reached her waist that fell to her back like a waterfall from the 9 heavens. Although her face was covered by a white veil, her face was flawless. But looking at the other half of her face that was flawless, as if it had been carefully sculpted, it was not hard to imagine that under the white veil, there must be a peerless beauty. She stood there and did not deliberately move, but she was like an ice goddess. She invisibly emitted waves of cold aura, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to drop a few degrees. I hope there won't be a next time. A moment later, the white-clothed woman spoke. A very pleasant voice came from under the veil on her face, but it also gave off an ethereal and cold feeling. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman in white drifted away. As soon as she left, the temperature in the surroundings returned to normal. At this moment, The Nangong brothers finally heaved a sigh of relief. It said that the successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the seven absolute sect, is not good at fighting. Why do I have a feeling that the tradition of the prophet progeny is going to be broken in this generation? Nangong Yi asked through voice transmission as he looked at Nangong Chen. She's very strong. She's not any weaker than the successor of the blazing phoenix progeny. Nangong Chen replied through voice transmission. His tone was solemn. The feeling she gives me is even more dangerous than the successor of the blazing phoenix progeny. Perhaps it's because the successor of the blazing phoenix progeny is an old friend. Chapter 2195. A group of uninvited guests from the east had arrived in the western region today. After the group of uninvited guests entered the western region, they headed in the same direction without looking back. That direction was where the Zoroastrianism base was located. There were 6 people in the group. Among them, the person leading the group was a very old man. It was as if he had one foot in the coffin. The old man was dressed in a spacious gray robe. He had white hair, white eyebrows, and a white beard. The reason he looked like he had one foot in the coffin was because he looked too old. The skin on his face, hands, and other parts of his skin that were exposed were not only full of wrinkles, but there were also many dark spots. If he was an ordinary old man, he would be nearing the end of his lifespan. However, it was precisely this extremely aged old man who seemed to have half a foot in his coffin that flew like a ghost. In fact, other than the red-clothed woman and the white-robed young man who were following closely behind him, the remaining 3 people were being carried by him as he flew. Moreover, with 3 people in tow, his speed was still very fast. It was ridiculously fast. The group of 7 entered the western region at an exaggerated speed and headed toward the Zoroastrianism base. It did not take long for them to arrive at the Zoroastrianism base. When they arrived at the Zoroastrianism base, the group of people led by the old man stopped in their tracks. Zoroastrianism. Looking at the Zoroastrianism base in front of him, a cold light flashed in the old man's eyes. Then the old man said in a clear voice, Lang Qianjin of Zhuangzi Buddhism, together with the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Purple Dragon King, the White Tiger King, and the 2 vice sect leaders, are here to visit the guardian of Zoroastrianism, Duan Ling Tian. Although the old man's voice was not loud, it seemed to contain magic. Once it was heard, it swept through the entire Zoroastrianism base. Whether it was the people from the 4 symbol sanctums or the inner circle of Zoroastrianism, everyone heard his voice and heard what he said clearly. Lang Qianjin? This name sounds familiar. Inside the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, one of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's elders frowned. He felt like he had heard this name somewhere before, but he could not recall where. Is there a need for it to sound familiar? This person said that he came with the leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Purple Dragon King, and the White Tiger King. This means that his position in Zhuangzi Buddhism is higher than these 3. And in Zhuangzi Buddhism, there is only one person who has a higher position than these 3. As the other Vermilion Bird Sanctum's elder spoke, a hint of dread flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect him to come personally. He must have brought people to Zoroastrianism to avenge one of the 4 Shakyamuni of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King Xiekong Sun. This time, I'm afraid that Guardian Ling Tian is doomed. His voice began to tremble as he spoke. You're saying he's the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism? The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's elder narrowed his eyes in shock. After this reminder, he remembered something else. I remember now. Isn't Lang Qianjin the name of the powerhouse who's ranked 2nd on the Supreme Saint ranking? He's the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's elder's expression changed drastically when he recalled this. My goodness! He actually came personally. Moreover, the Purple Dragon King, the White Tiger King, and the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism are with him. A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, 2 powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and 1 powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This lineup is the strongest lineup in Zhuangzi Buddhism, right? Originally, Zhuangzi Buddhism had 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. They were the Golden Lion King and the Green Bat King, who were one of the 4 Shakyamuni of Zhuangzi Buddhism, along with the Purple Dragon King and the White Tiger King. However, the Green Bat King died 3 years ago. As for the Golden Lion King, he was killed by Guardian Ling Tian not long ago. This time, all the powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above from Zhuangzi Buddhism have come with ill intentions. With such a powerful lineup, even Lord Sect Leader might not be able to protect Guardian Ling Tian, right? At this moment, apart from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, even the other 3 sanctums of the 4 symbol sanctums and the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism were shocked by the arrival of Lang Qianjin, the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Lang Qianjin was not just the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. He was widely acknowledged as the 2nd strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land, second only to Nie Wu Tian, the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was obvious such a person had come to Zoroastrianism to denounce them. Many of the ordinary Zoroastrianism elders and disciples were anxious. Lord Sect Leader and Lord Guardians won't fight with the powerhouses from Zhuangzi Buddhism, right? With their strength, it won't be a joke if they fight. Not only will our Zoroastrianism be affected, but we'll also be affected. That's right. The battle between powerhouses at that level will be earth-shattering. Even if we're far away, I'm afraid we'll be affected as well. Now, we can only hope they won't fight. Unless our Zoroastrianism is willing to hand over Guardian Ling Tian, it's very likely they'll fight. Since Lang Qianjin, the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, has personally come, it's enough to show how determined the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism are. Guardian Ling Tian killed the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, and the Golden Lion King is a pillar in Zhuangzi Buddhism. It's fine if Guardian Ling Tian didn't return to our Zoroastrianism, but now that he's back, the Zhuangzi Buddhism definitely won't let this matter go. When the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism arrived, before they could even enter the Zoroastrianism's base, the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, Lang Qianjin's words caused an earth-shattering earthquake in the Zoroastrianism. From this, one could see how powerful Lang Qianjin, the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, was. Visit me? When Lang Qianjin, the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, spoke to the entire Zoroastrianism, Duan Ling Tian naturally heard it as well. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Guardian Ling Tian, the sect leader has asked me to summon you. After a while, Duan Ling Tian heard a woman's voice from outside. He was no stranger to this voice. It was none other than the only female guardian among the 5 great guardians of Zoroastrianism, Guardian Hong Yun. Guardian Hong Yun. As soon as Hong Yun finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian had already flown out of his cultivation place. It was also his residence as a true disciple in the past. Now, although the place where he would cultivate as a protector was under construction, it had yet to be completed. It was easy to set up an island in the sky, but it would take some time to build a mansion on it, even with the help of the Saint Land's elite disciples. Guardian Ling Tian, the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism have come with ill intentions. I'm afraid this matter will be a little tricky. Guardian Hong Yun sighed when she saw Duan Ling Tian coming out. I can see that. Duan Ling Tian nodded. How could he not see that? Even the Supreme Elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Lang Qianjin, who was ranked 2nd on the Supreme Saint ranking, was here. How could this matter not be tricky? Don't worry. Lord Sect Leader has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. He might not be afraid of Lang Qianjin from Zhuangzi Buddhism. Guardian Hong Yun comforted Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded again before he soared into the sky with Hong Yun to look for the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. When Duan Ling Tian arrived, he discovered Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, was not the only one present. Even the other 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism were present. They were Zifeng, Qinghua, and Lang Ying. Sect leader. Duan Ling Tian nodded and greeted Tang Xian. Then, he glanced at Zifeng and the other 2 guardians and nodded politely as a form of greeting. They were already used to Duan Ling Tian's casual attitude, so they did not show any emotions. Moreover, given the current situation of Zoroastrianism, they could not be bothered with formalities. Guardian Ling Tian. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, looked at Duan Ling Tian and said bluntly, "The 4 guardians and I plan to meet the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism. I wonder if you're coming with us? I respect your decision. Since they've come knocking on my door, how can I run away?" Duan Ling Tian said with a shrug. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Zifeng, Qinghua, and Hong Yun looked at him with admiration in their eyes. Even Lang Ying, who had a grudge with Duan Ling Tian, looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gentler gaze. Duan Tian's choice caused them to admire him. If that's the case, let's meet them. Tang Xian's eyes gleamed coldly when he heard Duan Tian's reply. He took the lead and flew toward the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism. If he did not handle this matter well, not only would he, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, but the entire Zoroastrianism would be humiliated as well. Let's go. When Duan Tian and the others saw Tang Xian taking the lead, they naturally followed closely behind him. While Duan Tian and the others were preparing to meet the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism, there were a few people in Zoroastrianism who were eager to see the world plunged into chaos. I hope the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism will be tougher. It'll be even better if Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, personally kills Duan Tian. This is great news. Since Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, has personally made a move, I'm sure he won't give up until he achieves his goal. Guardian Ling Tian? He's going to be a dead guardian soon. Die. Duan Tian. Bu Hong and Wen Yan, the two direct disciples of the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum, were among those who were eager to see the world plunged into chaos. Chapter 2196. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Duan Tian and the other four Zoroastrianism guardians walked side by side. They followed closely behind Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect, as they made their way out of the Zoroastrianism sect's encampment. Soon after, they left the Zoroastrianism sect's encampment. At the same time, a few figures appeared in the distant void within his line of sight. As they approached, the figures that were originally like small black dots began to grow larger and larger. In the end, they turned into a group of 6 people. The person in the lead was an old man dressed in gray. He looked very old, as though he had one foot in his coffin. He's Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect? Duan Tian thought in his heart as he guessed the old man's identity. While Duan Tian was observing Lang Qianjin's eyes, which seemed to be able to see through everything, landed on Duan Tian after he glanced at the others. He felt as though he had nowhere to hide. You're Duan Tian? At the same time, a voice rang in Duan Tian's ears. Although the voice sounded old, it was strong and powerful. This voice was similar to the one that had spread throughout the Zoroastrianism sect. It was none other than Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. Voice transmission. Lang Qianjin. Duan Tian replied through voice transmission when he heard Lang Qianjin's question. Humph. As soon as Duan Tian asked the question, Lang Qianjin's cold snort rang in Duan Tian's ears like a clap of thunder. Duan Tian, how dare you kill the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect? A hint of anger could be heard in Lang Qianjin's voice as though he was trying to intimidate Duan Tian. However, was Duan Tian someone he could intimidate just because he wanted to? No matter how courageous I am, I'm not as shameless as you, Lang Qianjin. You snatched my super saint weapons, and you still have the audacity to shout in my ears? Duan Tian replied through voice transmission, not to be outdone. His tone was filled with a hint of mockery. Duan Tian remembered when he had left the pseudo-realm, the devil sect, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, had announced, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism declared the Buddhism by Duan ancient. When Duan Tian first heard this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Put aside the fact that he did not possess the 2 super saint weapons, he had not even met the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. How could he have snatched the super saint weapons away? You! Upon hearing Duan Tian's voice transmission, Lang Qianjin's old face turned pale. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as he looked at Duan Tian. If looks could kill, Duan Tian would have died many times over. Lang Qianjin had made the announcement to create a false impression that Duan Tian's super saint weapons were in his hands. Naturally, he had done this to distract people from looking at Duan Tian's super saint weapons. This way, he would have a greater chance of snatching the super saint weapons away from Duan Tian. Duan Tian's words were, without a doubt, meant to mock him. Previously, this matter had caused him to be mocked by many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. They mocked him for making a false announcement to deceive people even though he was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. How despicable! Now that Duan Tian had mentioned this matter, it was no doubt he was rubbing salt in the wound. He was infuriated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and the other 4 guardians of Zoroastrianism had followed the sect leader of Zoroastrianism to where Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others were. Elder Lang, it's an honor for the Zoroastrianism to come all the way here. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, greeted Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, with a smile on his face. Humph! Lang Qianjin snorted coldly in response to Tang Xian's greeting. He said bluntly, "Sect leader Tang, I'm sure you can guess the purpose of our visit. Today, we're here to kill the person who killed the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. For this reason, I hope you'll hand him over, sect leader Tang." Lang Qianjin said bluntly. His tone was slightly impatient. As soon as he finished speaking, he shifted his gaze from Tang Xian to Duan Ling Tian. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. Tang Xian and the 4 guardians of the fire worship sect frowned when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Was the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism not a little too impatient? Tang Xian, in particular, had met the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism before. However, he had never seen such an impatient side of him. Duan Ling Tian was the only one who was not surprised by Lang Qianjin's reaction. This was because Lang Qianjin was so impatient because he was angered by Duan Ling Tian. It was as though he wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian to avenge the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. While Tang Xian and the others were frowning, Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze from Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, to the people behind him. More accurately, his gaze landed on 3 of them. This purple-clad woman must be the leader of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Violet Dragon King. Duan Ling Tian looked at the only woman in the group behind Lang Qianjin. She was also the most eye-catching person in the group behind Lang Qianjin. The woman was dressed in purple, and half of her face was covered by a purple veil. However, through the other half of her beautiful face, one could imagine that the other half of her face behind the veil was also very beautiful. The Violet Dragon King is a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. She was previously ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking. 3 years ago, the sectless cultivator who was ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking died in the pseudo-realm left behind by the 3 eminent devil celestials. She's now ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking. The information about the Violet Dragon King on the Supreme Saint ranking appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. This white-clad young man must be the last remaining Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the White Tiger King. He's also a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage and is ranked 11th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze from the Violet Dragon King to the white-clad young man who was standing near her. The white-robed young man was tall and sturdy. He looked very powerful. He stood there like a giant tower made of iron. There were 3 people standing behind Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. The other 2 people were standing behind him. For this reason, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to identify the 3 people in front of him based on their attire. As for the skinny black-clad old man, he must be the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian finally shifted his attention to the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. It was not that Duan Ling Tian was looking down on him. It was just that compared to the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the 2 Karmapa, the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism was insignificant. After all, he was not as strong as the 3 people in front of him. Elder Lang. Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, narrowed his eyes when he saw Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, going straight to the point. He said coldly, "Since you're so direct, I won't beat around the bush. You want me to hand Ling Tian over to you? Impossible. Impossible." Tang Xian's words were firm, as if there was no room for negotiation. Hand Duan Ling Tian over to the Supreme Elder? How was that possible? Put aside the fact that Duan Ling Tian possessed the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, which was extremely important to the Zoroastrianism when the Devil clans invaded the Upper Province. Tang Xian did not dare to hand Duan Ling Tian over to the Supreme Elder due to Duan Ling Tian's mysterious identity. He still suspected that Duan Ling Tian might be the man the saint girl of the Zoroastrianism had found in the lower province. All he needed was an opportunity to confirm if Duan Ling Tian was the man who had defiled the saint girl of the Zoroastrianism. If he was the saint girl, Duan Ling Tian would definitely be killed by the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism if he handed Duan Ling Tian over to the Supreme Elder now. In the future, When the godlike powerhouse descended again and discovered that the person who had defiled the saint girl had been killed, he would be the one who handed Duanling Tian over to the Supreme Elder. He would definitely vent his anger on the powerhouse and would not be able to escape death. This was because he knew very well. If Duanling Tian was the one who had defiled the saint girl, he would die in the hands of the powerhouse. Although that powerhouse said the saint lady is his cousin's reincarnation, when he mentioned his cousin, there was a strong desire to possess her in the depths of his eyes. Tang Xian's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this. For this reason, before he could confirm if Duanling Tian was the one who had defiled the saint girl, not only would he not hand Duanling Tian over, but he also did not dare to do so. If Duanling Tian was not the one who had defiled the saint girl, he would only lose the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. If Duanling Tian was the one who had defiled the saint girl, the Devil Seal Tablet would not be the only thing he would lose. Tang Xian and the people from the Zoroastrianism behind him would definitely be reduced to ashes by the powerhouse's wrath. It's not long before that powerhouse returns to our mundane realm. Duanling Tian muttered to himself. Tang Xian shuddered when he recalled the powerhouse's words before he left. As it turned out, time was running out before the powerhouse returned to their mundane realm. In just a blink of an eye, almost 100 years had passed. Impossible? Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, was horrified when he heard Tang Xian's domineering reply. His eyes flashed coldly. The people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism standing behind Lang Qianjin were horrified when they heard Tang Xian's domineering reply. Tang Xian, it seems like you're very confident after breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Chapter 2197. Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, said coldly. Everyone felt as though winter had arrived. In the past, I could only rely on my movement divine ability to escape from you, Elder Lang. Now, I'd like to have a fight with you and see the gap between me and you. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, said calmly when he saw Lang Qianjin's angry and fierce gaze. His words also conveyed the same meaning. He was not afraid of fighting Lang Qianjin. In the past, when his cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he had fought Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. However, he could only flee each time since he was no match for Lang Qianjin. With a movement divine ability that the godlike powerhouse had taught him, even if his cultivation base was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would not be able to stop him. A few years ago, he had relied on this divine ability to deter the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect from attacking Zoroastrianism. Otherwise, Zoroastrianism would have been destroyed by the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect since they did not have a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage to rely on. This, Tang Xian's domineering attitude shocked the 2 great Karmapa, the sect leader, and the 2 vice-sect leaders of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Even the 5 great guardians of Zoroastrianism, including Duanling Tian, were stunned. They did not expect the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would be so direct and domineering as to challenge the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism to a battle. Could he not be more tactful? They did not expect Tang Xian to be so direct and domineering. The reason Tang Xian was so direct and domineering was because of the godlike powerhouse he had met a few decades ago. Before he confirmed Duanling Tian was not the man the saint girl of Zoroastrianism had found in the lower province, he did not dare to let anything happen to Duanling Tian. If he confirmed Duanling Tian was the man and he died, the godlike powerhouse would not be able to kill Duanling Tian when he returned to the mundane realm. With that powerhouse's strength, not only would he die in a fit of rage, but the fire worship sect would also be implicated. For this reason, Tang Xian did not hesitate to challenge Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, who wanted to kill Duanling Tian. He was not afraid of Lang Qianjin when his cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Not to mention now, Tang Xian was a Xian's Tian, the supreme elder of Xian. In the past, he could only run for his life whenever he encountered Lang Qianjin. However now, he was strong enough to fight Lang Qianjin. Naturally, if it was not for the godlike powerhouse, he would not have been so direct and domineering even if he wanted to fight Lang Qianjin. The reason he was so direct and domineering was because he was afraid of the godlike powerhouse. Don't tell me Duanling Tian is the illegitimate son of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism? Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, was shocked by Tang Xian's domineering attitude. The other members of Zhuangzi Buddhism could not help but think to themselves. If Duan Lingtian was not the illegitimate son of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, would Tang Xian be so protective of Duan Lingtian? Although the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, was precious, it was not enough for Tang Xian to fall out with Duan Lingtian. Apart from the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism, the other four guardians of Zoroastrianism, apart from Duan Lingtian, shared the same thought. However, there was one thing they were certain of. Duan Lingtian was not related to the sect leader of Zoroastrianism at all. Isn't the sect leader of Zoroastrianism a little too protective of me? Moreover, he seems to be a little too protective of me. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian himself was shocked by this unexpected favor. At the same time, he was stunned as well. What did he do to deserve the sect leader of Zoroastrianism to fall out with Lang Qianjin, the second strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land, for him? Good. After Lang Qianjin regained his senses, he repeated the word, good, a few times. It was obvious he was enraged by Tang Xian's words. However, since Tang Xian was willing to fall out with him, there was no way Lang Qianjin would fall out with him. In the past, Tang Xian would have been fine. However, Tang Xian was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage just like him. Although Tang Xian was not as strong as him, the difference in strength was not too great. On top of that, Tang Xian was undefeatable with his peculiar movement divine ability. Lang Qianjin would not be able to gain any advantage if he fought Tang Xian. For this reason, he did not want to fight Tang Xian unless it was absolutely necessary. Tang Xian. Lang Qianjin took a deep breath to suppress the anger in his heart. Then he said to Tang Xian in a deep voice, Tang Xian, I know you value Duan Lingtian's super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. It's very likely that the Devil Seal Tablet isn't with him. He might have hidden it somewhere else. However, if you're willing to hand over Duan Lingtian to me, I, Lang Qianjin, Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, am willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to make you a promise. In the future, no matter who obtains the Devil Seal Tablet, I'll do my best to obtain it for you and hand it over to you. If the Devil Seal Tablet is with him, I'll immediately hand it over to you after I kill him. Based on Lang Qianjin's words, it was obvious he thought Tang Xian was protecting Duan Lingtian because of the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, in Duan Lingtian's possession. If that was the case, he did not want the Devil Seal Tablet. He was even willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to give the Devil Seal Tablet to Tang Xian. All he wanted was Duan Lingtian's life. By saying so, Lang Qianjin was, to a certain extent, making a concession and finding a way out for himself. Lang Qianjin, the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, is afraid? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Initially, he thought Lang Qianjin would fight the sect leader of Zoroastrianism out of anger. He did not expect Lang Qianjin would take the initiative to compromise. However, when he thought about it, he felt relieved. A battle between powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was bound to be earth-shattering. Coupled with the divine ability that the sect leader of Fire Worship sect had mastered that was widely acknowledged as the #1 movement divine ability in the Dao Martial Saint Land, he would not be defeated even if he fought with Lang Qianjin. It was normal for Lang Qianjin to be afraid. Although the others could understand why Lang Qianjin would compromise, they were still shocked. As soon as Lang Qianjin finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Tang Xian. Lang Qianjin had compromised. Would Tang Xian accept it? At this moment, even Duan Lingtian began to waver. He was not sure if Tang Xian would compromise or not. If he was in Tang Xian's shoes, he might have chosen to compromise as well. However, Tang Xian's response to Lang Qianjin stunned everyone, including Duan Lingtian. It doesn't matter if Duan Lingtian has the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, I won't hand him over to you today. These were Tang Xian's words. Although his tone was flat, there was no room for doubt in his tone. The entire place fell silent immediately. Sect leader. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Tang Xian's words. He looked at Tang Xian with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. After all, it was rare for Tang Xian to go this far for him. Even someone with a heart of stone would be moved by Tang Xian's actions, right? Naturally, this was because Duan Lingtian did not know what Tang Xian was thinking. Otherwise, he would be worried instead of being touched. This was because Tang Xian had begun to suspect that he was the man the saint girl of Zoroastrianism had found in the lower province. Tang Xian. After a moment of silence, Lang Qianjin finally regained his senses and roared. His voice was like a clap of thunder that reverberated through the 9 heavens, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Lang Qianjin's roar contained rich saint origin. As soon as it spread out, it swept through the entire Zoroastrianism's base. The White Tiger Sanctum was the first to bear the brunt of it. Tang Xian! Tang Xian! When Lang Qianjin's roar reached the White Tiger Sanctum, it continued to reverberate in the White Tiger Sanctum. When Lang Qianjin's saint origin exploded, most of the disciples with a lower cultivation base in the White Tiger Sanctum bled from their 7 orifices. Some of them even fainted when they heard Lang Qianjin's roar. What's going on? Isn't that the voice of Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism? He seems very angry. Don't tell me he's going to fight Lord Sect Leader? Heavens! So this is a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? He's ranked 2nd on the Supreme Saint ranking? Although he's outside the Zoroastrianism's base, he managed to cause many of our White Tiger Sanctum's disciples to bleed from their 7 orifices. Some of them even fainted. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. As expected, a wave of panic swept through the White Tiger Sanctum. As for the other places, although it was not as tragic as the White Tiger Sanctum, most of them could not help but feel chills running up their spines when they heard Lang Qianjin's roar. Junior brother Ling Tian. The Lu brothers had unknowingly gathered together. When they heard the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism's roar, they became even more worried about Duan Ling Tian. That's right. Supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. You must kill Duan Ling Tian. Wan Yan clenched her fists in her residence as she muttered to herself with a murderous look in her eyes. Duan Ling Tian, you won't be able to escape this time. In the Sanctum Leader's residence in the Azure Dragon Sanctum, Bu Hong had a delighted expression on his face. It was as though he could already see Duan Ling Tian being killed. Outside the Zoroastrianism's base. Is Duan Ling Tian really the illegitimate son of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism? Chapter 2198. Even the other 4 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect looked at Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect, with a hint of doubt in their eyes. At this moment, they realized the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect was acting strangely. Is it because of Ling Tian's innate talent that the sect leader doesn't want to give up on him? They could not help but think to themselves. After all, based on Duan Ling Tian's achievements at such a young age, even in the known history of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was unprecedented. It had reached a stage that was shocking to hear. However, in the blink of an eye, they rejected this possibility. In their opinion, Duan Ling Tian's achievements at such a young age were mostly due to the trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils. They speculated. That trap was also a treasure trove, but most of the people who entered it were killed by the traps. Only those who were lucky would be able to avoid being killed by the trap and obtain all sorts of fortuitous encounters in the treasure vault. In their opinion, Duan Ling Tian's achievements were extraordinary. Although Duan Ling Tian's achievements were largely due to his innate talent, it was mostly due to the treasure vault left behind by the 3 eminent devils. Perhaps, Duan Ling Tian's current strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, it would be difficult for him to improve. After all, his innate talent was not that heaven-defying. This could be seen from the innate spiritual root he obtained from the Zoroastrianism sect a few years ago. The 4 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect were still in a state of shock and confusion. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air. It was earth-shattering. In the next moment, a powerful shockwave swept out from where Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, was standing. A mushroom-shaped shockwave appeared and swept out in all directions. Apart from Lang Qianjin and Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, everyone present was sent flying. Even the few powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage present on the scene were sent flying by the shockwave from Lang Qianjin's attack since they were unprepared. As for the others, they were even worse off. On the other hand, because of Hua Lao's reminder, Duan Ling Tian activated his divine ability, the elementary devouring technique, in time to strengthen his saint origin and cast his defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Although he was still sent flying, he was not as wretched as those powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. That Lang Qianjin can't hold back anymore? Duan Lingtian was sent flying. After barely managing to stabilize his body, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He could tell Lang Qianjin couldn't bear it any longer and wanted to attack. Tang Xian, since you want to fight, I'll fulfill your wish. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, Lang Qianjin's figure gradually disappeared as soon as he shouted. His speed was so fast that he left behind an afterimage. Bang! Before Duan Lingtian could regain his senses, he heard another earth-shattering explosion. It was not difficult for him to guess that Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, had already fought with Lang Qianjin. Along with this earth-shattering explosion, an even more vast and majestic wave of air swept over. An even more exaggerated mushroom-shaped cloud appeared in the sky where Tang Xian was standing. Accompanying the mushroom cloud was an even more powerful and terrifying shockwave. Although the people present, including Duan Lingtian, were prepared, they were still pushed back by the shockwave. The two Zhuangzi Buddhism vice sect leaders whose cultivation bases were only at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage were sent flying by the shockwave, even though they were prepared. Not only that, but they also threw up mouthfuls of blood as they were sent flying. It was obvious they were severely injured as well. The power of this shockwave was more than just a little stronger than the previous shockwave. As the shockwave continued to spread in all directions, the White Tiger Sanctum, one of the four symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism, was also affected. A terrifying shockwave swept out. Even though it had consumed a lot of energy along the way, it still managed to kill many of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples with low cultivation bases when the shockwave swept out. These White Tiger Sanctum's disciples did not even have time to react before they were killed by the shockwave. Although some of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples with higher cultivation bases managed to survive, they were still injured. Blood gushed out of their mouths and dyed half of the White Tiger Sanctum red. For a time, the White Tiger Sanctum had turned into a living hell. Did Hierarch His Excellency fight with Zhuangzi Buddhism's Grand Elder? The aftershock of a battle between two powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage is able to kill so many disciples from the White Tiger Sanctum. It's hard to imagine how terrifying the source of the aftershock is. Many White Tiger Sanctum elders in the White Tiger Sanctum felt their hearts tighten. At the same time, they sighed with fear. The other members of the Zoroastrianism camp also realized that their leader, Tang Xian, and the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Lang Qianjin, were fighting. What ability does that Duan Lingtian have to make Lord Hierarch take action for him? Wan Yan and her senior brother Bu Hong had grave expressions on their faces when they realized Tang Xian had already made his move. Initially, they thought Tang Xian was the strongest among them. Both Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, and Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, were powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Both of them were at the peak of the Tao martial saint land. Naturally, they would not make a move easily. After all, once they made a move, it would be difficult for them to hold back. Moreover, one of them might even die. Any normal human being would treasure their own lives. Powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage were the most important. The ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the Celestial Ascension form. Once one passed the heavenly tribulation, one would be able to ascend to a higher realm. If one died at this moment, it would mean one would not be able to ascend to a higher realm. It would be a lifelong regret. For this reason, powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage would rarely fight unless they were sworn enemies. For this reason, Wan Yan and Bu Hong could not figure out why Tang Xian had made his move. What's so special about Duan Lingtian? What's so special about him? Why is Lord Hierarch taking action for him? Lord Hierarch has made his move. Junior brother Ling Tian should be considered to have passed this stage. The Lu brothers Lu Yun and Lu Mu sighed in relief when they realized the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had made his move. At the same time, the entire Zoroastrianism was shaken by sect leader Tang Xian's move. Outside the Zoroastrianism's estate, when the terrifying shockwave swept out and killed many White Tiger Sanctum's disciples, Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, seemed to have sensed the shockwave as well. With a flash, he left behind an afterimage. After the afterimage disappeared, Duan Lingtian and the others lost sight of Tang Xian. Humph! Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, snorted coldly and disappeared before Duan Lingtian and the others' eyes. Is sect leader trying to lure Lang Qianjin away? At this moment, Duan Lingtian figured out Tang Xian's plan. Bang! As soon as Duan Lingtian thought of this, another earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air. Following that, Duan Lingtian could clearly see that Lu Xian's eyes were shining brightly. A cloud of mist thousands of meters away disappeared into thin air, as if it had been swallowed by something in an instant. At the same time, Duan Lingtian clearly saw another mushroom cloud. Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin were fighting again. They're fighting over there in just a blink of an eye? A moment later, the shockwave caused by the appearance of the mushroom cloud also spread out. The shockwave spread to Duan Lingtian and the others in just a blink of an eye. Of course, due to the large distance between them, the remnants of that power were much weaker than before. Even the two vice-sect leaders of the Black Kshetra sect were not caught in the crossfire. The White Tiger Sanctum had fallen again. Although the remnant might of this power was much weaker than the remnant might of the previous power, it still managed to injure many of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples when it swept through the entire White Tiger Sanctum. It also caused the other elders and disciples of the White Tiger Sanctum to tremble with fear. Outside the Zoroastrianism's estate. Whoosh! 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 When they saw Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin leaving the Zoroastrianism's estate, the 5 Zoroastrianism's guardians, including Duan Lingtian, and the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, naturally, followed the commotion. However, after following him a few times, the sounds they heard were getting softer and softer. Based on this, they could tell Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin were getting further and further away from them. In the end, there was no commotion at all. They had lost track of Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin. Is this the speed of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave when he lost sight of Tang Xian and Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he realized how terrifying a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was. Hualao, thank you. Duan Lingtian quickly thanked Hualao when he regained his senses. After all, it was because of Elder Hua's reminder that he was able to prepare himself in time before the shockwave caused by Lang Qianjin's explosive power swept over him. This allowed him to not be as miserable as the others. Hualao. In the past, whenever Duan Lingtian looked for Hualao to thank him, Hualao would respond. However, Duan Lingtian did not respond this time. He found it strange. However, when 3 sharp gazes swept over him, he immediately shifted his attention away from the fact that Elder Hua had ignored him. The 3 pairs of sharp eyes belonged to the 2 Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism and sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Inside the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Chapter 2199. Naturally, Hualao, who was in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he did not have the time to respond to Duan Lingtian. This was because he discovered that a mysterious figure had appeared out of nowhere. A tall figure that looked like a ghost entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda silently without being noticed by the current owner of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian. You. Who are you? Hualao's eyes widened when he saw the tall figure that appeared out of thin air. It was as though he had seen a ghost. The tall figure was a young man dressed in a long blood-red robe. He was tall and sturdy. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. His face was handsome but pale. There was a sword-shaped mark between his brows. The sword-shaped mark was blood-red in color. It looked like a small blood-red sword that was imprinted between his eyebrows. It emitted a terrifying aura that seemed capable of destroying everything. The young man in crimson clothes stood there. Streaks of crimson sword shadows revolved around him without any pattern. These sword silhouettes exuded a bloodthirsty and destructive aura. It made him look like a sword god who had walked out from the depths of hell. The blood-red young man did not move at all. He did not activate any energy on purpose, but he gave Hualao an oppressive feeling. After all, Hualao's strength had already recovered to the point where it was comparable to a celestial. He was much stronger than eminent celestials who had passed the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, Elder Hua felt fear from the bottom of his heart when he faced the red-clad young man in front of him. Hualao was on the verge of breaking down from the pressure the blood-red young man was exerting on him. If I'm not mistaken, the blood-red young man said slowly. This celestial pagoda must be the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in the Jade Emperor Heaven, right? Jade Emperor Heaven? 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? Upon hearing the blood-red young man's words, Hualao's eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. In his heart, waves of shock were also set off. Who was this blood-red young man? Not only did he recognize the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, but he even knew it was from the Jade Emperor Heaven. In the colossal world, among the countless mundane realms, there were 81 Devata realms like the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, the blood-red young man knew where the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda came from. How could he not be shocked? He must be a powerhouse from a Devata realm. At this moment, Hua Lao could guess who the blood-red young man was. The other party was either from the Jade Emperor Heaven or from another Devata realm and knew about the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, a celestial supreme treasure in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Although the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda was a top celestial supreme treasure, it was not one of the top celestial supreme treasures in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Although it was one of the top celestial supreme treasures in the Jade Emperor Heaven, it was nothing in the Devata realms. For this reason, the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda was well known in the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, not everyone in the Devata realms knew about it. The Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda is said to contain the seven treasures. The Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda are divided into 7 levels. The first level is the three-legged golden crow, the second level is the jasper celestial sword, the third level is the astonishing god halberd, the fourth level is the universe ruler, and the fifth level is... While Elder Hua's heart was in turmoil, the blood-red clothed young man continued speaking. As he spoke, he listed out the 7 treasures in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the three-legged golden crow in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Am I right? As soon as the blood-red young man finished speaking, he looked at Hua Lao. Although his eyes were calm, Hua Lao could not help but feel intimidated. Yes, my lord. After taking a deep breath, Hua Lao mustered up the courage to speak. His voice was filled with dread and reverence when he spoke. This was because he discovered that the blood-red young man was much stronger than him. He discovered the blood-red young man was much stronger than him when he was at his peak. Moreover, the blood-red young man's aura seemed to be suppressing him. It was as though the blood-red young man was his nemesis. I think I've encountered a similar aura somewhere before. However, the aura at that time was not as strong as the one he's emitting. With this thought in mind, Elder Hua could not help but rack his brains. A moment later, a thought flashed through his mind, and he finally recalled it. When Hua Lao looked at the blood-red young man again, a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. Hua Lao's voice trembled when he spoke again. My lord, you're a deity? It seems like you've guessed my origin. Before Hua Lao could finish speaking, the blood-red young man interrupted him. There was a hint of surprise in the blood-red young man's calm voice. It was apparent that he did not expect Elder Hua to be able to guess his origin. That's right. I'm the soul of the Devata artifact. The blood-red young man said bluntly. Devata artifact. Soul of the Devata artifact. Although Hua Lao had his suspicions, his heart could not help but tremble violently when he heard the blood-red young man's confirmation. At this moment, some of the questions in his heart were answered. As it turned out, he was still puzzled. How did the blood-red young man enter the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda without the permission of the owner of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda? Why did the blood-red young man enter the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda without alerting the owner? Why did this scarlet-robed young man give him a sense of suppression? Now he finally understood. The blood-red young man was the innate artifact soul of a Devata artifact, an acquired artifact soul that could suppress all celestial supreme treasures. For this reason, as the acquired artifact soul of a celestial supreme treasure, the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, it was normal for the blood-red young man to suppress him. It was even easier for the blood-red young man to enter the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. With the innate artifact soul of a Devata artifact, there was no way the blood-red young man could enter the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda without alerting the owner of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. It would be easy for the blood-red young man to remove the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda from the owner of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. After all, the blood-red young man was the innate artifact soul of a Devata artifact. A Devata artifact was above all celestial supreme treasures in the Devata realms. It was strong enough to suppress all celestial supreme treasures. There's only one Devata artifact in the Jade Emperor Heaven. It's in the hands of the Gautama Buddha. Back then, when Monkey Sun wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, the Gautama Buddha relied on the Devata artifact to suppress him. Elder Hua was well aware of what had happened in the Jade Emperor Heaven back then. In terms of strength, Sun Wukong stood at the pinnacle of the Jade Emperor Heaven. The celestial supreme treasure in his hand, the Rui Jianghu Bang, was one of the best celestial supreme treasures in the Jade Emperor Heaven. With his cultivation base and a celestial supreme treasure like the Rui Jianghu Bang, he could do whatever he wanted in the Jade Emperor Heaven as long as the Gautama Buddha did not make a move. The Devata artifact in the hands of the Gautama Buddha is called the 10,000 Buddha's Celestial Imprisoning Seal. Back then, the soul of the 10,000 Buddha's Celestial Imprisoning Seal was ordered by the Gautama Buddha to look for Dipamkara, the first owner of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At that time, I sensed his aura in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. His aura was similar to the red-clad young man's aura. However, the red-clad young man's aura was much stronger than the red-clad young man's aura. In other words, the red-clad young man's Devata artifact soul is much stronger and more terrifying than the 10,000 Buddha's celestial imprisoning seal in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Gautama Buddha's possession. Hua Lao shuddered when he thought about this. It should be noted that even if he was at his peak, he would not be able to fight against the 10,000 Buddha's celestial imprisoning seal's soul imprint, let alone the soul of a Devata artifact that was much stronger than the 10,000 Buddha's celestial imprisoning seal. My lord, may I know how to address you? With great difficulty, Elder Hua calmed his rapid breathing. He looked at the scarlet-clothed young man again and asked in a trembling voice. Elder Hua asked this question because he knew that in the Devata realms, the innate artifact souls of Devata artifacts did not only have their own consciousness, but they could also take human form and have their own name. For example, the soul imprint of the 10,000 Buddha Celestial Imprisoning Seal, a Devata artifact, possessed by the Gautama Buddha in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Not only was it famous in the Jade Emperor Heaven, but it was also famous in the Devata realms. Kuang Ling. In the face of Elder Hua's humble and respectful inquiry, the blood-red-clothed young man raised his head proudly and replied with an indifferent tone. Kuang Ling. Kuang Ling. Kuang Ling. The sword soul Kuang Ling. After pondering for a moment, Elder Hua's body suddenly trembled. Then, his face and eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Sword soul Kuang Ling. The name sounded familiar at first. However, when he thought about it carefully, he recalled the meaning behind the name. Sword soul Kuang Ling. Isn't that the name of the innate soul of the Devata artifact in the solitary destructive heaven? That Devata artifact is called the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword. It's the strongest sword-type Devata artifact in the Devata realms. Chapter 2200. A Devata artifact was a Devata artifact. It could give birth to a soul on its own. Since the soul was born from the Devata artifact, it was called the innate artifact soul. Celestial supreme treasures were celestial artifacts, but they did not have the ability to give birth to a soul. They could only seal a living being in the celestial artifact and turn it into the artifact soul. For example, Hua Lao was sealed in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and became the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. On the other hand, a celestial artifact soul like Hua Lao was called an acquired artifact soul. Although an acquired artifact soul was not a celestial artifact, it could not leave the celestial artifact unless the owner of the celestial artifact was willing to sever its connection with the celestial artifact. On the other hand, an innate artifact soul was born from the Devata artifact, but it could leave the Devata artifact as it pleased. Although the two were similar, they were not on the same level at all. When the latter met the former, they could suppress the former to a certain extent. For example, when Elder Hua, the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, faced Kuang Ling, the sword soul of the divine artifact, the solitary extinguishing flaming heavenly sword, he would feel an inexplicable fear from the bottom of his soul even though Kuang Ling did nothing. Why your Lord Kuang Ling from the solitary destructive heaven? When Elder Hua recalled the origin of sword soul Kuang Ling, he took a deep breath. When he looked at sword soul Kuang Ling again, the fear and dread in his eyes had deepened. It seems like you've heard of me. The young man dressed in red, the sword soul of the Devata artifact, the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword, said indifferently. How could I not know that you're the #1 divine sword in the Devata realm? Hua Lao smiled wryly. The solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword was the #1 divine sword in the Devata realm. Who in the Devata realm did not know about it? The #1 divine sword in the Devata realms? Kuang Ling narrowed his eyes when he heard Hua Lao's words. He shook his head and said, It seems like you've left the Devata realm for quite some time. A few years ago, the sword soul of the Yan Huang Shenyuan sword was on par with me. From then on, there was no longer the number one divine sword in the Devata realm. There are only 2 divine swords in the Devata realm. As he spoke, Kuang Ling's tone was filled with emotion. He used to be the strongest divine sword in the Devata realms, but now, another divine sword had caught up to him and was on par with him. Furthermore, the other party's potential was even greater than his. If he didn't make any breakthroughs, he would be overtaken sooner or later. Yan Huang Shenyuan sword? Elder Hu turned pale with fright when he heard Kuang Ling's words. Could the Yan Huang Shenyuan sword be the Shenyuan sword from the Jade Emperor Heaven's Gongsun Shenyuan? However, the Shenyuan sword was only an immortal weapon, wasn't it? How did it become an immortal weapon? If I'm not mistaken, Gongsun Shenyuan and his Yan Huang Shenyuan sword came from the Jade Emperor Heaven. Kuang Ling continued to speak. Yes. Hearing Kuang Ling's words, Elder Hu regained his senses and quickly nodded. At the same time, his heart was in turmoil. He was certain Kuang Ling was the Yan Huang Shenyuan sword. The Yan Huang Shenyuan sword was the Shenyuan sword he knew. Hua Lao did not expect something so big would happen while he was away from the Devata realms. Not only had the Shenyuan sword become a Devata artifact, but it was also on par with the number one divine sword in the Devata realms, the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword. Both were known as the 2 divine swords in the Devata realms. Are you curious as to why I would appear in this small mundane plane? Kuang Ling asked. Hua Lao nodded. Indeed, he was curious about this. The solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword used to be the number one divine sword in the Devata realms. Although the Yan Huang Shenyuan sword had caught up to it, it was still powerful. The owner of the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword and the sword soul of the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword were famous powerhouses in the Devata realms. How could he not be curious about the appearance of such a powerhouse in this mundane realm? Naturally, he was not surprised by the appearance of such a powerhouse in this mundane realm. Kuang Ling, the sword soul of the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword, was so powerful that he could easily break through the void and travel between Devata realms and mundane realms. I'm here for your current master, Kuang Ling said. Kuang Ling nodded. Hiss. Hua Lao inhaled sharply as soon as Kuang Ling finished speaking. He instinctively extended his divine consciousness out of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, and looked at the purple-clad young man. The purple-clad young man was his current master, Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of what was happening in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. At this moment, he and the other 4 guardians of the Zoroastrianism were facing off against the Zhuangzi Buddhism's group. The group led by the 2 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism was glaring at Duan Ling Tian fiercely. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. The atmosphere at the scene became extremely solemn at this moment. The atmosphere was tense as though a battle would break out at any moment between the Zoroastrianism and the Zhuangzi Buddhism's group. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as 2 figures appeared behind Duan Ling Tian and the others from the Zoroastrianism's group. 5 guardians, we're here to help you. The 2 figures were none other than the 2 vice-sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism. As soon as they appeared, they immediately looked at the 2 vice-sect leaders of the Zhuangzi Buddhism's group. The 2 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism's group remained calm when they saw the 2 vice-sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism. On the other hand, the 2 vice-sect leaders of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sighed in relief. If the 2 vice-sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism sect did not appear, it meant they would have to face the 5 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect who were powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. They shuddered when they thought about it. They were in a dilemma. They sighed in relief when the 2 vice-sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism sect leaders appeared. As for the 2 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the vice-sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, they did not think much of the 2 vice-sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism sect at all. With the strength of the vice-sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism sect leaders, they would not be able to interfere in a battle between powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian remained calm when he saw the situation. It was as though he would not even bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Put aside the fact that Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, was not here. Even if Lang Qianjin was here, Duan Ling Tian would still dare to show himself. Since Duan Ling Tian had shown himself, It meant he was prepared for the worst. The leader of Zoroastrianism pushed him out and handed him over to Zhuangzi Buddhism. While he was preparing for the worst, he had also thought of a way to deal with it. Everything revolved around the greed of Zhuangzi Buddhism, Grand Elder Lang Qianjin. From the false statement that Lang Qianjin had made to the outside world, it could be seen that he was very interested in the super god weapon. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew Lang Qianjin did not care about the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. This could be seen from his promise to Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. He was more interested in the super saint weapon, the Traceless Sword. Compared to the Devil Seal Tablet, which was a super saint weapon with a lot of restrictions, Lang Qianjin and the others would definitely want an offensive-type super saint weapon like the Traceless Sword. If Tang Xian pushes me out and hands me over to the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, I'll lure him into the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda using the greed of Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Once he's lured into the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Hua Lao will definitely be able to kill him. As long as I kill him, I won't have to be afraid of the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. This was the plan Duan Lingtian had prepared for a long time ago. When he found out Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, was leading a group of people against him, he had already prepared this plan. He had gone to great lengths to lure Lang Qianjin into the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He believed with Lang Qianjin's greed, even if he was suspicious, he would not be able to resist the temptation of a celestial supreme treasure like the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Even if Lang Qianjin was cautious and did not dare to enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he would not be willing to kill Duan Lingtian before he entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Lingtian had already calculated every step of the way. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was fearless when he came out with the sect leader of Zoroastrianism and the four guardians of Zoroastrianism. If Lang Qianjin was here, he might have been a little afraid. However, now that Lang Qianjin was not here, he had to face the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Put aside the fact that he had the Zoroastrianism powerhouses by his side. Even if he was alone, what did Duan Lingtian have to fear? Guardian Zifeng, Guardian Qinghua, Guardian Hong Yun, Guardian Lang Ying. At this moment, the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism looked at the four guardians apart from Duan Lingtian. His eyes were cold. Today, it's a feud between the Zhuangzi Buddhism and Duan Lingtian. I hope the four guardians won't interfere. Otherwise, I can't guarantee the safety of the four guardians. The sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism spoke as though he was certain the people from the Zoroastrianism would be defeated. Ha 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 ha. Lang Ying could not help but laugh when he heard the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism's words. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not know where the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism got his confidence from. The others were shocked as well. Did the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism really think he could defeat all of them? Although the Zhuangzi Buddhism had two powerhouses at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage who were stronger than Zifeng from the Zoroastrianism, the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism had two powerhouses at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Chapter 2201. Although Duan Lingtian had rarely made a move since he had returned to the fire worship sect, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was still quite high. However, he had defeated Lang Ying, the hall master of the Zoroastrianism Enforcement Hall, who was also the current guardian of Zoroastrianism, with just 3 strikes. Although Lang Ying had just broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, his strength was not weak at all due to the divine abilities he had mastered. Even Guardian Hong Yun admitted she was no match for him. Moreover, even Zifeng, the former leader of the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism, did not dare to say he could defeat Lang Ying with just 3 strikes. For this reason, after Duan Lingtian defeated Lang Ying with just 3 strikes, he was widely acknowledged as the strongest of the 5 guardians of Zoroastrianism. Even Zifeng, the former leader of the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism, did not object to this. For this reason, Lang Ying could not help but laugh when he heard sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism's words. He wondered where sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism got his confidence from. Sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism, right? Duan Lingtian looked at sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism and asked mockingly, "Based on your words, you think you can defeat us now that our sect leader of Zoroastrianism is not here?" What a joke! Before sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism could reply, Hong Yun scoffed. "Our sect leader of Zoroastrianism is not here, But don't forget that the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism is not here as well. Although Zifeng, Qinghua, and Lang Ying did not say anything, they looked at sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism with a hint of mockery in their eyes. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Hong Yun finished speaking, sect leader Zhuangzi Buddhism burst into laughter again. The sudden and wanton laughter caused Duan Lingtian and the rest to involuntarily frown. Was the leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism crazy? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While the head of the Zhuangzi Buddhism family was laughing loudly, many figures came from the direction of the Zoroastrianism camp. They were the higher-ups of the Zoroastrianism family. These higher-ups were either Golden Flame Elders or Vice Hall Masters of the Law Enforcement Hall. Lu Tai, the Sanctum Leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, and Lu Qing, the Sanctum Leader of the White Tiger Sanctum, were among them. As for the elders and disciples of Zoroastrianism, none of them had come. Even if they had come, it would have been useless. They could only serve as cannon fodder. Even if Lu Tai, Lu Qing, and the others came, they could only watch from afar and wait for an opportunity to attack. If they rashly went up, they could only be reduced to cannon fodder. What's the situation now? Why is the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism laughing so loudly? Could something have happened to Lord Sect Leader? I don't think so. If something had happened to Lord Sect Leader, how could Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, not be here? Lord Sect Leader and Lang Qianjin have disappeared. Lord Sect Leader must have lured them away, right? I think so. After all, if a fight between powerhouses of their level gets too close to the Zoroastrianism camp, the outer disciples of the Zoroastrianism four symbol sanctums would be the ones in trouble. The group of Golden Flame Elders and Vice Hall Masters of Zoroastrianism discussed among themselves. They could vaguely guess the reason why the sect leader of Zoroastrianism and the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism were not here. The strength of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage is too terrifying. Earlier, when Lord Sect Leader and Lang Qianjin fought, just the aftershock of their strength alone killed many of our White Tiger Sanctum's disciples. Lu Qing, the Sanctum Leader of White Tiger Sanctum, had a grave expression on his face. At the same time, he felt slightly wronged. Whether it was the fact that many of his White Tiger Sanctum's disciples were killed by the aftershock of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage or the time when he was beaten up by Duan Lingtian, it was all because of the White Tiger Sanctum's location. The White Tiger Sanctum was located in the east of the Zoroastrianism's estate. It was close to the central region. Duan Lingtian had to pass through the White Tiger Sanctum to enter the Zoroastrianism's estate after returning from the central region. Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others had come from the central region to the western region. They had arrived outside the Zoroastrianism's estate and were the closest to the White Tiger Sanctum. Due to this reason, Lu Qing was filled with mixed feelings. He wished he could move to another location with the other three sanctums. All of a sudden, a voice transmission rang in the ears of the group of Zoroastrianism's Golden Flame Elders and the Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall. They had received the same voice transmission from one of the vice sect leaders of Zoroastrianism. The content of the voice transmission was nothing more than an update on the current situation. It's just as we've guessed. Lord Sect Leader has indeed lured Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, away. The eyes of many high-ranking Zoroastrianism officials lit up when they heard the vice sect leader's words. Sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism wants the four guardians to stay out of Guardian Ling Tian's matter? Otherwise, how can he guarantee the safety of the four guardians? Does he really think he can defeat the five guardians of Zoroastrianism with just a few of them? What a joke! Put aside the fact that Guardian Zifeng of Zoroastrianism is a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Guardian Ling Tian's strength is not inferior to Guardian Zifeng. Where does he get his confidence from? Overconfidence is arrogance. The sect leader of the Black Kshetra sect is the leader of a sect. How could he be so arrogant? How pathetic! When the high-ranking Zoroastrianism officials learned about the current situation and heard sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism's laughter, they could not help but sneer. After a while, sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism finally stopped laughing. For guardians, I'll give all of you one last chance. Now, hand over Duan Lingtian. If you can't bear to do this to your own people, you can turn around and return to Zoroastrianism. Otherwise, all of you will die here today. After sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism stopped laughing, his eyes turned cold as he said in a clear voice, I'll give all of you the span of 10 breaths. If you don't make a decision after 10 breaths, don't blame me, Zhuangzi Buddhism, for being merciless. The sect leader of Black Kshetra sect said coldly. His tone was threatening. Humph. As soon as sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism finished speaking, Zifeng, the leader of the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism, scoffed coldly. His elegant and handsome face also seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, and the cold air was oppressive. Let alone 10 breaths, even if you give us more time, we won't give up on Ling Tian. Zifeng said coldly. If you want to fight, let's fight. There's no coward in Zoroastrianism. Lang Ying moved closer to Zifeng to express his support for Zifeng. He did not forget to speak to sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others coldly. Although Qinghua and Hong Yun did not say anything, their attitude could be seen from the way they moved closer to Zifeng. They did not want to give up on Duan Ling Tian. Sect leader of Zoroastrianism had already made it clear. Zoroastrianism would never give up on Duan Ling Tian. For the sake of Duan Ling Tian, sect leader of Zoroastrianism was willing to fight against the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Put aside the fact that the current situation was not in their favor, even if it was, they would not go against the sect leader of fire worship sect's wish to protect Duan Ling Tian. If you want to fight, let's fight. There's no coward in Zoroastrianism. Lang Ying's strong and decisive words were heard by the Golden Flame Elders and the Vice Hall Masters of the Law Enforcement Hall in the distance. They felt their blood boiling. Lang Ying is right. There's no coward in Zoroastrianism. Sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism, do they really think they can defeat us? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. The higher-ups of Zoroastrianism continued to mock sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Good. Good. Very good. On the other hand, sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism was so angry that his face turned pale when he heard the words of the 4 great guardians of Zoroastrianism. As his furious words rang out, a jade slip appeared in his hand. Crack. In just a blink of an eye, he crushed the jade slip. A stream of light soared into the sky and exploded high up in the sky. It was like a signal flare, sending a signal to someone. They have more people? The people from Zoroastrianism could not help but frown when they saw this. Even Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes in a timely manner. They're here. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian lifted his head and looked at the sky in the east. The sky was filled with clouds, but it was calm. He could not see anything. After Duan Ling Tian looked in the direction of the clouds, Zifeng, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, lifted his head and looked in the direction of the clouds. He seemed to have noticed something as well. Whoosh! At the same time, the sound of wind whistling could be heard from behind the clouds. The people from Zoroastrianism could not help but look in the direction of the sound as well. Whoosh! When the group of people looked over, the clouds suddenly swayed. Soon after, a ghost-like figure descended from the sky. His speed was ridiculously fast. The high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism who were standing in the distance, including the Golden Flame Elder and the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, could not see the figure clearly. The 2 vice-sect leaders of Zoroastrianism who were at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Heavenly Eye form, could only vaguely see the figure. It was a skinny figure. They could not see the other party's appearance or characteristics. A powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? It seems like he's not an ordinary powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The expressions of Zifeng, Qinghua, Hong Yun, and Lang Ying changed slightly. A hint of dread could be seen in their eyes when they realized the other party was not an ordinary person. He has a helper? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the other party. Whoosh! Soon after, the other party appeared. Hao Shuang. Protector Zifeng's expression changed drastically when he saw the figure and face of the person who had just arrived. Chapter 2202. Hao Shuang was a young man with a thin body. He had long snow-white hair and a pair of snow-white eyebrows, but his skin was as tender as a baby's. It could be said that he had white hair and a youthful face. In addition, there seemed to be a smile on his handsome and delicate face at all times. Apart from being ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking, Hao Shuang was also a sectless cultivator. He was the strongest sectless cultivator after Nye Wu Tian, the strongest person in the Dao martial saint land. Before Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, had broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was only the second strongest person under the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Ever since Tang Xian had broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, Hao Shuang had replaced Tang Xian as the strongest person under the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The strongest person under the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage was invincible in the Dao Martial Saint Land. For this reason, the expression of Zi Feng, the former leader of the three guardians of the fire worship sect, changed drastically when he recognized Duanling Tian. His heart sank. He had never expected that Hao Shuang would appear here. Moreover, Hao Shuang was the helper sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism had found. Hao Shuang. Apart from Duanling Tian, the people from the Zoroastrianism were stunned when they heard Zi Feng's exclamation. Their expressions changed when they saw Hao Shuang. Qing Hua, Hong Yun, and Lang Ying, in particular, had a grave expression on their faces. Previously, they thought Hao Shuang was confident in his strength. Compared to them, Zhuangzi Buddhism did not have an advantage. The sect leader of Black Kshetra sect's confidence was nothing more than a joke to them. However, they finally knew where the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect's confidence came from. As it turned out, he had found a helper. Moreover, it was a sectless cultivator who was ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was the strongest person under the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Such a person was almost invincible under the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. As long as a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage did not make a move, nobody in the Dao Martial Saint Land was a match for him. If they were evenly matched with the people from the Black Kshetra sect earlier, they would not be able to defeat them. But now they were much weaker than him. Hao Shuang, the sectless cultivator ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking? At the same time, the Golden Flame Elder of the Zoroastrianism and the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall who were standing in the distance had a horrified expression on their faces when they found out about Hao Shuang's identity. Ever since Lord Sect Leader had broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, Hao Shuang has become the strongest person below the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. I can't believe Zhuangzi Buddhism managed to invite him here. Damn it! Now that he's here, our advantage is gone. From the looks of it, sect leader Zhuangzi Buddhism wasn't being arrogant at all. Instead, he had planned this all along. He knew that we had no chance of winning once Hao Shuang showed up. What should we do now? If Hao Shuang really helps Zhuangzi Buddhism, the 5 guardians won't be a match for him at all. As for us, we'll only be cannon fodder at that time. The Golden Flame Elder and the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall had a horrified expression on their faces as they discussed in hushed voices. Hao Shuang's appearance had not only surprised the 4 great guardians of Zoroastrianism, but it had also caught them by surprise. Hao Shuang, the strongest person below the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duanling Tian was the only one who was calm among the people from Zoroastrianism. After learning about Hao Shuang's identity, Duanling Tian studied Hao Shuang curiously. A powerhouse who's ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Based on his strength, he must have broken through to the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, right? Unlike the people from Zoroastrianism, the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism were filled with vitality. Brother Hao, you're here. The sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism smiled when he saw Hao Shuang. Hao Shuang was the trump card of the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism. Since they had expected this, they had come prepared. Now that the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism and the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had left, it meant they could no longer rely on powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The remaining people from Zhuangzi Buddhism and the people from Zoroastrianism were in a stalemate. At this moment, they needed a powerhouse who could break the stalemate. Hao Shuang was the most suitable candidate. After all, Hao Shuang was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Apart from powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, nobody would be a match for him. Mr. Hao Shuang. The 2 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King, greeted Hao Shuang warmly when they saw him. Although they were powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage like Hao Shuang, they knew their limits. Even if they joined forces, they might not be a match for Hao Shuang. Lord Hao Shuang. The 2 vice-sect leaders of Zhuangzi Buddhism bowed respectfully at Hao Shuang. Yes. Hao Shuang nodded indifferently when he heard the greetings from the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism. He swept his gaze across the people from Zoroastrianism before it landed on Duan Ling Tian. He locked his gaze on Duan Ling Tian. You're Duan Ling Tian? The new guardian of Zoroastrianism? The #1 prodigy in the Tao martial saint land? Hao Shuang asked curiously as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. I don't dare to call myself the strongest prodigy in the Tao martial saint land. However, I think I'm slightly stronger than trash like Zhuangzi Buddhism. Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently. He did not hesitate to mock the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism. Since they had come looking for him and were determined to kill him, there was no reason for him to be courteous. Duan Ling Tian. As expected, Duan Ling Tian's words infuriated the people from Black Kshetra sect. All of them glared at Duan Ling Tian furiously. You have a glib tongue. I wonder if you're as powerful as the rumors say you are. Hao Shuang's eyes narrowed into slits as a cold light flashed through them. What? Do you want to try? Duan Ling Tian's tone remained indifferent as though he was talking about an insignificant matter. Yes, I want to try. Hao Shuang nodded. Then you have to think about it carefully. There are some things that once you try, there's no turning back. It's just like how there's no turning back once you release the arrow. Duan Ling Tian enunciated each and every word clearly. There was no lack of threat in his words. Are you that confident? Hao Shuang opened his eyes abruptly. A cold light shot out from his eyes like a sharp blade that could destroy everything in its path. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism could not help but sneer. Duan Ling Tian, do you think you'll be able to scare Brother Hao with just this little trick of yours? What a joke! The sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism was the first to scoff. When Master Hao Shuang was roaming the Tao martial saint land, I'm afraid you, Duan Ling Tian, weren't even born yet. Do you think you can play tricks on Master Hao Shuang? The White Tiger King of Zhuangzi Buddhism sneered. Although the Violet Dragon King and the 2 vice sect leaders of Zhuangzi Buddhism remained silent, their eyes were filled with mockery as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian and Hao Shuang were on the verge of breaking out into a fight. Mr. Hao Shuang. Zifeng, the guardian of Zoroastrianism, looked at Hao Shuang and said solemnly, I wonder what benefits did Zhuangzi Buddhism promise you? If you're willing to stay out of this, Zoroastrianism is willing to give you double the benefits. Although Zifeng admitted he was not as strong as Duan Ling Tian, he did not have high hopes for the battle between Duan Ling Tian and Hao Shuang. After all, Hao Shuang was not an ordinary powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Previously, the sect leader of the Fire Worship sect had fought with Hao Shuang. According to their sect leader, if it was not for the fact that he had mastered the divine ability that was widely acknowledged as the #1 movement divine ability in the Tao martial saint land, he might not have been a match for Hao Shuang. From this, it could be seen that Hao Shuang's strength had reached a terrifying level. Moreover, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had said Hao Shuang would be the next powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao martial saint land. Guardian Ling Tian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism, did not have high hopes for someone like Hao Shuang. For this reason, he planned to lure Hao Shuang with benefits. He did not want Hao Shuang to change sides. He only wanted Hao Shuang to stay out of this. Humph! Upon hearing Zifeng's words, Hao Shuang glanced at him coldly. Guardian Zifeng, do you think I, Hao Shuang, am a two-faced villain? Zifeng was stunned when he heard Hao Shuang's words. Today, no matter what you or the Zoroastrianism promised me, I'm destined to stand on the side of Zhuangzi Buddhism and help Zhuangzi Buddhism. I, Hao Shuang, am a reputable person in the Tao martial saint land. I won't let the Zoroastrianism ruin my reputation. Hao Shuang's words made his stance clear. Guardian Zifeng, don't waste your energy. The sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism looked at Zifeng mockingly. I gave you a chance earlier, but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame us for not showing mercy now. Humph! I don't believe you have the guts to kill us. If you kill us, our sect leader will personally come to the Zhuangzi Buddhism and annihilate the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Lang Ying looked at the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism coldly and said, with our sect leader's current strength, even the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism won't be able to stop him if he wants to kill the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Wen Tangxian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He could easily escape from the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism with the help of the #1 movement divine ability in the Tao martial saint land. let alone now. If he wanted to, he could annihilate the entire Zhuangzi Buddhism under the watch of the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Chapter 2203. The eyes of the people from the Zoroastrianism lit up when they heard Frigid Eagle's words. Humph! The sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism snorted coldly. His expression darkened immediately. Naturally, he knew what Frigid Eagle was talking about. For this reason, he had never thought of killing the other guardians of the Zoroastrianism. He only wanted to teach them a painful lesson. He did not have the guts to kill the guardians of the Zoroastrianism. It was fine if it was just Duan Lingtian. After all, they had a legitimate reason to attack. Even if they were killed, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism would not dare to act rashly. If he did, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism would be able to break into the Zoroastrianism and kill them. However, if he killed the guardians of the Zoroastrianism, it would be equivalent to cutting off all the pillars of the Zoroastrianism. It would definitely enrage the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism. At that time, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism would definitely avenge them at all costs. Just as Frigid Eagle had said, if the Zoroastrianism decided to attack the Zhuangzi Buddhism, even the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism would not be able to stop them. At that time, the people of the Zhuangzi Buddhism would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. For this reason, he had never thought of killing the other guardians of the Zoroastrianism other than Duan Lingtian. Even if it was Duan Lingtian, he would not kill him unless it was absolutely necessary. He wanted to bring Duan Lingtian back to the Zhuangzi Buddhism because he wanted to find out how Duan Lingtian's strength improved so much in the trap left behind by the three eminent devils. As long as they could force the secret out of him, the cultivation of the higher-ups of Zhuangzi Buddhism would definitely improve tremendously. Even if there were no secrets, they still had to kill Duan Lingtian. This was to prevent the people from the Tao Martial Saint Land from saying that Zhuangzi Buddhism was inferior to Zoroastrianism and that they did not dare to seek revenge from Zoroastrianism. Protector Lang Ying, you're right. We don't dare to kill you. But do you dare to kill us? The White Tiger King looked at Frigid Eagle and sneered. The only reason we are here today is Duan Lingtian. If you insist on staying, although we don't dare to kill you, we can't avoid making you suffer some physical pain. You can't blame us. Our sect master has already given you a chance, but you didn't grasp it properly. The sneer on the White Tiger King's face deepened when he reached the end of his sentence. If Mr. Hao wasn't here, we might be evenly matched. Now that Mr. Hao is here to deal with Duan Lingtian, the strongest among all of you, I'd like to see how the rest of you are going to deal with us. The White Tiger King sneered. Based on his words, it was clear he was confident he could defeat the people from the Zoroastrianism. Before the people from the Black Kshetra sect came, they had already assessed Duan Lingtian's strength since he was now a guardian of the fire worship sect. In the end, they had no choice but to accept that Duan Lingtian was the strongest among the 5 great protectors of Zoroastrianism. This was because not only did Duan Lingtian kill the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism with 3 strikes, but he had also defeated Lang Ying, the Hall Master of the Zoroastrianism Enforcement Hall whose cultivation base had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Previously, the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism had also evaluated Lang Ying's strength. Once Lang Ying had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, his strength was on par with Qing Hua from the Zoroastrianism. He was stronger than Hong Yun from the Zoroastrianism and was in no way inferior to the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Such a person was defeated by Duan Lingtian with 3 strikes. In the Zhuangzi Buddhism, even the Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King did not dare to say they could defeat Lang Ying, who was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, in 3 strikes. For this reason, the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect made a bold guess about Duan Lingtian's strength. The Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King, who were in no way inferior to the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, might be evenly matched or even stronger. For this reason, the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect decided to seek outside help. In the end, they found Hao Shuang, who was ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. In their opinion, Hao Shuang was not weak at all. Although Duan Lingtian was strong, he was no match for Hao Shuang. Hao Shuang alone was enough to defeat Duan Lingtian. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As soon as the White Tiger King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect finished speaking, the people from the Zoroastrianism sect, other than Duan Ling Tian, were horrified. As it turned out, the people from the Xuanzi Buddhism sect had planned this from the beginning. Their target was only Ling Tian. However, the people from the Xuanzi Buddhism sect intended to severely injure the remaining people from the Zoroastrianism sect and teach them a painful lesson. Hao Shuang. Zifeng glared at Hao Shuang fiercely. This time, he did not try to tempt Hao Shuang. Instead, he threatened, Guardian Ling Tian of our Zoroastrianism sect is under the protection of our sect leader of Zoroastrianism. For him, our sect leader of Zoroastrianism is willing to fight the supreme elder of Xuanzi Buddhism sect. You better think this through. If you help the Xuanzi Buddhism sect leader kidnap or kill Guardian Ling Tian today, you'll definitely offend our sect leader. If our sect leader is furious, it won't be difficult for him to kill you. If the soft approach did not work, he would use the hard approach. Zifeng's attitude was unprecedentedly unyielding. Hao Shuang's expression darkened when he heard Zifeng's threat. That's right. Lang Ying chimed in. Hao Shuang, you better think this through. Back then, our sect leader's cultivation base was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he was already stronger than you. Now that his cultivation base has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, killing you would be as easy as killing a chicken. Unless you find a place to hide and not come out. Otherwise, once you appear and are targeted by him, you will definitely die. Lang Ying's words sounded like a warning to Hao Shuang, but the truth was, he was threatening Hao Shuang as well. Humph. At this moment, sect leader of the Xuanzi Buddhism scoffed and said disdainfully, Guardian Zifeng, Guardian Lang Ying. Both of you might not know this, but our Supreme Elder has promised Brother Hao that he'll protect him until he breaks through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Currently, Brother Hao's cultivation base is only a step away from breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's confident he'll be able to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage within 10 years. When Brother Hao breaks through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, even if he's not as fast as your sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, he'll still be able to protect himself. When sect leader of the Xuanzi Buddhism reached the end of his sentence, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Zifeng and Lang Ying's expressions changed when they heard the Zoroastrianism's words. Hao Shuang is about to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? The expressions of the other people from the Zoroastrianism changed drastically as well. When they looked at Hao Shuang again, a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. If sect leader of the Xuanzi Buddhism was telling the truth, Hao Shuang would definitely be able to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If that was the case, Hao Shuang could be considered as a quasi-powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Humph. As long as I break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, why would I be afraid of your sect leader of the Zoroastrianism? When sect leader of the Xuanzi Buddhism finished speaking, Hao Shuang glanced at Zifeng and Lang Ying coldly. Perhaps, I'm not as strong as him, but it won't be difficult for me to stay alive. If he dares to hurt me, as long as he doesn't kill me, I'll still be able to take revenge on your Zoroastrianism. I'd like to see if he dares to make a move on me before he's confident he'll be able to kill me. Hao Shuang's words were loud and clear. At the same time, he exuded great confidence. However, the expressions of the people from the Zoroastrianism darkened. The atmosphere at the scene fell into a dead silence for a short period of time. Hee. All of a sudden, a chuckle sounded in the air and broke the silence. This voice successfully attracted the attention of everyone present. They saw the person who had chuckled was none other than Duan Ling Tian. What are you laughing at? Hao Shuang asked sternly as he glared at Duan Ling Tian. There was a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. I'm not laughing at anything. Duan Ling Tian calmly stopped laughing. He glanced at Hao Shuang indifferently and changed the topic. Does this mean you're the reason I'm captured or killed by the Xuanzi Buddhism today? Hao Shuang, are you planning to make a move on me? Duan Ling Tian asked two questions in succession. Why? Are you afraid? Hao Shuang sneered. Afraid? Duan Ling Tian smiled. His smile was extremely brilliant. As he smiled, his robe began to flutter. A moment later, scales began to appear on his hands. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that they were dragon scales. As he spoke, Duan Ling Tian's robe was torn apart by his half-dragon body. He had transformed into a human-shaped dragon monster. If one were to take a closer look, one would discover that while his hands and feet had transformed into dragon claws, there were also 9 claws on each of his hands. He was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Based on the changes in Duan Lingtian's body, one could tell that he was under great pressure. Duan Lingtian felt an unprecedented pressure from Hao Shuang. Otherwise, he would not have transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. It should be noted that he did not transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior when he killed Xianxia, the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism, or defeated Lang Ying. Although transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior did not mean that his strength would increase tremendously, it was still much stronger than before. Since he had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, one could see how much he valued Hao Shuang. 9-clawed dragon warrior. Chapter 2204. Although the people present on the scene had heard that Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, they had not seen Duan Lingtian transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior with their own eyes. Now that Duan Lingtian had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, they could not help but feel shocked. This is a 9-clawed dragon warrior? Many of the fire worship sect's golden flame elders inhaled sharply as a horrified expression appeared on their faces. It's said that a 9-clawed dragon warrior's body is comparable to an 8-clawed divine dragon. His defense is extremely strong, and his explosive strength is far beyond an ordinary martial cultivator. Duan Lingtian's strength has undoubtedly increased after transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. It seems like he doesn't dare to hold back when facing a powerhouse like Hao Shuang. He's going all out. However, even then, does he have a chance of winning? I don't think so. After all, Hao Shuang is the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Although Guardian Lingtian has transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, I don't think he's a match for Hao Shuang. I think so as well. Although the Fire Worship Sect's Golden Flame Elders and the Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall were eager for a miracle to happen, hoping that Guardian Lingtian would be able to defeat or even kill Hao Shuang, they did not expect a miracle to happen. However, when they thought about how terrifying Hao Shuang was, they had no choice but to be realistic. It would be harder than ascending to the heavens for them to defeat Hao Shuang. The 2 vice sect leaders of Zoroastrianism and the 4 guardians of Zoroastrianism shared the same thoughts. Hao Shuang. Suddenly, Guardian Lang Ying from Zoroastrianism looked at Hao Shuang and said, "You better think this through. If you dare to touch Guardian Lingtian today, not only will you offend Zoroastrianism, but you'll also offend the dragons." Dragons! When Lang Ying saw Duan Lingtian had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he immediately thought of using the dragons to threaten Hao Shuang. Humph! However, when Hao Shuang heard Lang Ying's words, he scoffed and said disdainfully, "I'm not even afraid of offending the fire worship sect. Why would I be afraid of offending the dragon clan that has already fallen?" Currently, there was not a single 8-clawed divine dragon in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. It could be said that the sun had set in the west. For a rogue cultivator like Hao Shuang, he was naturally not afraid of the current dragons. Lang Ying was stunned when he heard this. On the other hand, when Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others saw Duan Lingtian transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, fear appeared in their eyes when they thought of the dragons. Hao Shuang was a rogue cultivator and had no attachments. But Zhuangzi Buddhism was different. The Zhuangzi Buddhism had families and businesses. Once the dragons took revenge, they would suffer heavy losses. However, when they thought about how they had a good reason to target Duan Lingtian, they felt relieved. They had come here to seek revenge for the Golden Lion King, Xie, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. So what if the dragons were here? Could they stop Zhuangzi Buddhism from seeking revenge for the Golden Lion King? Duan Lingtian, it seems like you're really confident in your strength. Hao Shuang narrowed his eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. A hint of coldness could be seen in his eyes. Waves of killing intent rose from his body. I'd like to see where you're getting your confidence from in front of me, Hao Shuang. As murderous intent surged from his body, Hao Shuang sneered and pushed his Saint Qi to the limit. When Shang Yuan broke out of his body, it caused the space around him to fluctuate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Waves of rolling air waves set off a vast gale that wreaked havoc in all directions. At the same time, one could see Hao Shuang's body had grown bigger. Hao Shuang's skinny body swelled up in an instant, turning from a skinny young man into a muscular young man. His long white hair fluttered in the air even though there was no wind. It looked like white pythons. His white eyebrows were raised, setting off his slightly twisted face, revealing his current mood. He was furious. He was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was the strongest powerhouse below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint land. He dared to say, apart from powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, nobody in the Dao Martial Saint land could compete with him. Yet today, not only had a little brat, that wasn't even 50 years old, dared to act without the slightest scruple in front of him. He'd even disregarded his strength and wanted to play a fool before him. How could he not be furious? Brother Hao is getting serious. The eyes of the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism lit up like 2 stars in the night sky when he sensed Hao Shuang's terrifying aura surging out of his body. I just hope Mr. Hao won't kill this Duan Ling Tian in a fit of anger. After all, we still have to try to pry the secret of the independent space left behind by the 3 eminent devils from the devil clans. The Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism thought to themselves. Guardian Ling Tian from Zoroastrianism? The strongest prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land? Today, in front of Lord Hao Shuang, he will be no different from a chicken or dog, unable to withstand a single blow. The 2 vice sect leaders of the Zhuangzi Buddhism were excited. They were confident in Hao Shuang. Unlike the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the people from the Zoroastrianism were in low spirits. Guardian Zifeng. I'm afraid Guardian Ling Tian isn't a match for Hao Shuang. Should we help him? Protector Lang Ying looked at Protector Zifeng and said with bright eyes. Although he had some conflicts with Duan Ling Tian in the past, those were internal conflicts. However, he did not disregard Duan Ling Tian because of their past conflicts. Instead, he supported Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, this was also because the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism had supported Duan Ling Tian since the beginning. I want to help him as well. However, do you think we have a chance to help him? I'm sure if we make a move, the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism will make a move as well. Zifeng smiled bitterly as he looked at the Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism warily. He was no match for either the Violet Dragon King or the White Tiger King. Currently, Ling Tian from the Zoroastrianism was being targeted by Hao Shuang. As long as the 2 Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism made a move, they might be able to suppress the remaining 4 guardians. As for the others, the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the 2 vice sect leaders would be able to suppress them easily. When Lang Ying heard this, he instinctively turned to look at the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. However, he realized something. The sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the 2 Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism were paying attention to Hao Shuang and Ling Tian from the Zoroastrianism. It was as though they were watching them all the time. Immediately, Lang Ying's expression turned ugly. As for Qing Hua, Protector Hong Yun, and the other high-ranking members of the Zoroastrianism, their expressions darkened as well. Where did I get my confidence from? When Duan Ling Tian heard Hao Shuang's words and saw the saint origin in Hao Shuang's body surging, he could not help but smile indifferently. He then looked at Hao Shuang coldly. When his gaze turned cold, Duan Ling Tian's aura changed in an instant. It was as though he was a completely different person. If one were to say that he was like an elegant scholar just a moment ago, now, he was more like a bloodthirsty warrior. As his gaze turned cold, waves of monstrous battle intent rose from his body. It made him look like a god of war. Moreover, a turbulent vortex appeared out of thin air with his body as the center. Elementary devouring tactic. In a flash, Duan Ling Tian used this divine ability to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings to raise the Sun Saint origin in his body to the maximum. When the Sun Saint origin spread out from his body again, the surrounding void shook. A series of crisp crackling sounds rang in the air as though the surrounding void was shattering. Hao Shuang, let's decide the outcome of this battle with one move. What do you think? After the Sun Saint origin in Duan Ling Tian's body was raised to its limit, he felt as though his blood was boiling. He looked at Hao Shuang with a piercing gaze before he shouted, "Let's go!" Deciding the outcome of this battle with one move. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the entire place fell silent again. Hao Shuang was stunned. The people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism group were stunned. The people from the Zoroastrianism group were stunned as well. After a while, Hao Shuang was the first to regain his senses. After he regained his senses, he could not help but sneer. I really don't know where you get your courage from. How dare you say that we'll decide the outcome of this battle with one move? What? You don't dare? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes as a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I don't dare? When Hao Shuang heard Duanling Tian's words, he was stunned at first. Then, he could not help but burst out laughing. After a while, he stopped laughing and looked at Duanling Tian disdainfully. What a joke! Why wouldn't I dare? Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as his voice fell, the Saint Qi around Hao Shuang's body swelled as he also displayed one of his assist-type divine abilities, pushing his Saint Qi to the limit. Naturally, the boost from his assist-type divine ability was not as great as the boost from Duanling Tian's Saint origin. Although his improvement was not as good as Duanling Tian, his foundation was far better than Duanling Tian. After all, he was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was only a step away from breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. To a certain extent, he could be considered a quasi-powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Now that he had cast his assist-type divine ability, his Saint origin had been raised to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Whoosh! At the same time, Hao Shuang raised his hand and a 6-foot-long rod appeared in his hand. Initially, there was nothing special about the long rod. However, as Hao Shuang poured his Saint Qi into it, it seemed to come to life in an instant and began exuding a terrifying aura. This is the Dharma Rod. Chapter 2205. The 6-foot-long staff in Hao Shuang's hand was engraved with obscure patterns. From afar, it gave off a simple and unadorned feeling. Up close, it gave off an ancient feeling. However, as Hao Shuang's Saint origin flowed into the 6-foot-long staff, voila! In just an instant, the patterns on the rod seemed to have come to life in an instant, blooming with a golden light that set off the rod as if it had turned into a scorching sun, dazzling and dazzling. A vast and majestic aura swept out from the 6-feet-long rod that was covered in a golden glow, causing most of the people present to feel their hearts palpitate. This is the Dharma Staff. When Zifeng from the fire worship sect cried out in surprise, everyone regained their senses. All of them turned to look at the 6-foot-long rod in Hao Shuang's hand that was glowing with a golden light. For a moment, the 6-foot-long staff in Hao Shuang's hand became the focus of everyone's attention. Dharma Staff? Why does it sound so familiar? A golden flame elder of Zoroastrianism frowned and fell into deep thought. However, as soon as he fell into deep thought, he was interrupted by another golden flame elder from the fire worship sect. Isn't the Dharma Rod one of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking? Moreover, it's an offensive and defensive super saint weapon. Although the Dharma Staff is not as offensive as the super saint weapon, the Traceless Sword, it's far more powerful than an ordinary 1000 inscription saint weapon. Moreover, it can be used for defense. Its defense is extremely strong. I didn't expect the Dharma Staff to be in Hao Shuang's hands. It's over. It's over. Protector Ling Tian doesn't have much chance of winning. Now that Hao Shuang has taken out the super saint weapon, the Dharma Staff, there's no doubt about the outcome of this battle. One move to determine the outcome? I really don't know where Protector Ling Tian gets his confidence from. Now that Hao Shuang has taken out the Dharma Staff, even if he uses all his strength, I'm afraid he won't be able to block Hao Shuang's attack, right? Since it's one move to determine the outcome, Hao Shuang won't hold back. Protector Ling Tian's life will be in danger if he attacks with the staff. The group of Zoroastrianism Golden Flame Elders and the Vice Hall Masters of the Law Enforcement Hall shook their heads. They all thought that Duanling Tian was dead meat. It wasn't that they were trying to boost the morale of others and diminish the morale of their own people. It was just that they couldn't see any hope and could only accept their fate. One move to determine the outcome? The other 4 guardians of the Zoroastrianism and the 2 vice-sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism also smiled bitterly when they regained their senses. In the depths of their eyes, there was a deep sense of helplessness. A sense of helplessness rose in their hearts. Just now, when Duanling Tian said that he was going to fight Hao Shuang with one move, they were also shocked. If it was a normal fight, Hao Shuang might not have taken Duanling Tian's life directly. But if it was a battle to determine the outcome of the battle, Hao Shuang would definitely not hold back in order to play it safe. At that time, Duan Ling Tian would most likely die. Initially, they thought Duan Ling Tian would be doomed if he really decided the outcome with a single move. Only a few people could not help but have a trace of desire in their hearts when they saw how confident Duan Ling Tian was. They longed to see a miracle happen. However, when Hao Shuang took out the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod, the desire in these people's hearts was mercilessly crushed. Hao Shuang was the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. If there were no powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, nobody would be a match for him. Now, he had taken out the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod. At this moment, only despair remained in the hearts of the people from the Zoroastrianism. Unlike the people from the Zoroastrianism, the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism were shocked when they saw Hao Shuang taking out the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod. Lord Hao Shuang is going to use the super saint weapon in the battle with Duan Ling Tian? This. The two vice sect leaders of the Zhuangzi Buddhism were dumbfounded. Brother Hao, don't you think you're exaggerating? Is there a need to use the super saint weapon in the battle with Duan Ling Tian? I want to capture him temporarily, and take him away to interrogate him about the secrets of the independent space left behind by the three eminent devils. The vice sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism was shocked when he saw the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod, in Hao Shuang's hand. He did not want Hao Shuang to kill Duan Ling Tian if it was not necessary. Mr. Hao Shuang. At this moment, the Azure Dragon King and the White Tiger King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism also sent Hao Shuang voice transmissions. They were worried Hao Shuang would kill Duan Ling Tian with just one move. You don't have to worry about that. Hao Shuang replied in a timely manner. Since it's decided in one move, Duan Ling Tian will definitely use his full strength and concentrate all his strength into one attack. I'll use all my strength to defeat his attack. However, after defeating his attack, I'll stop in time and spare his life. After all, if I can pry the secret of the independent space left behind by the three eminent celestials out of him, it'll only be beneficial to me. Hao Shuang's words calmed the vice sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Azure Dragon King, and the White Tiger King. Dharma rod? A super saint weapon? Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly when he saw Hao Shuang taking out a super saint weapon. This was slightly beyond his expectations. He had heard of the Dharma rod before and knew it was an offensive and defensive super saint weapon. In terms of offense, although it was not the best among the 10 super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, it was still much stronger than a super saint weapon like the Devil Seal Tablet and 1,000 Inscriptions saint weapon. Haha. Hao Shuang saw Duan Ling Tian's frown and smiled smugly. Duan Ling Tian, are you surprised I have a super saint weapon as well? Moreover, it's even more useful than your Devil Seal Tablet. I'm a little surprised. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's expression had returned to normal. However, the Sun Saint origin in his body continued to surge. If I, Hao Shuang, were a devil cultivator, Duan Ling Tian would have a chance to kill me with the Devil Seal Tablet. Unfortunately, I'm not a devil cultivator. Hao Shuang smiled smugly. His words were filled with sarcasm. The Devil Seal Tablet was effective against devil cultivators, but it was useless against Hao Shuang. You talk too much. Duan Ling Tian frowned when he heard Hao Shuang's sarcastic words. Then he said bluntly, after 3 breaths, we'll decide the victor with one move. As you wish. Hao Shuang's eyes turned cold when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Saint origin surged from his body as the Dharma rod in his hand shone brightly. He was preparing to launch his strongest attack after 3 breaths. On the other hand, with a raise of Duan Ling Tian's hand, a plain and simple sword appeared in his hand. This sword was none other than the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. Jasper Celestial Sword. In the past, when I used you to defeat my enemies, I had to be secretive about it. As the Sun Saint origin in his body surged out and entered the Jasper Celestial Sword, Duan Ling Tian looked at the Jasper Celestial Sword and muttered to himself, Today, I'll show everyone the brilliance of your Celestial Supreme Treasure. I'll show them that Super Saint weapons are nothing in front of a Celestial Supreme Treasure like you. When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes flashed brilliantly. This beam of light seemed to be able to overshadow everything around it, and it was clearly seen by everyone present. After listening to Duan Ling Tian's words, he no longer planned to use the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. Naturally, He did not conceal it because he did not want to waste his son's saint origin elsewhere. After all, his opponent was Hao Shuang, the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao martial saint land. Moreover, Hao Shuang had a super saint weapon, the Dharma Rod. If he made a mistake, he would definitely die. For this reason, he had to pour all his son's saint origin into the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, to unleash his most powerful sword attack. This sword strike was related to his life and everything about him. He had to be cautious. He did not have the time to think about the consequences of exposing the Jasper Celestial Sword. At this moment, he only wanted to unleash his most powerful sword attack to fight with Hao Shuang. They wanted to see if his most powerful sword attack was stronger than Hao Shuang, who was the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao martial saint land. When Duanling Tian first took out the Jasper Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Celestial Supreme Treasure, in his hand, its simple appearance did not attract any attention. Whoosh! However, when the Sun Saint origin in his body surged into the Jasper Celestial Sword, the simple Jasper Celestial Sword shone brightly. Initially, it was a golden light that was similar to the color of the Sun Saint origin. However, it soon turned red. Soon after, various colors of light flashed. In the end, the multicolored lights merged into one and transformed into a condensed and dusky energy that twirled around the Jasper Celestial Sword. Among them, tiny bolts of gray lightning were pulsating rhythmically, like tiny gray snakes slithering around the Jasper Celestial Sword. At the same time, a sharp and destructive aura swept out from the Jasper Celestial Sword in Duanling Tian's hand. Many people present on the scene felt chills running up their spines. Their hearts skipped a beat as they narrowed their eyes. Before they had the time to react, 3 breaths of time had already quietly passed. Ha! When the time was up, Hao Shuang let out a thunderous roar that was deafening to the ears. Bang! The air trembled as Hao Shuang used the force to fly toward Duanling Tian. Chapter 2206. In fact, Hao Shuang had also noticed the destructive aura surging out of Duanling Tian's Jasper Celestial Sword. However, he did not have the time to feel how terrifying the aura was. This was because the 3 breaths were up. As for his power, it was already fully charged. It was time to make his move. Boom! Rumble! A series of thunderous noises reverberated in the air. Hao Shuang wielded the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, as he charged forward. In just a blink of an eye, he had covered more than half of the distance between him and Duanling Tian. Suddenly, he came to a halt. Roar! Hao Shuang let out a beast-like roar as the saint origin in his body skyrocketed. His entire body began to swell strangely. In just a blink of an eye, he had transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant. Hao Shuang, who had transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant, looked like a King Kong. His muscles bulged, and most of his robe was torn apart. His head of snow-white hair stood on end, like sharp needles shooting into the sky. At the same time, the golden glow on the Dharma Rod in Hao Shuang's hand grew even brighter. In just a blink of an eye, it seemed to have transformed into a sky-propping pillar that exuded a terrifying aura. The rolling energy in it seemed to be earth-shattering. In an instant, the void around Hao Shuang trembled. The air seemed to have frozen at this moment. The energy in Hao Shuang's body and the Dharma Rod's energy caused a clear and ear-piercing sound of friction to appear in the air. Duanling Tian, take this! Hao Shuang, who seemed to have transformed into a King Kong, suddenly roared and took a step forward. When his foot landed, it was as if a huge mountain had collapsed. When his foot landed, ripples appeared in the void and rapidly spread out in all directions. It was as if a huge rock had been smashed into a calm lake without any warning, causing waves of ripples to appear. At the same time, the 3-meter-tall Hao Shuang's Saint Qi skyrocketed. It was as if he had transformed into a deity. He suddenly raised the Dharma Rod, the Super Saint weapon in his hand, and smashed it at the purple figure standing in the void in front of him. The purple figure was none other than Duanling Tian. Boom! Rumble! Hao Shuang's cudgel strike not only contained a powerful offensive divine ability, but also the profundity of the cudgel martial arts. It looked simple, as if it was just a casual wave, but in reality, it was an attack that he had unleashed with all his might. Hao Shuang's attack not only contained his full strength, but it also contained the full power of the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod. As soon as it was thrown out, it was earth-shattering. Wherever the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Rod, passed, the void would tremble. It was like a thin piece of paper being baptized by the wind, as if it could be torn apart at any time. The rod that seemed to be able to shatter the heavens was accompanied by waves of terrifying destructive aura as it smashed toward Duanling Tian. At this moment, the staff that descended from the sky gave Duanling Tian a feeling as though Mount Tai was pressing down on him. It was as though he would be mercilessly smashed into a meat patty if he was slightly careless. Boom, 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 boom. Like a bolt of lightning descending, the rod strike that shook the heavens tore through the sky and descended towards Duanling Tian, and it gave rise to waves of explosive sounds that were like exploding thunder as it approached menacingly. And at this most critical moment, in a flash of lightning, Duanling Tian finally made his move. Sword-wielding art. Faced with Hao Shuang's attack, Duanling Tian's celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, finally flew out of his hand after devouring Hao Shuang's son Saint Origin. Swoosh! A short-lived sword cry rang in the air as a sword ray flashed in the air. At this moment, Duanling Tian felt as though his body had been emptied. He was on the verge of collapsing. After recovering a little bit of his Saint Origin, he barely managed to stabilize himself. However, his face turned pale in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, no one was paying attention to Duanling Tian. Most of the people present on the scene were looking at the Dharma rod in Hao Shuang's hand that was descending like a thunderbolt. This was the only thing they could do. This was because they could not catch a trace of the extraordinary-looking sword that had left Duanling Tian's hand. It was as though the sword had vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a short-lived sword cry by their ears. How fast? Only a few powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage such as Zi Feng from the Zoroastrianism, the Azure Dragon King, and the White Tiger King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism managed to catch a glimpse of the sword ray. At this moment, although they barely managed to catch a glimpse of the sword light, they did not have the time to express their shock and astonishment. This was because everything happened in a split second. How's this possible? When the Jasper Celestial Sword flew out of Duanling Tian's hand, it transformed into a sword ray that appeared in front of Hao Shuang's eyes. Horror and disbelief could be seen in his eyes. The reason he reacted this way was because the Jasper Celestial Sword was too fast. It was ridiculously fast. That speed was much faster than the speed at which he was attacking at the moment. If the Saint Origin in his body was close to the Saint Origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, however, the speed of the sword ray before his eyes was close to the speed of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In fact, it was almost as fast as a powerhouse who had just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and had not stabilized his cultivation base. It all depends on this sword ray to see if I can escape this calamity. Duanling Tian sighed inwardly when he saw the Jasper Celestial Sword flying out of his hand. He had used all his strength in this sword ray. This was his strongest sword ray. Swoosh! The Jasper Celestial Sword that had absorbed Duanling Tian's son Saint Origin flew out of Duanling Tian's hand like a wild horse that had escaped from its reins. His speed was so fast that it was almost shocking. In just a blink of an eye, the Jasper Celestial Sword was already close to the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma rod, that Hao Shuang was holding. After a fleeting sword light flashed, it continued to attack the Dharma rod in a menacing manner. Swoosh! The Jasper Celestial Sword seemed to have merged with the void. It did not disturb the void at all. In fact, this was because the Jasper Celestial Sword was too fast. It was so fast that the void did not have time to react. Chi! 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 Along with a series of clear and soft noises, the sword gleam on the tip of the Jasper Celestial Sword collided with the golden gleam that was wreaking havoc around the Dharma rod and began to fight. And this initial confrontation was also the final calm before the storm. The sword ray from the Jasper Celestial Sword did not seem to be obstructed at all. It easily penetrated the golden ray from the Dharma rod and landed on the Dharma rod. Suddenly, clang! Rip! An earth-shattering sound of metal colliding reverberated in the air, followed by the sound of something being torn apart. When the Jasper Celestial Sword landed on the Dharma rod, it unleashed a destructive force that seemed to be able to destroy the world. When the Dharma rod was sent flying, it also tore off Hao Shuang's arm that was holding the Dharma rod, leaving a bloody wound on Hao Shuang's shoulder. It was a ghastly sight. Whoosh! After the Dharma rod and the arm that held it left Hao Shuang's body, it shot off into the distance like an arrow. Its speed was so fast that it appeared in front of everyone's eyes for a fleeting moment. It was not much slower than the speed of the Jasper Celestial Sword. The Jasper Celestial Sword unleashed a destructive force that knocked away the Dharma Rod and tore Hao Shuang's arm off, severely injuring Hao Shuang. All of this happened in a blink of an eye. After that, the Jasper Celestial Sword slowed down a little. However, it continued to fly toward Hao Shuang like a bolt of lightning. This time, the Jasper Celestial Sword's target was between Hao Shuang's eyebrows. It looked as though it would only stop after Hao Shuang was dead. When Hao Shuang's arm was torn off, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. He shuddered and regained his senses. *T. When Hao Shuang saw the sword ray that appeared for a brief moment and locked onto his eyebrows, it seemed as though it would not stop until he was dead. His expression changed again and again. Then, he instinctively screamed in fear. In the next moment, before the Jasper Celestial Sword could pierce through Hao Shuang's eyebrows, whoosh! At the same time, a humanoid silhouette emerged from Hao Shuang's body. It was a shrunken version of Hao Shuang. As soon as the shrunken Hao Shuang appeared, he fled into the distance at an unbelievable speed. He left behind a few words as he fled. He said, "Xuanzi Buddhism. Zoroastrianism. I, Hao Shuang, will remember this grudge." As soon as the words left his mouth, the shrunken Hao Shuang's silhouette disappeared without a trace. Spurt. At the same time, the Jasper Celestial Sword pierced through Hao Shuang's eyebrows, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Soul detachment? Although it seemed as though the Jasper Celestial Sword had killed Hao Shuang, Duan Lingtian knew that Hao Shuang's soul had escaped from Hao Shuang's body. Before the Jasper Celestial Sword killed Hao Shuang's soul had escaped from his body and disappeared into the distance at an extremely fast speed. The Jasper Celestial Sword had only killed Hao Shuang's soulless body. The eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the soul detachment form. At this stage, as long as a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage or above wanted to, they could detach their soul from their body at any time. Chapter 2207. Unfortunately, my Sun Saint origin is almost depleted, so I can't chase after Hao Shuang's soul. Moreover, my soul is only at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, so I can't use my soul attack to chase after Hao Shuang's soul. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly when he saw Hao Shuang's soul escaping. It was not that he did not want to kill Hao Shuang, but there was nothing he could do. After Hao Shuang used the soul-detaching technique that was unique to powerhouses at or above the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage, his soul speed was comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, based on Hao Shuang's words before he escaped, it seems like he hates Xuanzi Buddhism as well. Duan Lingtian's expression turned strange when he recalled Hao Shuang's words. Based on his tone, it seems like he hates Xuanzi Buddhism more than Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian could understand why Hao Shuang was acting this way. After all, Hao Shuang was here because he had accepted Xuanzi Buddhism's invitation. However, Hao Shuang had lost his body because of Xuanzi Buddhism's invitation. His soul had left his body and was forced to flee. Now that his body was dead, his soul could no longer possess it. He could only steal another person's body or reconstruct his own. Compared to stealing another person's body, it was better to reconstruct his own body since that was the only way he could regain his strength. Naturally, it would take a long time to reconstruct his own body. In any case, Hao Shuang had accepted Xuanzi Buddhism's offer to help, but he ended up going for wool and coming home shorn. This was something he did not expect even in his wildest dreams. Hao Shuang must hate Xuanzi Buddhism to the core. He must hate Xuanzi Buddhism for inviting him to help before he figured out my strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Putting himself in Hao Shuang's shoes, Duan Lingtian could understand Hao Shuang's feelings. If Hao Shuang had known that he had such strength, he would not have appeared here even if Xuanzi Buddhism had given him so many benefits. However, even I didn't expect that the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, would be able to unleash such a powerful attack when I infused it with my Sun Saint origin that was enhanced by the elementary devouring tactic. When Duan Lingtian recalled how the Jasper Celestial Sword easily destroyed Hao Shuang's attack and knocked away the super sacred artifact, the Dharma Rod, he could not help but feel slightly shocked. One had to know that even before he made his move, he wasn't sure what the outcome would be. After all, Hao Shuang was the strongest person below the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, he possessed the Dharma Rod, the super saint weapon. If he unleashed his full strength, he would be invincible among those below the ninth form of the saint celestial stage. For this reason, Duan Tian did not hesitate to reveal his celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper celestial sword, in front of everyone. He was not certain if his attack would be able to match Hao Shuang's full strength. At that time, he felt slightly anxious. When the results came out, he was shocked, but at the same time, he knew that he had been overthinking things. If he was not there, Hao Shuang's attack would be considered invincible among those below the ninth form of the saint celestial stage. However, compared to his attack, even Hao Shuang's full strength would pale in comparison. Actually, the power contained in my attack was not much different from the power contained in his attack. However, at that level of power, the difference of a hair's breadth is like 1,000 miles. That's why he was defeated so miserably. When Duan Tian thought about this, he could not help but feel relieved. If I didn't inject all my Sun Saint origin into the Jasper Celestial Sword and used a portion of my Sun Saint origin to cast the Universe Ruler's divine ability, the Universe Teleportation, or to form the 10,000 Swords territory to conceal the Jasper Celestial Sword's attack, the Jasper Celestial Sword's attack might not be comparable to Hao Shuang's full-strength attack. If that's the case, the outcome would have been reversed. I would have been the one who was defeated or killed. When Duan Tian thought about this, he broke out in cold sweat. He suddenly felt it was a wise decision to risk exposing his celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, to fight with Hao Shuang. 09 little, say, net. Even if he had to expose the Jasper Celestial Sword, it was worth it. After all, he had saved his life. Thoughts flashed through Duan Tian's mind as he thought of one idea after another. The people present on the scene finally regained their senses. Everyone present on the scene was shocked by what they had seen. Many people even wondered if they were dreaming. There were even some who couldn't help but pinch their own thighs and slap themselves to make sure that they weren't dreaming. One move to determine the outcome. This was what Duan Tian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism, had suggested to Hao Shuang, the sectless cultivator who was ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Hao Shuang was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint land. Moreover, he possessed the Dharma Rod, the Super Saint weapon. If he unleashed his full strength, it would definitely be the strongest attack below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This was what everyone present on the scene thought as well. When Hao Shuang made his move, they were certain Duan Tian would either be killed or severely injured. However, the outcome was like a joke to them. At the most critical moment, Duan Tian had used his sword-wielding technique and bestowed it with a destructive force. Not only did he send Hao Shuang's Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, flying, but he had also killed Hao Shuang's body. In the end, Hao Shuang was forced to use the soul-detaching technique that was unique to powerhouses at or above the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage to abandon his body and escape. At that time, everyone was shocked. Although Hao Shuang had left behind a threat before he escaped, it did not bring them back to their senses. This was because this was the strongest shock they had ever experienced in their lives, the most inconceivable shock, the most unbelievable shock. When everyone regained their senses, they turned to look at Duan Tian in unison. Their eyes and faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Duan Tian finally spoke. Everyone from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. Duan Tian looked at the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect and said calmly, "Since the devil clans from the land of exile could invade the upper province at any time, I didn't want to see the humans lose any more powerhouses. That's why I only destroyed Hao Shuang's body to teach him a lesson. I didn't destroy his soul. I don't think any of you have any objections to this, right?" After all, when he left, it seemed like he hated the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect very much. After he recovers, I'm sure he'll seek revenge on the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. A hint of mockery could be seen in Duan Tian's eyes when he spoke. The faces of the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect turned pale when they heard Duan Tian's words. This was especially so for the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect and the 2 kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. They were puzzled why Duan Tian did not seize the opportunity to destroy Hao Shuang's soul. After all, with the strength that Duan Tian had displayed previously, it would not be difficult for him to destroy Hao Shuang's soul if he made another move. However, when they heard Duan Tian's words, they were stunned. At this moment, they realized Duan Tian had done this on purpose. He did not destroy Hao Shuang's soul on purpose, so that Hao Shuang could seek revenge on the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect after he recovered. Duan Lingtian wanted to kill Hao Shuang with a borrowed knife. They did not believe Duan Lingtian when he said that he had held back because the Devil Clan was about to invade the upper province. Why did he kill one of the 4 kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, the Golden Lion King, Xianxia, if he did not want the humans to lose any more powerhouses because the Devil Clan was about to invade the upper province? Guardian Lingtian, this is... The people from the Zoroastrianism sect could not help but smile when they heard Duan Lingtian's words to the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. Their understanding of Duan Lingtian was similar to that of the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. They felt that Duan Lingtian did not kill Hao Shuang on purpose, so that Hao Shuang could seek revenge on the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect in the future. However, judging from Hao Shuang's shout when he left, he was not only targeting Zhuangzi Buddhism, but also Zoroastrianism. The 2 deputy sect leaders of Zoroastrianism furrowed their brows in dissatisfaction. Guardian Ling Tian's decision is inappropriate. If Hao Shuang makes a comeback in the future, I'm afraid he won't only target Zhuangzi Buddhism, but also Zoroastrianism. However, even though they were unhappy that Duan Lingtian had intentionally let Hao Shuang go, they did not dare to say anything. They all knew in their hearts, after today's battle, Guardian Ling Tian from the Zoroastrianism would definitely become famous in the Dao martial saint land. Moreover, he would replace Hao Shuang and become the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao martial saint land. How could they question the actions of such an existence? After today, even the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would treat Ling Tian differently. Let alone them. However, whether it was the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect or the people from the Zoroastrianism sect, they were unaware that this was not the truth. The reason Duan Lingtian did not chase after Hao Shuang's soul was because he wanted to seize the opportunity to kill Hao Shuang. It was not because he was worried that the Devil Clans would invade the upper province and he did not want the humans to lose any more powerhouses. It was not because he wanted to spare Hao Shuang's life so that Hao Shuang could seek revenge on Zhuangzi Buddhism sect in the future. It was because Duan Lingtian was at his limit. Right now, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He no longer had the strength to chase after Hao Shuang's soul and kill him. Chapter 2208. Naturally, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess what Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others were thinking. This was precisely his objective. He wanted to make Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others think that he did not kill Hao Shuang on purpose so that Hao Shuang could escape with his soul detachment technique. He did not want to expose the fact that he was an arrow at the end of its flight. After all, if this matter was exposed, Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others would act recklessly. At that time, the Zoroastrianism group would not be able to protect him. He would only be taken away by Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others. This was not something he wanted to see. Whoosh! At some point, the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, had returned to Duan Lingtian's hand. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had exhausted most of the Sun Saint origin that he had infused into the Jasper Celestial Sword. Due to this reason, he no longer had the strength to chase after Hao Shuang's soul. Whoosh! 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 However, even though there was only a tiny bit of energy left in the Jasper Celestial Sword, it was still emitting a murky sword chi that was filled with a destructive aura. It was as though it could incinerate everything. Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian who was standing with the sword in his hand. He could feel the destructive aura emanating from the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Duan Lingtian, don't you dare do anything rash. The sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. If you dare to make a move on us, the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism will personally take revenge on Zoroastrianism in the future. You better think carefully before you act. Sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism used the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, Lang Qianjin, to threaten Duan Lingtian. He wanted to intimidate Duan Lingtian. Although the Azure Dragon King and the White Tiger King from Zhuangzi Buddhism did not say anything, their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Duan Lingtian. Their eyes were filled with fear when they looked at the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was obvious to them. The reason Duan Lingtian's attack was so powerful was because of the sword. This sword gave them a feeling that it was even more terrifying than a Super Saint weapon. They were certain that the sword Saint Origin. This sword was a sword Saint weapon was more terrifying than any of the Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint rankings. Perhaps it was not a sword Saint weapon. Duan Ling Tian managed to survive in the independent space left behind by the three eminent devils. Not only that, but his strength has also improved tremendously. He must have obtained this sword from there. This sword is most likely from the land of exile. It's a demonic sword that's even more terrifying than a super saint weapon that was forged by a demonic overlord. In the end, it was brought to the Dao Martial Saint land by the three devil cultivators and was obtained by Duan Ling Tian. Apart from the two Karmapa of Xuanzi Buddhism, the sect leader of Xuanzi Buddhism and the vice-sect leaders of Xuanzi Buddhism shared the same thoughts. Even the people from Zoroastrianism shared the same thoughts. The sword in their guardian Ling Tian's hand gave them a feeling, and the power it displayed had completely surpassed the super saint weapon that they knew. Even the Nine-Cloud sword and the Traceless sword, two of the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, were not as powerful as this sword. What if I don't plan to do so? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard the threat from the sect leader of Xuanzi Buddhism. His eyes flashed coldly as killing intent rose from his body. The Jasper Celestial Sword emitted a destructive aura, causing the expressions of Xuanzi Buddhism and the others to change drastically. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism, to be so unpredictable. He was still filled with killing intent even after their sect leader had threatened him with the Supreme Elder. Guardian Ling Tian. The two vice-sect leaders of Zoroastrianism cried out anxiously. They were worried Guardian Ling Tian would kill all the people from Zoroastrianism in a fit of rage. They could tell from how Duan Ling Tian managed to kill Hao Shuang's body with a single strike and forced Hao Shuang to abandon his body and soul to escape. They could tell Guardian Ling Tian was strong enough to kill all the people from Xuanzi Buddhism. Even the four guardians of Zoroastrianism could not help but send a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Guardian Ling Tian, I know you're furious. However, you can't kill these people from Xuanzi Buddhism. If you kill them, you'll infuriate the Supreme Elder of Xuanzi Buddhism. He won't hesitate to invade our Zoroastrianism. Guardian Ling Tian, the Supreme Elder of Xuanzi Buddhism, is a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If he invades our Zoroastrianism, the people from Zoroastrianism will be wiped out. Although Lord Sect Leader is strong, it's impossible for him to protect everyone from Zoroastrianism. That's right, Guardian Ling Tian. At that time, even you would be in danger. Duan Ling Tian almost burst out laughing when he heard the four guardians of Zoroastrianism trying to dissuade him. At the same time, he was secretly impressed by his acting skills. With my acting skills, if I was in the entertainment industry on Earth in my previous life, it wouldn't be a problem for me to win the Best Actor award. Duan Ling Tian looked at the people from Xuanzi Buddhism coldly and said in a cold voice, I won't kill all of you today. However, you'll have to pay for what you've done today. I'm not asking for much. Sect leader Duan Ling Tian of Xuanzi Buddhism, destroy one of your arms. After that, all of you can scram. Duan Ling Tian's voice became colder and colder as he spoke. It felt as though winter had arrived. Sect leader Duan Ling Tian of Xuanzi Buddhism's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Rip. However, he was still a sect leader after all. For the sake of the bigger picture, he decisively extended his right hand and tore his left arm off before destroying it. From then on, it was impossible for him to reattach his left arm. Sect leader. The Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King's expressions changed drastically. Although they were furious and humiliated, they did not have the courage to make a move in front of Duan Ling Tian. The scene of Duan Ling Tian defeating Hao Shuang with a single strike was still vivid in their minds. Such a powerhouse was not someone they could afford to offend. Lord Sect Leader. The two vice-sect leaders of Xuanzi Buddhism cried out in grief. They felt extremely humiliated, but they did not dare to make a move. Guardian Ling Tian. Are you satisfied now? Sect leader Duan Ling Tian of Xuanzi Buddhism asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a ferocious expression. His eyes were filled with rage. Scram! Hurry up! I don't want to regret this. Duan Ling Tian frowned impatiently and waved his hand reluctantly. Xuanzi Buddhism and the others felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They turned around and left. The two great Karmapa of Xuanzi Buddhism even brought along one vice-sect leader each to ensure they could leave this place as soon as possible. They were worried Duan Ling Tian would regret his decision. In just a blink of an eye, Xuanzi Buddhism and the others had disappeared from their sight. The high-ranking officials of Xuanzi Buddhism sighed in relief when they saw this. They were worried Ling Tian, the leader of Zoroastrianism, would kill Xuanzi Buddhism and the others in a fit of rage. Guardian Ling Tian, although I knew you're stronger than me, I didn't expect you to be so much stronger than me. Hao Shuang is ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking, and he's widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, he couldn't even withstand a single strike from you. Zi Feng exclaimed as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Guardian Ling Tian, you're really good at hiding your strength. Qinghua smiled bitterly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole in the ground and hide in it when he recalled how he wanted to take Duan Ling Tian as his disciple. Guardian Ling Tian, I, Lang Ying, rarely submit to anyone. Even if that person is stronger than me, I'll submit to you from today onward. Lang Ying had a respectful expression on his face when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again. When the new Supreme Saint ranking is released, Guardian Ling Tian will replace Hao Shuang and be ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Moreover, he'll be widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The moment Hong Yun's words left her mouth, the remaining high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism looked at Duan Ling Tian respectfully. Even the Sanctum leaders of White Tiger Sanctum and Azure Dragon Sanctum who had conflicts with Duan Ling Tian in the past were filled with respect when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. The strength that Duan Ling Tian had displayed had completely shocked them. Ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking? The strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Although Duan Ling Tian was calm, he could not help but feel excited when he heard Hong Yun's words. Guardian Ling Tian, your sword. Zi Feng could not help but ask when the 4 guardians of Zoroastrianism were looking at the Jasper Celestial sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand. A voice suddenly rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. It was none other than Hua Lao's voice. Take your wife and daughter away from Zoroastrianism before the sect leader of Zoroastrianism returns. Hua Lao's reminder jolted Duan Ling Tian back to his senses. That was right. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, was still fighting fiercely with Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Xuanzi Buddhism. He would not be able to return any time soon. This was the best time for Duan Ling Tian to rescue Kerr and his daughter. Hua Lao, thank you. After thanking Hua Lao, Duan Ling Tian noticed the gazes on the Jasper Celestial sword in his hand. An idea flashed in his mind as he thought of a way to send the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism away from the Zoroastrianism's base. 4 guardians, vice-sect leader, elders, and vice-hall masters. Duan Ling Tian swept his gaze across the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism and said, Hao Shuang's super saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, is currently lost somewhere. I remember how Shuang's soul didn't flee in the direction where the Dharma Rod was lost. Since I'm in a good mood today, why don't I play a game with all of you? Chapter 2209. Even a golden flame elder would pose a threat to Duan Ling Tian among the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism present. Even if he consumed some pills to recover some of his saint energy, he would only be able to wield the strength of a golden flame elder for a short period of time. While he was rescuing Kerr and her daughter, even if 1 or 2 golden flame elders tried to stop him, it would be a huge problem for him. Therefore, he had to think of a way to lure them away from Zoroastrianism so that they would not ruin his plan. Coincidentally, there was a way for him to prevent the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism from returning to the Zoroastrianism's base for a short period of time. It was the super saint weapon, the Dharma Rod. The Dharma Rod had flown away with Hao Shuang's severed arm to some unknown location. When Hao Shuang fled, he did not flee in that direction. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian was using it as bait to lure the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism to look for it. The super saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, belongs to whoever finds it? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism, including the 4 guardians of Zoroastrianism, began to breathe rapidly. The Dharma Rod could be considered as Duan Ling Tian's spoils of war. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian had the right to decide what to do with it. Now that Duan Ling Tian had announced that he was going to use it as a reward, how could the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism not be tempted? Were they not shocked? Guardian Ling Tian, are you serious? Lang Ying asked solemnly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. His eyes were shining brightly like two dazzling stars in the night sky. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. I won't joke in front of so many people. Why? Are all of you not interested? 10 breaths. I've already started the countdown. After 10 breaths, if I find the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, you won't be able to get it. Duan Lingtian said mockingly when he saw that the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism did not make a move. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth. Let's go. The Dharma Rod is mine. Humph. It's mine. The group of high-ranking officials from the fire worship sect made their move in the direction where the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, had flown to. All of them wanted to be the first to find the Dharma Rod. Even the 4 great guardians of the fire worship sect had made their move. Moreover, they were leading the way. Among them, Protector Zifeng's cultivation was the highest. His strength was the strongest, and his speed was the fastest. The Super Saint weapon, the Super Saint weapon, Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod to Super Saint weapon, to the Super Saint Rod. It had to be said that no one could resist the benefit that Duan Lingtian had given them. Wah! After the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism disappeared, Duan Lingtian's body trembled violently. His face turned green and white as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of congested blood came from his stubbornness. He had endured it for a long time. Now that there was no one around, he did not have to hold it in anymore. While they're looking for the Dharma Rod, it's time for me to bring Ker and her mother away from Zoroastrianism. After taking out a healing pill and a pill to restore his Saint Qi, Duan Lingtian rushed toward the Zoroastrianism's base as fast as he could. His destination was the Holy Land of Zoroastrianism. The sect leader of Zoroastrianism cultivated there. At this moment, Ker and her mother were inside. Although the direction of Hao Shuang's soul is different from the direction of the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, with the master recognition bond between Hao Shuang and the Dharma Rod, he'll definitely be able to locate the Dharma Rod in a short time. As the possessor of the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, Duan Lingtian knew about the connection between a person and the Super Saint weapon after it had acknowledged him as its master. At this moment, Hao Shuang's soul had most likely found the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod. Even if the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism were to search for it, it would be futile. However, the soul of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the soul-detaching form, is able to exist in heaven and earth without any restrictions after using the soul-detaching technique. It's as good as having an extra life. When Duan Lingtian was on his way to the sect leader of Zoroastrianism's cultivation place, he could not help but feel shocked when he recalled how Hao Shuang's soul had abandoned his body and fled. At that moment, all the energy in the Jasper Celestial Sword had been transferred to Hao Shuang's body. For this reason, after killing Hao Shuang's body, he could only watch as Hao Shuang's soul fled. He could not give chase. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Hao Shuang to live. As the saying went, if you cut the weeds without removing the roots, they'll grow again when the spring breeze blows. As Duan Lingtian made his way back, the Sun Saint origin in his body gradually recovered. His speed increased as well. Soon after, he arrived in the sky above the White Tiger Sanctum. It's Lingtian, Guardian Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian appeared in the sky above the White Tiger Sanctum, he was discovered by the patrolling elders in the White Tiger Sanctum. Naturally, they did not dare to stop Duan Lingtian like they did when he first returned to Zoroastrianism. Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian's identity was no longer the same as before since he could move freely in the sky above the White Tiger Sanctum. Just his strength alone was enough to make them flinch. They did not dare to provoke him. Guardian Lingtian, the person involved, has returned. Does this mean the people from the Xuanzi Buddhism have retreated? Many of the elders in the White Tiger Sanctum thought to themselves when they saw Duan Lingtian had returned. Soon after, news of Duan Lingtian's return spread throughout the White Tiger Sanctum and caused a commotion. Guardian Lingtian has returned? Does this mean the Supreme Elder did not manage to gain anything from the Xuanzi Buddhism even though he personally made a move? Humph! Lord Sect Leader is now a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's only natural that he's not afraid of Supreme Elder Xuanzi Buddhism. Everyone in the White Tiger Sanctum was discussing among themselves. Duan Lingtian had also returned to the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. He immediately soared into the sky and arrived at the floating islands in the clouds above the Saint Island. Now there were no longer only 3 floating islands below the highest floating island, but 5 floating islands. The 2 floating islands were none other than the cultivation grounds of the 2 new guardians, Duanling Tian and Lang Ying. The Silver Flame Elder from the Zoroastrianism who was in charge of patrolling the area sensed the commotion and rushed over when he saw someone approaching. However, when he saw the person who had arrived was Duanling Tian, he retreated. It's Ling Tian, Guardian Duanling Tian. He's back? The Silver Flame Elder who was in charge of patrolling the area was shocked when he saw Duanling Tian had returned safely. Since Lang Qianjin, the Supreme Elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, had spoken to everyone in the Zoroastrianism, he knew what had happened today. After a while, Duanling Tian arrived at the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism's cultivation place. It was located at the highest point of the floating island. This floating island was at the highest point. There was no other floating island around it. It was more like a high and mighty emperor that looked down at its subjects. A formation? Duanling Tian discovered the existence of a formation when he arrived at the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism's cultivation place. However, Duanling Tian could easily destroy the formation with his celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, since he had recovered some of his Sun Saint energy. Whoosh! Duanling Tian took out the Jasper Celestial Sword and injected some Sun Saint energy into it. With a wave of his hand, a sword ray shot out and easily destroyed the formation that was blocking his way. Duanling Tian cried out excitedly when he arrived at the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism's cultivation place. Although his voice was not loud, it contained a trace of Sun Saint energy, so it could be heard clearly in every corner of the mansion. Meanwhile, in one of the courtyards in Duanling Tian's mansion, a beautiful woman who was pacing back and forth with a worried expression on her face trembled when she heard the voice. She lifted her head and looked at the sky. A purple figure stood there with a sword in his hand. It was none other than the figure that she had been dreaming about. Young master. The woman was so excited that her face flushed red. It was as though she had just encountered a joyous occasion. This woman was none other than Kerr. Seeing that her man was safe and sound, she finally felt relieved. After all, she was so anxious that her heart almost jumped out of her chest when she learned that the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the powerhouse who was ranked second on the Supreme Saint ranking, had come looking for trouble with her man. It's him? He's back? The people from Zhuangzi Buddhism didn't make things difficult for him? At the same time, Gonru Yen, who had heard the voice, walked out of the room at the side of the courtyard. She lifted her head and looked at the familiar figure in the sky with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She had heard the voice of the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, Lang Qianjin, when the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism had arrived. Lang Qianjin had come for Duanling Tian with ill intentions. Because of this, her heart couldn't help but hang in the air, let alone her younger sister. Kerr. Although Kerr's voice was not loud, Duanling Tian, who had extended his divine consciousness, heard it. Duanling Tian immediately locked onto the source of the voice. He focused his strange pupil, and a graceful figure that he had been dreaming about appeared in his line of sight. Kerr. Duanling Tian was overjoyed. He descended from the sky and charged toward Kerr. Outside the courtyard where Kerr was, Duanling Tian encountered another formation that blocked his way. Once again, he destroyed it with a wave of his sword. When Duanling Tian destroyed the formation, a voice rang in the air. Saint girl? Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, who was fighting with the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism in the distance, also sensed something. His expression changed drastically. Chapter 22:10. Who is it? Who is the person who destroyed the formation I set up outside the Saint Girl's courtyard? Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, had a ghastly expression on his face after he dodged the attack from Lang Qianjin, the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Before he left the Zoroastrianism base, he had casually set up a formation outside the courtyard where the Saint Girl of Zoroastrianism lived. Since it was a hastily set up formation, its defensive strength was not strong. Even a Golden Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism could easily destroy it. The reason he set up the formation was to prevent the Saint Girl and her daughter from escaping. Even Gonru Yen, the most powerful person by the Saint Girl and her daughter's side, was unable to destroy the formation. For this reason, he was not worried at all. However, although he was at ease, he still kept an eye out and did something to the formation. As long as the formation was destroyed, he would be able to sense it immediately. At this moment, he sensed that the formation had been destroyed. Moreover, it was destroyed in an instant. In other words, the person who destroyed the formation was at least as strong as a golden flame elder of Zoroastrianism or even stronger. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time, Lang Qianjin's attack, which Tang Xian had managed to dodge in time, landed heavily on the barren mountain beneath their feet as it missed its target. Suddenly, the entire barren mountain shook as if there was a violent earthquake. Smoke and dust filled the air as though it had just been baptized by the flames of war. After the smoke and dust settled, a bottomless pit appeared out of thin air in the barren mountain. Just by looking into the pit, one could feel chills running down one's spine. It was as though there was a terrifying monster in the pit. Tang Xian, how dare you be distracted when you're fighting me? After his attack failed, Lang Qianjin did not continue to attack. Instead, he hovered in the air and looked at Tang Xian with a grave expression on his face. Naturally, he noticed Tang Xian's absent-mindedness. For this reason, he felt Tang Xian's actions were an insult to him. Elder Lang, let's call it a day. I have something to deal with now. We'll fight again in the future. Upon hearing Lang Qianjin's voice, Tang Xian glanced at him. At this moment, Tang Xian's gaze was so cold that even Lang Qianjin could not help but tremble when he saw it. Without waiting for Lang Qianjin's response, his body turned into a shadow and dissipated with the wind, as if he had been weathered into the void. Seeing this, Lang Qianjin's face turned even uglier. However, he did not do anything. This was because he knew it was impossible for him to chase after Tang Xian since Tang Xian had already cast the divine ability that was widely acknowledged as the #1 movement divine ability in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Where did Tang Xian's movement divine ability come from? Lang Qianjin's expression was slightly distorted. A hint of jealousy could be seen on his slightly distorted face. I've never heard of Zoroastrianism having such a divine ability. Where did he obtain this divine ability? How did he come across such a fortuitous encounter? At that time, even with my cultivation base at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and the Black Kshetra sect's most treasured divine ability, Tang Xian still managed to escape from me. At that time, his cultivation base was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The Xuanzi Buddhism's divine ability was an extremely powerful assist-type divine ability. Although it was not widely acknowledged as the best assist-type divine ability in the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were not many assist-type divine abilities in the Dao Martial Saint Land that could compare to it. Although Lang Qianjin, who was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, had cast this divine ability, he could only watch helplessly as Tang Xian, who was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, escaped. Based on this, one could see how extraordinary the #1 movement divine ability in the Dao Martial Saint Land that Tang Xian mastered was. When Tang Xian's cultivation base was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Lang Qianjin could not catch up to him. Let alone now. For this reason, Lang Qianjin did not chase after Tang Xian when he saw Tang Xian casting the movement divine ability. He knew he would not be able to catch up to Tang Xian even if he tried. If that was the case, why would he waste his energy? Lang Qianjin raised an eyebrow as though he had sensed something. As he waved his hand, a green light that was flying over from afar was caught in his hand. When he opened his hand, he saw it was a communication jade token. Crack! After crushing the communication jade slip, a familiar voice clearly entered Lang Qianjin's ears. Lang Qianjin's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? An expression of shock and disbelief appeared on Lang Qianjin's face. This was because the news he received from the communication jade slip was simply too shocking. The sect leader of Black Kshetra sect had personally passed this communication jade token to him. The sect leader of Black Kshetra sect had told him everything that had happened after he left. That lucky brat who killed the Golden Lion King managed to defeat Hao Shuang with just one strike? Hao Shuang had no choice but to abandon his body and flee. If it wasn't for the fact that he intentionally spared Hao Shuang's life so Hao Shuang could seek revenge from the Xuanzi Buddhism in the future, he might have been able to kill Hao Shuang with just one strike. Sect leader had to sever his own arm because of Hao Shuang's threat? Lang Qianjin was completely stunned when he heard this news. He did not expect that Tang Xian would be able to defeat Tang Xian. After he had dealt with Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, Hao Shuang, the strongest person below the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land, had helped them, and yet they still ended up in such a sorry state. What kind of fortuitous encounter did Duan Ling Tian obtain in the independent space left behind by the three eminent devils? After a while, Lang Qianjin regained his senses. Lang Qianjin's face twisted again, until it became ferocious and terrifying. The heavens are unfair. Why are all the people from the Zoroastrianism so lucky? Lang Qianjin suddenly looked up at the sky with a resentful expression on his face. Whether it was Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, or Duan Ling Tian, the guardian of the Zoroastrianism, their fortuitous encounters and the benefits they obtained from their fortuitous encounters made Lang Qianjin so jealous that he was about to go crazy. Tang Xian had obtained the #1 movement divine ability in the Tao Martial Saint Land due to a fortuitous encounter. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, had obtained the strength of the strongest person below the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land due to a fortuitous encounter. This isn't over. This isn't over. Zoroastrianism, Duan Ling Tian, I, Lang Qianjin, will remember this. I, Lang Qianjin, will remember this. Although Lang Qianjin was unwilling to accept it, he had no choice but to accept it. The Xuanzi Buddhism had lost the battle between Zoroastrianism and Xuanzi Buddhism. Naturally, he could go to the Zoroastrianism alone and vent his anger on the ordinary elders and disciples of Zoroastrianism. However, the consequences of that would be the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would follow suit and go to the Xuanzi Buddhism to vent his anger on the ordinary elders and disciples of Xuanzi Buddhism. When he thought about the consequences, no matter how angry he was, he could only suppress his anger. There would be plenty of time in the future. He did not believe there would not be a chance for him to deal with Zoroastrianism in the future. In the Zoroastrianism estate, the cultivation place of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. But, Duan Ling Tian looked at the woman who had been in his dreams for many years. He was so emotional that he did not know what to say. At the same time, he could not help but reach out to touch the woman's face with his trembling hand. However, he stopped halfway as he was afraid his hand would not touch her. The beautiful woman before him had appeared in his dreams many times. Now that she was standing in front of him, he was at a loss for what to do. He was afraid this was just a dream. Young master. 2 streams of clear tears fell from Ku Er's face that could be said to be exceedingly beautiful, and then her delicate body trembled as she threw herself into Duan Ling Tian's embrace, unable to restrain her emotions. At this moment, she had completely thrown aside all her feminine modesty. Now, in her eyes, there was only this man who she had been thinking about day and night. The heat in his arms made Duan Ling Tian realize that everything in front of him was not his imagination. He was not dreaming. The woman who had been in his dreams was now standing in front of him and lying in his arms. Duan Ling Tian also reached out and hugged Ker tightly, as if he was afraid she would leave him. I'm late. I'm late. You're not late, you're not late. Ker, who was lying in Duan Ling Tian's arms, shook her head. Her tear-stained face was full of satisfaction. She hugged Duan Ling Tian even tighter, as if she was worried that the man she had been thinking about day and night would leave her again. Duan Ling Tian hugged Ker and felt his heart was at peace. He was like a wanderer who had found a harbor to rest in. A gentle home, a hero's grave. There was nothing better than this. At this moment, a voice sounded and broke the beautiful atmosphere. If I'm not mistaken, you must have sneaked back while the sect leader and the others were fighting with the Xuanzi Buddhism, right? Now, shouldn't we leave first? At some point in time, Gan Ru Yen, who was hugging a little girl who was fast asleep, was standing next to Duan Ling Tian and Ker. When Gan Ru Yan's words fell into Duan Ling Tian's ears, Duan Ling Tian felt as if he had woken up from a dream. That's right. Ker, we have to leave now. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses. Just as Duan Ling Tian regained his senses and spoke to Ku Er's expression changed. Guardian Ling Tian? It's really you. A low and deep voice that was mixed with anger sounded like a thunderclap from afar, and it caused Duan Ling Tian and the other two's faces to turn pale. Whoosh! Chapter 22:11. The figure that seemed to have appeared out of thin air in front of Duan Ling Tian and the others and rapidly solidified was none other than the leader of Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian. Sect leader. Duan Lingtian's pupils suddenly constricted when he saw Tang Xian, and he revealed an expression of shock and disbelief. How was this possible? Wasn't the sect leader of Zoroastrianism fighting fiercely with the Grand Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism? How could he have returned so quickly? Gan Ruyan's expression changed when she saw Tang Xian return. As for Ker, her expression changed slightly, but she still stuck close to Duan Lingtian. It was as long as Duan Lingtian was by her side, she was not afraid of anything. The little girl in Gan Ruyan's arms was Duan Lingtian and Ker's daughter, Duan Xiling. She lay quietly in Gan Ruyan's arms. The reason why she was so quiet was because Gan Ruyan had given her a pill that would allow her to sleep temporarily without any side effects. This was to prevent her and her mother from worrying about her father's safety. Guardian Lingtian, I didn't expect it to be you. Tang Xian looked at Duan Lingtian with a gloomy expression. His eyes were cold and piercing, as if he was about to devour Duan Lingtian. Previously, although he noticed Duan Lingtian resembled the daughter of their Zoroastrianism saint, he only suspected Duan Lingtian was the saint's man in the lower province. Of course, at the same time, he also thought of a way to test Duan Lingtian. That method was the statement he had deliberately made to the outside world. 3 months later, the saint's daughter would be executed. In his opinion, as long as Guardian Lingtian of the Zoroastrianism was the saint girl's man in the lower province, he would definitely not watch his daughter die. At that time, he would definitely give himself away. This was the opportunity Tang Xian had been waiting for. However, he did not expect Ling Tian of the Zoroastrianism would be exposed even before that. It's really me? Although Duan Ling Tian was shocked by Tang Xian's appearance, he could not help but feel puzzled when he heard Tang Xian's words. He did not understand what Tang Xian's words meant. Humph! As though he saw Duan Ling Tian's daughter's confusion, Tang Xian snorted and said, I noticed that the saint's daughter's daughter resembles you. Moreover, you're from the lower province of the saint as well. Therefore, I'm suspicious you're the saint's man of the saint's daughter of the lower province of the saints of the saint of the lower of the saint of heaven. Daughter? Duan of the saints Ling of the of C daughters of the C saint of the saints of the other saint S of C of her of Ling Tian of the that of she C of her of the C. The little girl was lying in Gan Ruyan's arms. Only half of her cute little face could be seen. However, it was difficult to hide the resemblance between them. This is Ker's and my daughter? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he looked at the little girl. The feeling of being connected by blood melted his heart at this moment. This was his daughter. His and Ker's daughter. However, before I can confirm it, it's just a suspicion. Tang Xian's voice resonated in the air. Initially, I wanted to wait 3 months and pretend to execute the saint girl's daughter to confirm my suspicions. I didn't expect you to expose yourself in advance. Tang Xian's voice was filled with rage as he spoke. It was as though he was extremely furious. Swoosh! Swoosh! Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, both Ker and Gan Ruyan's expressions changed drastically. Previously, they were unaware that Tang Xian had announced to the public that he was going to execute Duan Xiling. So, you released the news that you're going to execute my daughter to bait me into taking the bait? Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood the situation. His expression darkened immediately. I didn't bait you into taking the bait. Tang Xian continued to say coldly. Previously, I wasn't sure if you were the man the saint girl had found in the lower province. I merely wanted to test you. If you weren't, everyone would be happy. However, if you are, even if you're the guardian of Zoroastrianism, your sin is unforgivable. Tang Xian's words were filled with determination. It was as though there was no room for negotiation. If Duan Lingtian was the man the saint girl of Zoroastrianism had found in the lower province, Duan Lingtian would be an unforgivable sinner. Lord Sect Leader. At this moment, Gan Ruyan looked at Tang Xian and said, Currently, Duan Lingtian is the guardian of Zoroastrianism. He's the pillar of Zoroastrianism. Can't we give him the privilege to disregard the rules of the sect? In the past, in Zoroastrianism, didn't guardians have the privilege to disregard the rules of the sect as well? According to the rules of the sect, he's going to be executed. If he's dead, it'll be a huge loss to Zoroastrianism. It'll only bring harm to us. Gan Ruyan's intention was to convince Tang Xian to let Duan Lingtian go. Moreover, She had given Duanling Tian and her younger sister the green light to fulfill their wishes and allow the lovers to finally get married. Little Ru Yan, it's best if you don't interfere in this matter. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless even if your guardian Qing was direct disciple. Tang Xian's expression darkened when he heard Gan Ru Yan's words. He glared at her. If the saint girl of Zoroastrianism was just an ordinary saint, he would naturally give the green light to Duanling Tian and the saint girl because of how important Duanling Tian was to Zoroastrianism. He would even take the initiative to matchmake them and turn their story into a story of Zoroastrianism. However, this saint girl was not an ordinary saint girl. Her origin was not simple at all. Her existence was related to that godlike expert. For this reason, he did not dare to act recklessly. Not only did he not dare to act recklessly, but he also had to imprison Duanling Tian and wait for the godlike powerhouse's judgment in the mundane realm. Tang Xian's words to Gan Ru Yan showed how determined he was about the matter between Duanling Tian and Ker. There was no way he would allow the Duanling Tian to be together with the saint girl of Zoroastrianism. Even if Duanling Tian was the pillar of Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian would not allow it. Duanling Tian's expression changed drastically when he heard Tang Xian's words. Initially, he was still thinking. Now that Tang Xian had seen through his disguise, perhaps he could use his current strength to make Tang Xian appreciate talents and not pursue the matter between him and Ker. He did not expect Tang Xian to be so resolute. Duanling Tian realized there was no way he could let this matter go, so he did not waste his breath. It seems like I can only try to lure Tang Xian into the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and ask Hua Lao to kill him before he kills me. Otherwise, I'll be the one who dies. Moreover, after I die, Ker and her mother will be in danger as well. At this moment, Duanling Tian had no other choice. This was the only thing he could do. Otherwise, he could not think of any other way to turn the situation around. Hua Lao. Duanling Tian immediately contacted Elder Hua as soon as he decided to do it. It's too risky. He might not fall for it. This was Hua Lao's reply to Duanling Tian. I know it's too risky and he might not fall for it. However, Hua Lao, do you think I have any other choice? Duanling Tian asked bitterly. Put the Jasper Celestial Sword and the Universe Ruler back into the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. I'll try to see if I can send both of you back to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Hua Lao's voice resonated again, shocking Duanling Tian. Hua Lao said, What do you mean? Send them back to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? Hua Lao, you... Duanling Tian was about to ask something when Hua Lao interrupted him. There's no need to ask. What you need to do now is to put the Jasper Celestial Sword and the Universe Ruler back into the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. All right. All this while, Hua Lao had never lied to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian trusted Hua Lao very much. Since Hua Lao had said so much, there was no need for him to hesitate anymore. With just a thought, he moved the Jasper Celestial Sword and the Universe Ruler from his spatial ring to the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Almost as soon as Duanling Tian put the Jasper Celestial Sword and the Universe Ruler back into the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, something happened. Duanling Tian discovered. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda that was originally the size of a speck of dust in his ear actually flew out on its own. It seemed like it was out of his control. Didn't Hua Lao say before that although he's the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he can't control the pagoda? Duanling Tian was confused when he saw this. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian, Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, shouted coldly. He moved in an attempt to capture Duanling Tian. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In just a blink of an eye, the sound of swords whistling in the air rang in the air. A circular light shield formed from tens of thousands of blood-red sword rays appeared and shrouded Duanling Tian, Ker, Gan Ru Yan, and Duan Xiling. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda that flew out on its own was also shrouded by the light shield. Who's there? Tang Xian's expression changed drastically when he saw the light shield that appeared out of thin air. His saint origin surged out as the strength of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage surged out like a bolt of lightning. Duanling Tian was stunned when he saw the light shield that appeared out of thin air and shrouded him. As a sword cultivator, he could clearly sense how terrifying the tens of thousands of blood-red sword rays that formed the light shield were. This is Elder Hua's technique? Rip. All of a sudden, the The sound of something being torn apart rang in the air, attracting Duan Lingtian's attention. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw a crack appearing in the void. In the void where the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was, a crack appeared out of thin air. Behind the crack was extremely dark, and no one knew where it led to. Chapter 22:12. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian and the others were sucked into the tear in the void, Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, unleashed his energy on the light shield formed by the blood-red sword rays. Boom, 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 boom. Following a series of loud booms, small mushroom clouds appeared on the side of the light barrier one after another. Terrifying shockwaves also spread out in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, the huge courtyard was reduced to rubble. Moreover, the shockwaves continued to sweep out in all directions after the courtyard was reduced to rubble. A few moments later, half of Tang Xian's mansion was reduced to rubble. Smoke and dust filled the air as though it was the end of the world. However, Tang Xian did not seem to notice this at all. Naturally, it was not that he did not notice this at all. It was just that he was distracted by something else. How's this possible? Tang Xian was shocked when he discovered this. When his power whizzed out and slammed into the circular light shield in front of him, no matter how the void outside shook and distorted, the circular light shield remained unmoved, as if it had not suffered any damage at all. Although Tang Xian did not use his full strength earlier, he had used 70 to 80% of his strength. Even a defensive technique cast by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would not be damaged by his energy. The light shield formed by the blood-red sword rays hovered motionlessly in the air. The tear in the void that appeared out of thin air and sucked Duan Lingtian and the others into it gradually disappeared as though it was never there in the first place. Tang Xian could only watch on helplessly. Sir, who are you? At this moment, Tang Xian did not have the time to care about Duan Lingtian and the others. He looked at the light shield that was formed by tens of thousands of blood-red sword rays and asked solemnly, "What's the matter?" The circular light barrier hovered in the air, seemingly separating 2 different worlds from one another. Earlier, he did not have the time to examine it. However, when Tang Xian carefully examined the light shield, he could clearly sense a terrifying aura. It was as though the aura was capable of destroying everything. Apart from that, Tang Xian had also witnessed the invincibility of the demonic beast through the probing earlier. To a certain extent, a powerhouse who could form such a light shield with his or her own strength had transcended the mundane realm. Tang Xian was well aware of this. After all, he had encountered such a powerhouse a few decades ago. That was a godlike powerhouse. Up until now, Tang Xian was still horrified when he recalled the strength that expert revealed with every single move, and he felt a strand of coldness rise from the bottom of his feet to his head. However, as soon as Tang Xian finished speaking, whoosh! The circular light barrier formed by tens of thousands of blood-red sword glows disappeared in front of Tang Xian's eyes with a gentle gust of wind. It was as though it had never appeared. All of a sudden, Tang Xian was the only one left standing in the void. Apart from that, there was a huge ruin. Gasp! After a long while, Tang Xian finally regained his senses. He could not help but gasp. The light shield formed by the tens of thousands of blood-red sword rays had disappeared without a trace in just a blink of an eye. He knew very well what this meant. This meant that the light shield was not weak at all. That light shield was formed by a powerhouse with just a wave of his hand. Just a wave of his hand, and his technique is so powerful. I'm afraid such a powerhouse would be extraordinary even in the Devata realms. Tang Xian's breathing quickened when he thought of this. At the same time, he looked around vigilantly. However, he could not find anything even after he looked around for a long time. In the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, outside a dilapidated village, rip! Accompanied by the sound of something being torn apart, a hideous and terrifying crack appeared in the void. The crack continued to expand until it was 10 meters long before it stopped expanding. After it stopped expanding, it began to shrink rapidly. It was as though a spring had been pulled open. After it was released, it began to shrink rapidly. As the crack shrank, 3 figures rushed out from it. It was a purple-clothed young man and 2 women who looked exactly the same but had completely different temperaments. One of the women was carrying a little girl who was fast asleep in her arms. Walao! The purple-clad young man's expression changed drastically when he saw the four of them. He cried out in agony. The two women regained their senses when they heard the purple-clad young man's cry. They immediately looked at the purple-clad young man. "Young master, what's wrong?" The woman with the temperament as gentle as jade looked at the purple-clad young man worriedly. She had a concerned expression on her face, and when she asked, her tone was filled with anxiety. However, the purple-clothed young man acted as if he did not hear the woman's words. He continued to stand there with a pained expression on his face. His body continued to tremble as if he had encountered something that caused him great pain. "Duan Ling Tian?" The cold-looking woman with the little girl in her arms looked at the purple-clad young man with a frown on her face. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Just a moment ago, he, the two women, and the little girl were still in Zoroastrianism in the upper province's western province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, at this moment, they had traveled through space and arrived in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. During this process, Duan Ling Tian discovered that he was no longer in the lower province. Not only had he lost contact with Hualao, but he had also lost contact with Hualao. Not only that, but even the connection between him and the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had disappeared as well. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had long acknowledged him as its master, and there was a bloodline connection between them. However, the bloodline connection had disappeared without a trace. When Duan Ling Tian saw this, he immediately speculated, "What's going on?" Hualao must have used some forbidden technique to self-destruct the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to protect them and forcefully tear open the space barrier between the upper province and the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to send them back to the lower province. If the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had not been destroyed, how could the connection between them have been severed? If the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is destroyed, Hualao won't be able to survive. Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled violently when he thought of this. Ever since he had obtained the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and met Hualao, the scenes of Hualao helping him flashed before his eyes. Now, in order to protect him, Elder Hua did not hesitate to sacrifice himself. "Hualao!" Duan Ling Tian cried out in grief again as he knelt down to pray for Hualao's soul in heaven. Although Ker did not know what had happened, she did not know who the Hualao that Duan Ling Tian had mentioned was. However, she could clearly feel her man's pain. Due to this reason, she immediately knelt down with him and silently stayed by his side. Gonru Yen stood at the side with a confused expression on her face. Not only was she confused by Duan Ling Tian's action of kneeling, but she was also confused about why she had suddenly appeared in this place. This place seems to be the lower province? The heaven and earth spirit energy in this place was far from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, it gave Gonru Yen a sense of familiarity. It was as though she had been to the lower province before. "Ker?" Duan Ling Tian, who had been kneeling for a while, finally spoke in a hoarse voice. "We've already returned to the lower province. The reason we were able to return to the lower province from the Zoroastrianism estate in the upper province is because Hualao sacrificed himself. He sacrificed himself to forcefully tear open the void and send us back to the lower province. That's how we managed to escape from the sect leader of Zoroastrianism." When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, apart from sadness, there was a hint of disappointment in his voice as well. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Ker finally understood everything. She finally understood why her man was in so much pain and why he was kneeling in the void. As it turned out, it was all because of Hualao, who had sacrificed himself to save them and send them back to the lower province. "Hualao, thank you for saving young master and us." "Thank you." Following that, Ker kowtowed 3 times to the void as well. A hint of sadness could be heard in her voice. Although Ker had never come into contact with Hualao before this, and she did not know about his existence, the kind-hearted Ker was still saddened by what Hualao had done. "Hualao." After learning about what had happened, Gonru Yen also kneeled and kowtowed 3 times to the void with a solemn expression on her face. At this moment, some of the questions in her heart were finally answered. It was no wonder Duan Ling Tian thought Hualao, the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, had sacrificed his life and the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to save them from the sect leader of Zoroastrianism and send them back to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. This was because of what Duan Ling Tian had experienced earlier. He could only come up with such a conjecture. Apart from this, he could not think of any other possibility. Most importantly, he discovered that the connection between him and the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was no longer there. Unless the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda was destroyed, how could it have lost its connection with him? However, was this really the truth of the matter? In the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, somewhere outside the Zoroastrianism's estate in the western province, a young man dressed in a blood-red robe hovered in the air. A 7-level exquisite pagoda lay quietly in his hand. If Duanling Tian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize it with just a glance. Chapter 22:13. Lord, are we really not going to greet him? In the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, Hua Lao asked the red-clad young man through voice transmission with a wry smile on his face. Previously, when Duanling Tian was facing the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, the red-clad young man had asked him to trick Duanling Tian into putting the Celestial Supreme Treasures, the Jasper Celestial Sword and the Universe Ruler, back into the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. As for sending Duanling Tian back to the Loa province, it was also the red-clad young man who had asked him to do so. Later on, the red-clad young man had blocked the attack of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism and sent Duanling Tian and the others back to the lower province. The red-clad young man had even forcefully severed the connection between Duanling Tian and the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, causing the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda to lose its master. At the same time, it caused Duanling Tian to lose the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, a celestial supreme treasure. Hua Lao could only imagine. If Duanling Tian discovered the connection between him and the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda had been severed after he returned to the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, his imagination would definitely run wild. For this reason, he asked the red-clad young man. The red-clad young man was none other than Kuang Ling, the sword soul of the Devata artifact, the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword. I know what I'm doing. Hearing Elder Hua's voice transmission, the sword soul, Kuang Ling, responded faintly. Then, he stepped on the air and shot toward the sky. After an unknown period of time and how far Kuang Ling had flown, all of a sudden, his figure came to a halt. In the next moment, swish! Kuang Ling raised his hand and pointed a finger forward. A blood-red sword light whizzed out from his fingertip, leaving behind a sinister and terrifying crack in the void. As soon as this crack appeared, it was several tens of meters long. It looked extremely exaggerated. Immediately after, Kuang Ling's figure flashed and entered the crack together with the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. As soon as Kuang Ling left, the rift began to shrink rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the spatial crack had completely closed up, as if it had never appeared. After that, the void returned to its calm state. East of the Zoroastrianism encampment, a group of Zoroastrianism high-ranking officials returned. These senior managers of Zoroastrianism were headed by the two deputy heads of Zoroastrianism. The rest of them were either Golden Flame Elders or deputy heads of the Law Enforcement Hall of Zoroastrianism. After searching for so long, we still haven't found a trace of the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod. Do all of you think the four guardians found the Dharma Rod in advance? Suddenly, a Golden Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism guessed. It's possible. After all, the speed of the four guardians is much faster than us. Moreover, we didn't see them all the way here. The Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, has most likely been obtained by one of them. Another Golden Flame Elder nodded. Based on his words, it was obvious he agreed with the former's words. Guardians, if you found the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, you should have told us about it. We've been searching like idiots for so long, but we still couldn't find it in the end. A Golden Flame Elder grumbled softly. His words resonated with many of the people in the surroundings. Even the two deputy sect leaders felt the same way. I wonder which guardian obtained the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod. Duanling Tian muttered to himself. After entering the Zoroastrianism encampment's White Tiger Sanctum, one of the vice hall masters of the Law Enforcement Hall brought up the topic. The group of Zoroastrianism high-ranking officials began to discuss among themselves. I think it's Guardian Zifeng. I think it's Guardian Zifeng as well. After all, apart from Guardian Ling Tian, Guardian Zifeng is the strongest out of the three guardians. The Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, is most likely his. I don't think it's Guardian Zifeng. After all, it's normal for a person to make a mistake. Although Guardian Zifeng is the strongest and the fastest among the four guardians, it doesn't mean he'll definitely be able to find the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod. That makes sense as well. However, was the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod, really in the hands of the four guardians of the Zoroastrianism? Naturally, the answer was no. The four guardians from the fire worship sect continued to search in the direction where the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod, flew out with Hao Shuang's severed arm. They searched every inch of the area until they reached a faraway place. However, their efforts were in vain. At this moment, they could not help but suspect Hao Shuang had returned and taken the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod. Naturally, they returned empty-handed as well. As soon as they returned to the Zoroastrianism's estate and passed by the White Tiger Sanctum, they heard many disciples in the White Tiger Sanctum discussing the Great Battle of the Saint Land. Great Battle of the Saint Land? For a moment, they thought the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian, and the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Lang Qianjin, had returned from the battle. They immediately returned to the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. When they returned to the Saint Land, they learned the commotion came from the sky above the Saint Island. They flew through the clouds and arrived near their cultivation place. When the four of them looked at the highest point of the floating island, they were dumbfounded. They could clearly see it. The cultivation place of their sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, the huge mansion, was in ruins. Moreover, their sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian, was hovering in the air above the ruins. He was motionless. No one knew what he was doing. Greetings, Lord Guardians. At this moment, a silver figure flew over from the distance. When he saw the four great guardians of the fire worship sect, he bowed respectfully at them. It was none other than the silver flame elder of the Zoroastrianism, who was in charge of patrolling the area. What's going on? Guardian Lang Ying asked with a frown on his face as he looked at the silver flame elder. At this moment, he and the other three Zoroastrianism guardians could vaguely guess what was going on. The destruction of the cultivation place of their sect leader of the Zoroastrianism had nothing to do with the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. If their sect leader of the Zoroastrianism and the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism had fought here, it was impossible for only half of the mansion of their sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect to be in ruins. The battle between two powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage should have destroyed all the floating islands. I'm not too sure what's going on. The Silver Flame Elder smiled wryly. All I know is that not long after Guardian Ling Tian returned, there was a huge commotion here. By the time I arrived, it was already like this. Lord Sect Leader has been standing there for a long time. As the Silver Flame Elder spoke, he looked at the floating island at the highest point. His gaze landed on Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism. Guardian Ling Tian? Upon hearing the Silver Flame Elder's words, the four guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect frowned. After the Silver Flame Elder left, the four of them soared into the sky to look for Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect. Lord Sect Leader, what's going on? Tang Xian regained his senses when he saw the four guardians of the Zoroastrianism. His tensed nerves finally relaxed. Earlier, when Tang Xian realized there might be a powerhouse who was stronger than the mundane realm hiding in the dark, he was on high alert. He did not dare to make any rash moves. Just like that, he stood there for a long time. It was only when the four guardians of the Zoroastrianism appeared that he relaxed. He realized the powerhouse had most likely left. It's nothing. Tang Xian shook his head when he saw the four guardians looking at him in confusion. It was not that he wanted to hide the truth, but he did not know where to begin. After all, if he did not see it with his own eyes, it would be hard for him to believe there was such a powerhouse in the mundane realm. Did all of you just come back? Tang Xian asked when he saw the four guardians of the Zoroastrianism were travel-worn. It was as though they had just returned from afar. Yes. Guardian Hong Yun nodded. Then, she smiled wryly and said, "We went to look for the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma rod. That's why we came back a little late." The Super Saint weapon, the Dharma rod? Tang Xian's eyes lit up when he heard Hong Yun's words. The Dharma rod has appeared? Where did all of you get this information from? The Super Saint weapon, the Dharma rod, is in Hao Shuang's hands. The four guardians of the Zoroastrianism began to tell Tang Xian everything that had happened after he left the mundane realm. This included how the Zhuangzi Buddhism had invited Hao Shuang to the mundane realm. It also included how Duan Ling Tian had defeated Hao Shuang with a single move. They told Tang Xian everything that had happened after that. It took Tang Xian a while to regain his senses. He was shocked. He defeated Hao Shuang with a single move? A complicated expression appeared on Tang Xian's face when he received confirmation from the four guardians of the Zoroastrianism. If it was not for the threat from that godlike powerhouse, Duan Ling Tian, the strongest person at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land, would be one of the pillars of the Zoroastrianism. The strength of the Zoroastrianism would be further enhanced with a guardian like Duan Ling Tian. What a joke! Tang Xian muttered to himself. Tang Xian sighed when he thought about Duan Ling Tian, who was nowhere to be found. He had no idea where Duan Ling Tian was sent to. Lord Sect Leader? The four guardians of the Zoroastrianism were even more confused when they saw Tang Xian's reaction. Guardian Ling Tian is the man the saint girl found in the lower province. The saint girl's daughter is his child. Tang Xian said in a deep voice. The four guardians of the Zoroastrianism were stunned when they heard Tang Xian's words. Guardian Ling Tian was the man the saint girl of the Zoroastrianism found in the lower province? This. Chapter 22:14. Although the four guardians of Zoroastrianism still found it hard to believe, they had no choice but to believe what Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, had said. Sect leader. Zifeng immediately looked at Tang Xian and said in a deep voice, although Guardian Ling Tian's actions have violated the rules of Zoroastrianism and can't be forgiven, it's still better for us to have him than to lose him. After all, with his current strength, he's capable of holding his own in the entire Tao Martial Saint Land. With him, our Zoroastrianism will be like a tiger that has grown wings. The moment Zifeng spoke, the other three guardians chimed in one after another. That's right, sect leader. Although Zoroastrianism has strict rules, the guardians of Zoroastrianism have always had the privilege of ignoring the rules. In my opinion, we should let Guardian Ling Tian and the Saint Girl be together. Although the marriage between Guardian Ling Tian and the Saint Girl is against the rules of Zoroastrianism, isn't it a precedent? Even if this matter is passed down to the future, it'll still be a rare story in the history of Zoroastrianism. Indeed. Moreover, Guardian Ling Tian possesses the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. In the future, when the Devil clans invade the upper province, Zoroastrianism can rely on the Devil Seal Tablet to gain the upper hand. The four guardians of Zoroastrianism spoke in unison, asking Tang Xian to let Guardian Ling Tian and the Saint Girl be together. Humph! It's impossible for me to let them be together now. When Tang Xian heard their words, he recalled what had happened earlier and could not help but let out a cold snort. Ha! The four guardians of Zoroastrianism were confused when they heard Tang Xian's words. They did not know what Tang Xian meant. If I'm not mistaken, Duan Ling Tian and the Saint Girl should have returned to the lower province by now. Tang Xian continued to speak in a deep voice. And the reason why he made such a guess was because this was the only possibility. The void rifts that appeared in the light shield were either connected to an independent space left behind by an eminent celestial or connected to the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. If it was an independent space left behind by an eminent celestial, it was impossible that he did not notice it until now. No matter what, this was his place to cultivate. For this reason he had guessed. Duan Ling Tian, the Saint Girl of the Fire Worship Sect, and Gonru Yen, the daughter of the Saint Girl, should have returned to the lower province through the tear in the void. The lower province? Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, the four guardians from the Fire Worship Sect who had yet to regain their senses were stunned. At the same time, in the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, outside the dilapidated village, Duan Ling Tian, who had been kneeling for an unknown amount of time, finally stood up slowly. As he stood up, Duan Ling Tian helped Kerr, who was kneeling beside him, up. Walao! Duan Ling Tian held Kerr's hand tightly as he stood next to Kerr. He looked at the boundless sky and muttered, "Don't worry. Since you're the one who traded your life for mine, I'll cherish my life even more." As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he bowed deeply at the boundless sky. Kerr followed suit and bowed as well. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian thought the celestial supreme treasure, the seven treasures exquisite pagoda, was destroyed and Hua Lao was dead. He did not expect the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda would be destroyed. Not only was Hua Lao not dead, but the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda was not destroyed as well. The 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda was destroyed by a powerhouse from the Devata realm. That powerhouse was extremely powerful. With just a thought, he had erased the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda's ownership mark. Currently, the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda and Hua Lao had been brought back to the Devata realm by that powerhouse.
We've been in the lower province for quite some time now,
Duan Lingtian said. At this moment, Gan Ruyen, who was standing at the side, looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Where are we going now? I'm afraid the lower province isn't as peaceful as we thought." She had also heard about the news of Duan Lingtian in Sin City. She knew the devil clans from the land of exile had once again crossed the space barrier and entered the WCI subterranean. "Let's return to the Azure Cloud Mansion," Duan Lingtian replied immediately when he heard Gan Ruyan's question. In the past, Gan Ruyan was the only one who knew about the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion, in the lower province. Kerr knew nothing about the Azure Cloud Mansion. Moreover, they did not know Duan Lingtian was the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Later on, when Duan Lingtian's name spread throughout the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, news of Duan Lingtian's deeds in the lower province began to spread. At this moment, both Kerr and Gan Ruyen had learned about Duan Lingtian's identity in the lower province. "Young master, since you're the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, is Aunt Ro in the Azure Cloud Mansion as well?" Kerr asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, there was a look of concern in her eyes. In her heart, she had long regarded Aunt Ro as her mother. "She was in the upper province previously, but I'm not sure now." A worried expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he shook his head. After all, he had just returned to the lower province. All he knew was that the devil clans from the land of exile had invaded the lower province. However, he knew nothing about the situation in the lower province. However, he was certain of one thing. In the face of the devil clans from the land of exile, the people in the lower province would not be able to resist at all. After all, most of the people who were still in the lower province were weaker than the rest. Most of the powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint Land were in the upper province. This village. When Duan Lingtian glanced at the dilapidated village with his consciousness, he discovered the village was filled with withered corpses. It was as though the corpses had been sucked dry by something. So this is the technique of the devil clans from the land of exile? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled involuntarily when he saw the withered corpses. His expression turned grave as well. It's really cruel. In the past, Duan Lingtian had only heard about the techniques of the devil clans. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he was shocked. This technique was similar to the techniques of the devil cultivators he had heard about before he went to the upper province. The devil cultivators would suck people dry and rely on the vital energy and blood to raise their strength. At the same time, whether it was Conqueror or Gan Ruyen, they followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and saw the dried corpses that littered the village. Both of their faces turned pale at the same time. "Young master, this?" Conqueror couldn't bear it and closed her eyes. When she opened her mouth again, her voice was slightly trembling. "These humans must have been killed by the devil clans from the land of exile," Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. "No wonder they say the devil clans are cruel and inhumane. Now that I've seen it for myself, they really live up to their reputation." Gan Ruyan's expression turned grave as well. After all, the dried corpses on the ground were humans just like her. "Don't wake Sealing up yet. Let's return to the Azure Cloud Mansion first." When Duan Lingtian spoke, he had already appeared in front of Gan Ruyen in just a flash. Without greeting Gan Ruyen, he raised his hand and snatched the little girl from Gan Ruyen's arms. Naturally, the word snatch was an exaggeration. Although Duan Lingtian's speed was fast, his movements were very gentle. He did not wake the little girl up. "You?" Gan Ruyen was furious when she saw Duan Lingtian snatching her niece from her arms without even greeting him. However, when she looked at Duan Lingtian angrily and saw the gentleness in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he looked at her niece, her anger disappeared immediately. At this moment, she finally remembered. This man was her niece's father. It had been nearly 10 years since her niece was born, but today was the first time the father and daughter had met. When she put herself in Duan Lingtian's shoes and thought about it, she felt relieved.
Kerr, you've worked hard.
Without anyone noticing, Duan Lingtian had already brought his daughter to Kerr's side. He extended his hand and held Kerr's hand tightly as he said gently, It's not hard. Young master, it's not hard at all. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Kerr seemed to be touched.
Tears began to well up in her beautiful eyes.
Don't call me young master in the future. Duan Lingtian let go of Kerr's hand and took the opportunity to pull Kerr into his embrace.
Then, he lowered his head and buried his face in Kerr's hair.
You're my wife. I don't want to hear you call me that in the future. I hope that was the last time you call me that. Duan Lingtian's tone was domineering and unquestionable. He had to be domineering. In the past, he had asked Kerr to stop calling him young master. However, Kerr would always forget about it after a period of time. Of course, this was partly because Kerr was used to calling him that. However, from today onward, he did not want to hear Kerr call him that again.
He was not her young master. He was her husband.
All right. When Kerr heard Duan Lingtian calling her his wife, she could not help but tremble violently. 2 streams of tears rolled down her beautiful face as she said gently, From now on, I'll call you Brother Tian. Good girl. A warm smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he heard Kerr's words. At the same time, he hugged Kerr even tighter. Gan Ruyen stood not far away. When she saw the family of 3 hugging together, a rare smile appeared on her usually cold and beautiful face. She was happy for her sister. Chapter 22:15. After spending some time together, Duan Lingtian carried his sleeping daughter in his arms and brought his wife, Kerr, and Kerr's twin sister, Gan Ruyen, to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Although Duan Lingtian had directly passed through the space barrier between the upper province and the lower province to arrive at the lower province, it was not difficult for him to find his way as long as he was certain of the direction. Whether it was Kerr or Gan Ruyen, Duan Lingtian was the one who brought them along as he flew. With his current cultivation base at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, his speed was much faster than ordinary powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage when he cast the Assist-type Divine ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic, and the Movement Divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. Not only that, in terms of speed, nobody below the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage was a match for him. For this reason, it did not take long for him to arrive at the vicinity of the Azure Cloud Mansion. In Duan Lingtian's memory, the Azure Cloud Mansion was located above a vast lake called the Crouching Dragon Lake.
However, at this moment, where's the Crouching Dragon Lake?
Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw the boundless plain in front of him. He was certain. This was where the Crouching Dragon Lake was located in the Azure Cloud Mansion.
However, it had been filled in now.
Swoosh, swoosh. In the distance, 2 sounds of wind whistling in the air attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. Duan Lingtian looked over. In the distance, 2 figures were flying in the same direction. Based on their speed, one could tell they were at the Saint Celestial stage or above. At first glance, one could tell the 2 figures were humans. One was a young man while the other was a middle-aged man.
However, as Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness and quietly probed their bodies without them noticing, he discovered they were different.
What a dense and pure devil chi! They're from the devil clans. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian confirmed their identities. They were not humans like him, but demons from the land of exile. Let's follow them and take a look. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was eager to find out why the Crouching Dragon Lake in the Azure Cloud Mansion had disappeared and why it was filled up. For this reason, he carried his daughter and brought along Kerr and Gan Ruyen as he followed the 2 people in front. More precisely, it was 2 demons in human form. Coincidentally, the direction they were heading in was also the direction of the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion. Brother Tian. Did something happen? On the way, Kerr noticed that something was wrong with Duan Lingtian. She could not help but ask softly. Her tone was filled with concern. He must be surprised by the disappearance of the Crouching Dragon Lake in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Gan Ruyen had already spoken. Back then when I was in the lower province, I passed by the Azure Cloud Mansion twice. I remember there was no land under our feet. This is a vast lake called the Crouching Dragon Lake. As Gan Ruyen spoke, A frown appeared on her face. It seems like it has been filled up by the devil clans. After a while, Ganru Yan's frown disappeared. She finally figured out why the Crouching Dragon Lake had disappeared. Where's the main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion? After following the two people in front for a while, Duan Lingtian raised his head and discovered the floating island that was originally suspended in the air had disappeared. All that was left were the blue sky and white clouds. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave immediately. The main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion was not only the headquarters of the Azure Cloud Mansion, but it also housed his family and a group of close friends as well. Now that he had returned from the upper province, not only did he discover the Crouching Dragon Lake in the Azure Cloud Mansion was gone, but the main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion was gone as well. Father, mother, little Fei Nian Uncle Feng, senior brother. At this moment, Duan Lingtian thought about his father, his mother, his wife, Li Fei, his son, Feng Wu Dao, Bai Li Hong, and the others. Currently, the main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion no longer existed. Were they safe? These were the things that Duan Lingtian was worried about. There's a city in front. Ganru Yan's voice suddenly sounded, waking Duan Lingtian up from his thoughts. He immediately regained his senses and looked in the direction of Ganru Yan's gaze. In front of him was a vast and huge brand new city. It was like a gigantic beast that was crawling in the vast plains. It was majestic and domineering. I don't remember there being a city like this near the Azure Cloud Mansion? Ganru Yan asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian with uncertainty. Then, without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, she continued to say, the size of this city is even bigger than Sin City in the Upper Province's Central Province. Don't tell me this is a city built by the devil clans from the land of exile? I think so. Duan Lingtian muttered in a deep voice as he looked at the city in front of him. His eyes were burning with flames. These were the flames of hatred. They built this city at the location of our Azure Cloud Mansion's Saint Stone Reserve. It seems like they're planning to settle down here. When Duan Lingtian spoke again, his voice sounded calm, but his tone was extremely cold. It gave people the feeling that winter had arrived. At this moment, the two figures that Duan Lingtian was following had also entered the city. At this moment, more and more figures appeared in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. These figures either came out of the city or entered the city from the outside. The city in front of them was like a gigantic beast that was crawling with its mouth wide open, swallowing people one after another. These demons have actually taken on the appearance of humans? When they arrived near the city, Duan Lingtian saw the figures that entered his eyes again. None of them were the rumored strange-looking devil clans. All of them had the appearance of humans. At first glance, they looked like ordinary humans. However, when Duan Lingtian examined them with his divine consciousness, he could clearly sense the dense and pure devil qi in their bodies. This was not the devil qi that a devil cultivator should possess. Even if it was a devil cultivator who had received the devil clan's orthodox inheritance, it was impossible for him to produce such dense and pure devil qi in just a few years. Are they humans or devils? Even Ganru Yan was stunned. These devils who had transformed into humans were just humans in her eyes. However, she did not dare to use her divine consciousness to examine them. From the feedback of my divine sense, it's unlikely that they're humans. Even if they're human devil cultivators who have received the orthodox inheritance of the devil race, it's impossible for them to produce such dense and pure devil qi without decades of hard work. Duan Lingtian said. Every single one of them. You can sense the devil energy in their bodies? Ganru Yan asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I can clearly sense the devil qi in the bodies of those who I'm probing. Brother Tian, we don't have any devil qi in our bodies. Won't they recognize us if we enter the city? Suddenly, Ku'er opened her mouth. Duan Lingtian's words reminded Duan Lingtian of something. Indeed, we'll be exposed if someone tries to investigate us. Currently, the strongest devil we've encountered is only at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With me around, they won't be able to detect us. However, if we enter the city, there's a high chance there'll be more powerful devils. If there's a devil with a higher cultivation base than me, he'll be able to easily detect us with his divine consciousness. Duan Lingtian said. Ganru Yan frowned again when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. A hint of worry could be seen on her face as she asked, "What should we do now?" If there's a devil who's stronger than you in the city, won't we be courting death if we enter the city? That's indeed a problem. Duan Lingtian came to a halt and began to ponder over it with a frown on his face. After a while, an idea appeared in his mind. I have an idea. However, we'll have to carry it out to see if it'll work. What's the idea? Gon Ruyan's eyes lit up. Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian with admiration in her eyes. It was as though he was her idol. You'll find out soon enough. Duan Lingtian did not say anything as he led the two women in another direction. They did not enter the city that was as big as Sin City. He's the one. After flying for a while, the number of devils in human form began to dwindle. In the end, Duan Lingtian only saw one devil in human form. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the sound of three figures breaking through the air reverberated in the air, the devil who had taken on the appearance of a young man in the distance also noticed the three figures that were flying toward him at high speed. Horror dawned on the devil when he sensed the speed of the three figures. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the other two arrived near the devil. They studied him from head to toe. Greetings, my lords. The devil bowed respectfully in front of Duan Lingtian and the other two. At the same time, he could not help but feel uneasy. This was because the speed that the three of them displayed earlier was simply too ridiculous to him. His cultivation base was only at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, based on the speed of the three figures, it was obvious they had an extraordinary cultivation base. Chapter 22:16. However, the devil who had assumed the appearance of a young man did not notice Duan Lingtian's presence. The twin sisters beside the purple-clothed young man were being carried by the purple-clothed young man. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian arrived in front of the devil who had transformed into a young man, he did not waste his breath on him. He immediately carried out his plan. With a wave of his hand, he took out a stone tablet with a missing corner. This stone tablet was none other than the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet was a Super Saint weapon, a 10,000 inscription saint weapon. However, its boost to one's attack was not even comparable to ordinary saint weapons. Its greatest characteristic was that it had a terrifying suppressive effect on devil cultivators and even the devil race. Bas, 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 bas. As soon as the Devil Seal Tablet appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, it began to tremble violently again. It was as though a hunter who had not succeeded in hunting for a long time had finally found his prey. In the instant that the Devil Seal tombstone appeared, the devilish man's face paled significantly. This seemingly inconspicuous stone tablet seemed to contain a power that made him feel fear from the bottom of his soul. Suppress! Before the devil could react, Duan Lingtian had already raised the Devil Seal Tablet and smashed it at him. He had killed the devil before he could even react. I feel like the Devil Seal Tablet is more excited when it encounters a devil than when it encounters a devil cultivator. Soon after, the devil's soul was devoured by the Devil Seal Tablet. The reason the devil's soul was not destroyed was because the devil was at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. His soul was so powerful that even the Devil Seal Tablet would need to seal him for a long time before it could destroy him. I hope it works. As soon as the devil's soul was devoured by the Devil Seal Tablet, Duan Lingtian's body suddenly moved forward. When he reappeared, he was already standing next to the devil's body. After collecting the devil's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian grabbed the devil's body. His eyes were cold. Elementary Devouring Technique. After casting the Elementary Devouring Tactic, Duan Lingtian immediately devoured the devil's innate spiritual root. It's only a yellow innate spiritual root? In the process of devouring, Duan Lingtian discovered something. This devil only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was difficult for those with yellow innate spiritual roots to break through to the quintessential saint stage, let alone the Saint Celestial stage. However, he was certain this devil was at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. I almost forgot that he's a devil. Even if he's slightly less talented, he'll still be able to raise his cultivation base in a short time by continuously devouring the essence and blood of humans and his own kind. Soon after, Duan Lingtian recalled this point and came to a realization. However, just as he was feeling relieved, a cold light flashed in his eyes. It was as sharp as a blade. Elementary Devouring Tactic. After devouring the devil's innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian did not stop there. Instead, he continued to cast the elementary devouring tactic. This was the most important part of his plan. As Duan Lingtian cast the elementary devouring tactic, the devouring force seemed to have a specific purpose. It did not devour all of the devil's energy. Instead, it only extracted the devil chi from the devil's body. This was a huge project. For this reason, Duan Lingtian spent a long time on it. Of course, it would take a long time to devour the innate spiritual root. In fact, it only took him a dozen breaths. Alright. Now, it's time for the most important part. After Duan Lingtian extracted the devil chi from the devil clansman's body using the elementary devouring tactic, he took a deep breath and guided the pure devil chi into his body. In just a blink of an eye, the devil chi was repelled by the Sun Saint origin. In the end, Duan Lingtian scattered the devil chi all over his body so that it would not come into contact with the Sun Saint origin. This way, the devil powerhouses will be able to detect the devil chi in my body when they probe me with their divine consciousness. They'll be able to confirm that I'm one of them. At this moment, Duan Lingtian knew he had succeeded. He had successfully disguised himself as a devil. However, this devil chi isn't the devil chi that I created myself. It's being consumed and volatilized at every moment. I'm afraid that in at most a month, this devil chi will disperse on its own, and I'll return to my original form. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered this. A month's time is enough for me to understand the situation in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, and find out what's going on in that city. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he felt much more confident. Ker and Gan Ruyen stood in the distance as they watched Duan Lingtian quietly. From the beginning until the end, they could not figure out what was going on. It was only when Duan Lingtian explained to them that they finally understood. You can actually use the devil chi for yourself? At this moment, Gan Ruyen was shocked by Duan Lingtian's technique. Even though she knew the man whom she had not taken seriously in the past had already surpassed her when they were still in the upper province, she still did not know how strong he was. However, she did not expect him to have such a technique. I'm not using it for myself. I'm just temporarily keeping it in my body to prevent the devil powerhouses from detecting us. Duan Lingtian corrected her. Now, let's continue to look for our prey. We'll look for 3 more devils and temporarily keep the devil chi in your bodies. This way, we'll be able to conceal your identities as humans for the time being. Duan Lingtian continued to say to Ker and Gan Ruyen. Although Duan Lingtian did not want to disguise himself as a devil, he had no choice but to do so based on the current situation. Although he was strong now, there were many devils who were stronger than him in the devil clans. This was the only way for him to enter the devil clan city to investigate. Now that I've lost the celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, I'm like a tiger without its fangs. Before I return to the lower province, Elder Hua asked me to return the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to the celestial supreme treasure, the universe ruler and the jasper celestial sword. Duan Lingtian let out a long sigh when he thought about this. Without the celestial supreme treasure, the jasper celestial sword, he was no match for a powerhouse like Hao Shuang. Although Hao Shuang was a quasi-9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was still a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Whether it was the celestial supreme treasures, the universe ruler or the jasper celestial sword, it was Hua Lao who had asked him to return them to the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. He thought Hua Lao had to rely on the universe ruler and the jasper celestial sword to defend against the sect leader of Zoroastrianism and send them back to the lower province. Duan Lingtian shook his head and decided not to dwell on it. He continued to look for his next prey. It did not take long before he found 3 more prey. 2 of them were at the Saint Celestial stage while the last one was at the quintessential Saint stage. Duan Lingtian had successfully extracted the devil chi from the 3 of them and merged it with Ker, Gan Ruyen, and his daughter, Duan Xiling. Duan Lingtian had also performed the soul-searching secret tactic on the devil young master whose cultivation base was only at the quintessential saint stage. He managed to obtain a lot of useful information from the devil young master. As it turns out, they're not devils in human form. They're actually devils in human form. Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was shocked. Ker and Gan Ruyen were shocked as well. The human devil clan. I didn't expect there to be a devil clan in the land of exile. Duan Lingtian sighed softly. The so-called human devil clan referred to the descendants of devil cultivators who had followed the devil clan back to the land of exile during the previous human devil era. They were the offspring of the devil clan and the devil clan. It had been more than 100,000 years since the last human devil era. During these 100,000 years, the human devil clan had managed to grow to a large scale in the land of exile due to their incredible reproductive ability. Due to the fact that they had both human and devil bloodlines, they managed to unite and grow stronger when they were rejected by the other pure-blooded devils. In the end, they even became one of the strongest devil clans in the land of exile. Naturally, due to their bloodline, they were still rejected by the other devil clans and were not acknowledged by the other devil clans. However, due to their current strength, the other devil clans did not dare to go to war with them even if they did not like them. The devil clan's invasion of the Dao Martial Saint land this time was led by the Ox Devil clan, one of the major clans in the devil clans. At the same time, Duan Lingtian learned about the things he wanted to know. Apart from that, he also learned about the origin of the city they had passed by earlier. That city was built by the human devil clan after they invaded the Dao Martial Saint land with the devil clans. It's also the human devil clan's main base in the Dao Martial Saint land. The surrounding area is now the human devil clan's territory. That's why I can't see any other devil clans. The human devil clan has a similar distribution of forces to the humans. The 3 palaces and 6 halls are the strongest among them. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of the human devil clan. I didn't expect that after the last human devil era, a race closely related to us humans was born in the land of exile. The human devil clan. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. Ker and Gon Ruyan's feelings were similar to Duan Lingtian's. Chapter 22:17. However, I didn't expect this member of the demonic human clan to be a disciple of a powerful clan. After Duan Lingtian learned as much as he could from the members of the human devil clan, he decided to make a trip to the city. Duan Lingtian finally learned that the city was called the Human Devil City. The city was called the Human Devil Saint City. This human devil came to the Dao Martial Saint land with his clan. At that time, this area had already been occupied by the human devil clan's vanguard. The Crouching Dragon Lake in the Azure Cloud Mansion had been filled, and the main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion had disappeared. After his family came here, they immediately helped to build the Human Devil Saint City. In a short period of time, they built the Human Devil Saint City together with the other members of the Human Devil clan. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to make a trip to the Human Devil Saint City to find out more about the Azure Cloud Mansion. If he could not find anything, he would have to return to his hometown to have a look. In this world, Duan Lingtian's hometown was the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land. If one were to delve deeper, they would find it was the Mortal Continent, the Cloud Continent, located south of the Debussy subterranean. If one were to delve deeper, they would be the Dark Han Dynasty, the Darkstone Empire, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Let's go to the Human Devil Saint City. Duan Lingtian called out to Ker and Gon Ruyan as he carried his daughter who was still asleep. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Following that, Duan Lingtian mobilized his energy and transformed it into an invisible energy before he brought the 2 women back to the city they had passed by earlier at an extremely fast speed. The Human Devil Saint City. It was a city that was even larger than Sin City in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. There are many forces in the Human Devil clan. Apart from the mysterious patriarch who's suspected to have passed the heavenly tribulation and is about to ascend to the Devata realm, the strongest force is the 3 palaces and 6 halls. The 6 hall masters of the 3 palaces and 6 halls are the strongest powerhouses under the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. The 3 palace masters are at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, while the 6 hall masters are at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian felt his scalp go numb when he heard this. The Human Demon clan was one of the strongest demon clans in the land of exile. However, the number of powerhouses in the Human Devil clan was comparable to the total number of powerhouses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. After Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, broke through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, there are only 4 known powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the upper province. As for eminent celestials, I'm afraid there's only 1 known powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint land, Nye Wu Tian. Most importantly, Nye Wu Tian hasn't appeared for a long time, so we can't be sure if he has ascended or not. If he has ascended, we might not even have any eminent celestials in the human race. Among the devil clans, just the human devil clan alone has an eminent celestial. I'm afraid the other devil clans that are as famous as the human devil clan have no lack of eminent celestials as well. Although Duan Ling Tian was as calm as a rock, he could not help but break out in cold sweat when he thought about the human race's situation. There were so many powerhouses in the devil clans. On the other hand, the human race was not even on the same level as the human race. When Duan Ling Tian arrived outside the human devil saint city, he studied the city carefully for the first time. He saw the city walls. The walls of the city were engraved with all kinds of patterns and patterns of all shapes and sizes. Upon closer inspection, he discovered there were two types of carvings. One of the carvings was of humans. There were big and small, old and young, male and female. The other type of carvings was strange. There were creatures with the head of a cow and the body of a human. There were also creatures with the head of a pig and the body of a human. At the very least, Duan Ling Tian had never seen such a creature before. However, this did not stop him from guessing what the strange creatures were. The cow and the body of a human should be the ox devil. As for the pig and the body of a human, it should be the boar devil. There were also some strange-looking creatures that Duan Ling Tian could not recognize or guess what they were. The only thing he was certain of was that they were demons. They were also members of the devil race, the natural enemies of the human race. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian, and Duan Ling Tian arrived at the city gate, causing a commotion. This was because the twin sisters standing next to Duan Ling Tian were extremely beautiful. Their beauty was one thing. Most importantly, the aura of unparalleled beauty that they exuded was the most attractive thing. Many of the male human devils in the surroundings looked at the twin sisters with bloodshot eyes. Some of them even had their skin flushed red as though they had just been bathed in hot water. It was especially eye-catching. Although these human devils looked no different from ordinary humans, they had the blood of the devil clans in their veins. Therefore it was obvious when they were excited. Humph! Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened when he sensed the gazes of the male human devils in the surroundings. He snorted coldly. Almost as soon as he finished snorting, whoosh! A cold aura surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body and swept out in all directions, hitting the male human devils in the surroundings. The male human devils felt as though they had been plunged into an ice cave. This was mainly due to Duan Ling Tian's powerful divine consciousness mixed with his aura. The divine consciousness of a powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage was no joke. Most of the male human devils immediately averted their gazes from Kerr and Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, they realized that Duan Ling Tian had a master. This pair of twin sisters had a master, and they belonged to a powerful expert who was quite strong. Yu Yan, your man seems to be a little narrow-minded. When Ru Yan spoke to her younger sister through voice transmission, apart from a hint of teasing, there was also a hint of envy in her voice. She knew her limits. The reason Duan Ling Tian was unhappy and had even made a move to suppress the male human devils in the surroundings was because they were looking at her younger sister. It had nothing to do with her. Upon hearing Ru Yan's voice transmission, Kuer's beautiful eyes narrowed into crescents. It was a beautiful sight. You're seeking death. Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened when he discovered a few male human devils were still staring at Kuer. Whoosh! In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian did not seem to make any movements, but a gust of golden energy appeared out of thin air from his body. It was the Sun Saint energy. As soon as the Sun Saint energy appeared, it transformed into tiny golden sword rays on Duan Ling Tian's body. They hovered in the air and emitted a terrifying sword intent. All of a sudden, whoosh, 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 the sound of sword whistling rang in the air. It was like a flash in the pan, sending chills down one's spine. Ah! Ah! As soon as the sound of sword whistling rang in the air, a series of shrill cries rang in the air as well. The male human devils who continued to stare at Kerr despite Duan Ling Tian's warning were blinded. Blood splattered all over their faces. Hiss, 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 hiss. When the human devils regained their senses, they could not help but gasp when they saw the miserable state the male human devils were in. I'll kill you. After one of the male human devils was blinded by Duan Ling Tian, he lost all rationality and lunged at Duan Ling Tian.
Even though he had lost his eyes, he still used his divine consciousness to lock onto Duan Lingtian.
Noisy!
Duan Lingtian shouted impatiently when he saw the human devil lunging at him. He raised his hand and slapped the human devil. It seemed like a casual slap, but when it neared the human devil, a domineering force surged out. The human devil was like a lone boat in the vast ocean. He was drowned in just a blink of an eye. The sun saint energy that shot out from Duan Lingtian's palm surged out like a flash flood, incinerating the human devil without leaving a single trace behind. The entire place was shocked. The remaining blind male human devils were initially furious. However, when they sensed what had happened with their divine consciousness, they were terrified. Domineering. Too domineering. This was the impression Duan Lingtian left on the group of human devils at the city gate. When they looked at him again, they were filled with respect and fear. The reason Duan Lingtian was so ruthless was because he had killed a devil. If he had killed a human, he would have taught them a lesson at most and forced them to back off. Duan Lingtian carried his sleeping daughter and brought Ker and her sister into the city. In the northern region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, 7 figures hovered in the air at the peak of the snow-capped peak. 3 of them were women. The 3 peerless beauties stood there, and it was as if everything around them had lost their splendor. Everyone, Gu Li, will be leaving first. I'm sure I'll be the first among the 7 of us to become famous in the upper province. One of the other 4 men laughed heartily and also flew towards the south.
Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh.
After the man who called himself Gu Li left, the other 4 men scattered and flew south as well.
I wonder what Senior Uncle Prophet is doing. He's always changing his mind. Previously, he told us to wait for half a year before we could leave, but now, he's chasing us away. The remaining twin brothers also left the snow-capped peak and the northern region. Chapter 22:18. While the successors of the 6 absolutes of the 7 absolute sect entered the world, the western region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was not peaceful as well. News of the supreme elder of Xuanzi Buddhism, Lang Qianjin, leading a group of people from Xuanzi Buddhism to Zoroastrianism to look for Duan Lingtian, the new guardian of Zoroastrianism, began to spread. Hey! Did you hear?
After learning that Guardian Lingtian has returned to the Saint sect, the people from Xuanzi Buddhism came to seek revenge.
I heard about it as well.
It said that even the supreme elder of Xuanzi Buddhism, the person ranked 2nd on the supreme saint ranking, personally came. If that person doesn't come, it's useless no matter how many people from Xuanzi Buddhism come. They won't be able to take Guardian Lingtian away from the Saint sect.
That's right.
Now that Lord Sect leader of the Saint sect has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, if the supreme elder of the Black Kshetra sect doesn't come, it's meaningless for the others to come. Since sect leader of Xuanzi Buddhism has come, it's obvious that Xuanzi Buddhism is determined to take Lingtian away.
A commotion broke out in the western region.
Many people were worried about Lingtian, the new guardian of Zoroastrianism in the western region. After all, the supreme elder of Xuanzi Buddhism was not an ordinary person. He was the supreme elder of Xuanzi Buddhism, the person ranked 2nd on the supreme saint ranking. He was only 2nd to Nye Wu Tian, the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Just when the people from the western region were worried about Duan Lingtian, from the Zoroastrianism side, there was another piece of news.
Big news!
When the group of Xuanzi Buddhism experts led by Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Xuanzi Buddhism, arrived, the 5 guardians of the holy sect, including Guardian Lingtian, charged forward under the leadership of the holy sect leader, Tang Xian. When Lang Qianjin asked Tang Xian for Lingtian, Tang Xian's attitude was firm. He would rather fight with Lang Qianjin than hand over Lingtian. Soon after, the 2 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage began to fight. They fought from the Zoroastrianism's estate to a faraway place. For a moment, the 5 remaining guardians of Zoroastrianism, the patriarch of Xuanzi Buddhism, and the 2 guardian kings of Xuanzi Buddhism were at loggerheads with each other. At this moment, the helpers that Xuanzi Buddhism had invited appeared. This helper was none other than Hao Shuang, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land, who was ranked 5th on the supreme saint ranking. At this moment, Hao Shuang even took out the Dharma Rod, one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. The scales of victory were tilted in Zhuangzi Buddhism's favor. As for the matter of Duan Ling Tian defeating Hao Shuang with just one strike, it had also spread out in the western region. Once this matter was spread out, it naturally caused a commotion that was akin to an earthquake. My goodness! Guardian Ling Tian from the Saint sect is really strong, right? He actually defeated Hao Shuang, who has the Dharma Rod, a super saint weapon, with just a single strike. Before that, Hao Shuang was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint land. Rumor has it that Hao Shuang would have died if it wasn't for Guardian Ling Tian, who didn't kill him. I heard that Guardian Ling Tian didn't kill Hao Shuang because he knew the devil clans from the land of exile were about to invade the upper province. He didn't want the humans to lose any more powerhouses. I've decided. From today onward, Guardian Ling Tian is my idol. Guardian Ling Tian rose to fame after this battle. He'll replace Hao Shuang and be ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He'll also become the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint land. If it was said that Duan Ling Tian's name was like a thunderclap before this, Duan Ling Tian's name was already well known. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's name was well known in the western region, and at the same time, he was worthy of respect and reverence. One could imagine this. As the news that had just spread in the western region spread to the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land, Duan Ling Tian would definitely gain the attention of the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Although the news had not spread, Duan Ling Tian's name had caused quite a commotion in the Dao Martial Saint land. Just like the sectless cultivator's world. When news of Duan Ling Tian returning to the Zoroastrianism and becoming a guardian of the Zoroastrianism spread, it shocked the sectless cultivators in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. In just one night, the legend of the number 1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land was shattered. A new number 1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land was born. It was the new guardian of the Zoroastrianism, Duan Ling Tian. In the sectless cultivators' world, Duan Ling Tian was no stranger to them. Previously, when the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, appeared in the lower province, it had caused a commotion in the upper province as well. It had attracted many sectless cultivators to the lower province. For this reason, the sectless cultivators' world knew about Duan Ling Tian's background. They knew Duan Ling Tian was not even 50 years old yet. He was not even 50 years old, but he was already a guardian of the Zoroastrianism. Only those at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above could become a guardian of the Zoroastrianism. It said that the new guardian of the Zoroastrianism, Duan Ling Tian, is not just an ordinary powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even the former leader of the 3 guardians of the Zoroastrianism, Guardian Zi Feng, admitted that he's not as strong as Duan Ling Tian. Guardian Zi Feng of the Zoroastrianism is at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although he's not as strong as Lord Pei Si Hai, he's still a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's much stronger than most powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Based on this, even if Duan Ling Tian is not as strong as Lord Pei Si Hai, he's not far away from him. He's not even 50 years old yet. Even the sectless cultivators could not doubt Duan Ling Tian's innate talent and strength. Based on Duan Ling Tian's current achievements, he was worthy of being called the number 1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land. Even if Duan Ling Tian had a fortuitous encounter that gave him his current achievements, Duan Ling Tian was still a genius. In other words, Pei Si Hai was not a genius. Did Pei Si Hai not have a fortuitous encounter as well? However, the independent cultivators did not know that there was an even more shocking piece of news waiting for them to be further shocked and horrified. At that time they would find out. Even now, in terms of strength, Duan Ling Tian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism, was much stronger than Pei Si Hai, who was widely acknowledged as the number 1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land. Somewhere in the northern region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. The northern region of the northern region was covered in snow all year round. Some of the lakes were covered in a thick layer of ice that was enough for people to walk on. On the surface of a vast lake that had turned into ice, a small wooden hut stood there quietly. A person sat cross-legged in the air in front of the wooden house. It was a middle-aged man dressed in tattered clothes. He was tall and sturdy. His messy hair draped over his shoulders, making him look unruly and valiant. Initially, The middle-aged man's eyes were still closed. However, at this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the sky in the distance. There was a tall and handsome young man in azure clothes standing in the air. He imperceptibly emitted an extremely fierce aura. It was as if he wasn't a person but a saber. The young man's long hair was tied up in a ponytail. He carried a sheathed saber on his back. The scabbard was plain and unadorned. The inscriptions on the scabbard exuded an ancient aura as though they were saying to the surroundings, "You've been here for a very long time. It has existed for a very long time." Pei Si Hai. When the middle-aged man saw the young man, he rose to his feet and appeared in front of the young man in just a blink of an eye. Based on the way the middle-aged man addressed the young man, it was obvious who the latter was. The young man was none other than Pei Si Hai, who was ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Wang Zheng. Pei Si Hai looked at the middle-aged man solemnly. "I'm here to see if I can survive 10 moves from you." Based on Pei Si Hai's words, the middle-aged man was shocked. He had fought with the middle-aged man in the past, but he could not even survive 10 moves from the middle-aged man. If this news spread out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. This was because even Hao Shuang, the sectless cultivator who was ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking, did not dare to say he could defeat Pei Si Hai in 10 moves. However, this middle-aged man was not famous in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land, even though he could defeat Pei Si Hai in 10 moves. Let alone being in the top 10 of the Supreme Saint ranking. His name was not even among the 1,000 names on the Supreme Saint ranking. This was enough to prove that he was not famous. He was a reclusive powerhouse who rarely appeared in the outside world. As a hidden expert, no matter how strong he was, as long as he didn't show his strength in front of others, no one would spread his name. Generally, he wouldn't be known by the world. For example, Pei Si Hai from a few years ago had entered the 7th place on the Supreme Saint ranking as soon as he showed himself to the world. Before this, nobody knew about his existence. His name was not among the 1,000 names on the Supreme Saint ranking as well. Pei Si Hai, I heard there's a genius in the Zoroastrianism. He's not even 50 years old, but his strength is not inferior to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Your title as the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land has changed hands. The middle-aged man, Wang Zhang, did not reply to Pei Si Hai immediately. Instead, he smiled mockingly. Humph! Pei Si Hai snorted when he heard Wang Zheng's words. There's always someone better than me. I've never thought of myself as the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land. Don't be so humble. Before that brat from the Zoroastrianism appeared, you were indeed worthy of the title as the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land. Wang Zhang shook his head and smiled. Chang. Chapter 22:19. Come on. Seemingly knowing that Pei Si Hai was getting impatient, Wang Zhang shook his head again with a smile before replying with a serious expression. Bas. Suddenly, a heavy and ear-piercing sound of a saber rang out. Pei Si Hai's figure swayed, and he made his move in time. His body moved with his saber like a ghost. At the same time, Wang Zhang made his move as well. However, he did not use any weapons. He fought with Pei Si Hai with his physical body. Bang! Bang! Wang Zheng's iron fists shot out like 2 cannonballs. They were swift and powerful, causing ripples to appear in the void. It looked as though it would shatter at any time. Bas! 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 Pei Si Hai's saber seemed simple, but it contained the mystery of turning complexity into simplicity. The saber chi swept out as though it could destroy everything. Bang! 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 Wang Zheng's fists looked simpler than Pei Si Hai's saber. Those who could not see through it would think that he was using the techniques of a street gangster. 1 move. 2 moves. 3 moves. 9 moves. Wang Zheng's fist landed on Pei Si Hai's saber and knocked it out of his hand. When the saber was smashed to the ground, Pei Si Hai's hands that were holding the saber were covered in blood and flesh. It was glaring and terrifying. 9 moves. However, after Pei Si Hai slightly stopped the bleeding on his hands, he did not care about his hands anymore. He just stood there and muttered with a dull look in his eyes. Pei Si Hai seemed to be muttering to himself, but in fact, he was replaying the scene of his fight with Wang Zhang in his mind.
He seemed to be trying to comprehend something. After Wang Zhang knocked Pei Sihai's saber out of his hand, he stopped. When he saw that Pei Sihai was in a daze, he did not disturb him. Instead, he returned to the void where he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, ignoring Pei Sihai's presence. About an hour later, Pei Sihai's body trembled as he regained his senses amidst the heavy snow. After he put his saber away, he looked at Wang Zhang, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, and said in a deep voice, "I'll definitely be able to withstand 10 moves from you in 2 weeks. I'll wait and see." Wang Zhang didn't open his eyes, and only responded lazily. It wasn't until Pei Sihai left that he opened his eyes. With a bitter smile on his face, he muttered, "This kid's progress is getting bigger and bigger. Next time, it will be almost impossible to defeat him within 10 moves." Snow continued to fall in the northern region as though the sky was covered in a layer of white. Wang Zhang closed his eyes again and sat cross-legged in the void like a statue. In the Human Devil Saint City in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the lower province. Although Duan Ling Tian had caused quite a commotion at the entrance of the city, it was not a big deal to the Human Devil Saint City. After entering the Human Devil Saint City, Duan Ling Tian was shocked by what he saw. As expected of a city that's bigger than Sin City in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the city's layout and prosperity far surpassed Sin City. After entering Sin City, Duan Ling Tian decided to stay in a good inn to take care of his daughter and wife. The city built by the Human Devil clan was no different from a human city. There were restaurants, inns, gambling dens, and brothels. It was a dazzling sight. Within the inn, the 2 rooms Duan Ling Tian booked were 2 spacious courtyards that were adjacent to each other. One of the courtyards was, naturally, for his family. As for the other courtyard, it was reserved for Ker's sister, Gan Ru Yen. After settling in, Duan Ling Tian finally woke up his daughter, Duan Si Ling, who was in his arms. The little girl was 9 years old now. Her face was fair and delicate. Although she was young, she was already a beauty. Based on this, one could tell the little girl would be a beauty that could topple a nation when she grew up. Ugh! When the little girl opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Duan Ling Tian. To her, Duan Ling Tian was a stranger whom she was meeting for the first time. However, when she saw Duan Ling Tian for the first time, she blinked her big eyes and said without any unfamiliarity, "Father, are you done with your work? Mother misses you a lot. Si Ling misses you a lot as well." The little girl was not shy at all. Perhaps, it was due to the blood ties between her and Duan Ling Tian that made it difficult for her to distance herself from Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was prepared for his daughter to push him away. After all, this was his daughter's first time seeing him. He did not expect his daughter to recognize him with just a glance. Moreover, she was sensible enough to tell him that her mother missed him a lot. For a moment, Duan Ling Tian felt his heart skip a beat. Tears welled up in his eyes. "Si Ling, how did you recognize me?" After a long while, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and suppressed the emotions in his heart before he asked Duan Si Ling with a smile on his face. His gaze softened as he looked at Duan Si Ling. It was as though he could melt her heart. "Daddy is so stupid," Duan Si Ling said playfully to Duan Ling Tian. Then she looked at Ker, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, and continued to say, "Mother, Daddy is so stupid. He doesn't know Si Ling Tian can see him every day." Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard Duan Si Ling's words. He could not help but look at Ker. Si Ling Tian can see him every day? What was going on? Ker's face flushed red when she heard Duan Si Ling's words. "Si Ling, tell your father why you said Si Ling can see him every day?" Ker said to Duan Si Ling. "Okay," Duan Si Ling replied. Then she looked at Duan Ling Tian and pouted as she said to Duan Ling Tian, "Daddy, you're so stupid. Don't you know Si Ling Tian can see your portrait every day? Also, Si Ling knows how to draw Daddy's portrait, but it's not as good as Mother's portrait. Si Ling could see him every day." At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally understood everything. When he looked at Ker again, his eyes were filled with gentleness and tenderness. Then, "Si Ling, are you happy to see Daddy in the flesh?" Duan Ling Tian asked Duan Si Ling with a smile. "I'm happy." Duan Si Ling nodded her head like a chick pecking at grains as she answered Duan Ling Tian firmly. "Daddy, you can play with Mother and me now that you're back. Also, Mother said you're a great hero. Now that you're back,
You can protect Mother and me. We don't have to live in a cold house anymore. Yes. With Daddy here, Xiling won't have to live in a cold house anymore. When Duan Lingtian heard his daughter's words, he hugged her tightly as tears of shame rolled down his cheeks. Naturally, he knew what his daughter meant by a cold place. It must be the prison in the Zoroastrianism's punishment hall. At this moment, Duan Lingtian made a promise inwardly. He swore he would make it up to Kerr and his daughter in the future. Duan Xiling was a little girl after all. After a while, she began to look around. Where's Auntie? Where's Auntie? It was obvious she was looking for Kerr's sister, Gan Ru Yen. After sending Kerr to Gan Ru Yen, Duan Lingtian returned and hugged her tightly in his arms. He said sincerely, Kerr, thank you. Thank you for teaching our daughter so well. Brother Tian, you said she's our daughter. This is what I should do. Kerr said softly as she lay in Duan Lingtian's arms. In the end, her face turned even redder as she said emotionally, Kerr is very happy right now. I hope this moment will last forever. I hope so too. Duan Lingtian nodded as well. At this moment, apart from Kerr, he also felt the same way. At some point, both of them were kissing passionately. After a round of lovemaking, while Kerr was still asleep, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness into Kerr's soul. He wanted to see the seal on Kerr's soul. To be more precise, he wanted to see the seal on Kerr's innate spiritual root. After all, he had heard that Ke possessed a violet innate spiritual root. However, due to the seal, her innate talent was concealed and could not shine as brightly as it should. However, when Duan Lingtian probed Kerr's innate spiritual root with his divine consciousness, he did not find any seal. It's really a violet innate spiritual root. Although Duan Lingtian had long heard that Kerr possessed a violet innate spiritual root, he could not help but feel excited when he saw it for himself. And it's a dark purple spirit root. In addition, Duan Lingtian discovered something else. Kerr's innate spiritual root was so dark that it was almost black. It was almost at the limit of the grade of innate spiritual root. After a while, Duan Lingtian subconsciously probed Kerr's cultivation. However, he discovered that Kerr's cultivation base had already entered the divine saint stage at some point in time. Although she was still a distance away from the saint celestial stage, it was already very ridiculous compared to her previous cultivation base. When was Kerr's seal broken? Regarding this, Duan Lingtian was also deeply puzzled. Although he was puzzled, he did not think about waking Kerr up to get to the bottom of this. I'll ask Kerr when she wakes up. However, Duan Lingtian was genuinely happy for Kerr when he learned that the seal on her innate spiritual root had been broken. Now that I no longer have the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, I can no longer enjoy the assistance of the time flow on the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. This is equivalent to my cultivation speed being 10 times slower than before. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but smile wryly. I'm afraid the only way to increase my cultivation speed is to raise the grade of my innate spiritual root. Chapter 22:20. In the past, ever since Duan Lingtian had opened the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, his cultivation speed had increased by 10 times due to the time flow inside. However, Duan Lingtian knew the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was destroyed. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda had been destroyed. For this reason, he could no longer rely on the time flow in the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to cultivate. He could only rely on his own innate talent to cultivate. Hua Lao. When Duan Lingtian thought about the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he could not help but think about Hua Lao, the weapon spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. His eyes dimmed. Duan Lingtian knew Hua Lao was dead. Hua Lao had died when the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was destroyed. After a long while, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he regained his senses. At the same time, the sadness in his eyes disappeared. Hua Lao, don't worry. Since you sacrificed your life for mine, I'll cherish it even more. Even without the help of the time flow from the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, I'll still cultivate as hard as I can so that I can break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage as soon as possible and become stronger so that I can protect the people around me and my family. Duan Lingtian's eyes became even more determined when he thought about this. So what if he lost the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda? Could he still become a cripple? His innate spiritual root was a violet innate spiritual root, even though it was only a light violet one. Although the innate spiritual roots of the devils are generally inferior, it won't improve my innate spiritual root much if I devour them. However, if the quality is lacking, I can make up for it with quantity. As long as I kill more devils, I won't have to worry about my innate spiritual root improving. If 1 isn't enough, I'll kill 10. If 10 isn't enough, I'll kill 100. If 100 isn't enough, I'll kill 1,000. If 1,000 isn't enough, I'll kill 10,000. If 10,000 isn't enough, I'll kill 100,000. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes revealed a cold light. He might feel pressure to kill his own kind for no reason. However, he didn't feel any pressure when killing demons. Kerr. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on the sleeping Kerr. His gaze was incomparably resolute. I promise you that you and I will never leave each other's side. I will never let you leave me again. Duan Lingtian made a promise in his heart. He would never let Kerr leave him again. Being separated from Kerr for more than 10 years was undoubtedly a great torture for Duan Lingtian. He had had enough of that kind of torment, so he would not let Kerr leave him again. He didn't want to experience that feeling of separation ever again. This woman was the woman he would use his entire life to protect. After a while, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. At the same time, he circulated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique and continuously absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy to cultivate. After circulating his qi for 1 major cycle. Slow. It's too slow. This was Duan Lingtian's first time cultivating since he returned to the lower province. Although he was mentally prepared, he still found it difficult to accept. He suddenly stopped cultivating. This was because his current cultivation speed was simply too slow. Although the human devil Saint City he was currently in was located where the Azure Cloud Mansion used to be, and it occupied the Saint Stone Reserve that used to belong to the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province, the cultivation environment here was considered one of the best in the lower province. However, the cultivation environment here was incomparable to the cultivation environment in the upper province. Coupled with the fact that Duan Lingtian no longer had the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, the difference between the two was huge. It was far beyond his estimation. It seems like I have to hurry up and improve my innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although his current innate spiritual root was violet, it was only a light violet innate spiritual root. It was on a completely different level from Kerr's dark violet innate spiritual root. Moreover, the difference between a light violet innate spiritual root and a dark violet innate spiritual root was much greater than the difference between a light violet innate spiritual root and a dark violet innate spiritual root. If I can improve my innate spiritual root from a light violet to a dark violet, my cultivation speed would be almost the same as when I had the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Lingtian felt much better when he thought of this. Then, Duan Lingtian continued to cultivate. Duan Lingtian only stopped cultivating when Kerr woke up the next morning. Kerr, I noticed that the seal on your innate spiritual root seems to have been removed. Do you know when it was removed? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It must have been removed when the sect leader of Zoroastrianism brought me away from the enforcement hall. After that, I felt that my cultivation speed has increased a lot. Kerr, naturally, had nothing to hide in front of Duan Lingtian. After that, I heard from my sister that I have a violet innate spiritual root. That's when I realized my innate talent is so good. An excited smile appeared on Kerr's face when she reached the end of her sentence. In the future, I'll be able to help you once my cultivation base has improved. She had always wanted to follow in her man's footsteps and help him. However, along the way, her strength was left further and further behind by her man. In the end, she could not even catch up to him. Although she didn't show it on the surface, she was very disappointed in her heart. For this reason, when she learned from her sister, Gan Ru Yen, that she possessed a violet innate spiritual root, she was very excited. She felt it was a pity that her innate spiritual root had been sealed. Later on, when she discovered her cultivation speed had increased rapidly, she realized the seal on her innate spiritual root had been removed. At that time, she was so excited that she could not sleep. She even tried her best to raise her cultivation base to the Divine Saint stage in a short time.
She was only a step away from the exemplary saint stage. As long as she broke through to the exemplary saint stage and the quintessential saint stage, she would only be a step away from the saint celestial stage. It's more than just helping me. With Ker's current innate talent, if my innate talent doesn't improve, you'll definitely surpass me in 10 years. Duan Lingtian said with a smile as he hugged Ker emotionally. Improve my innate talent. Ker was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded before he began to explain the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to Ker. Devouring other people's innate spiritual roots to improve one's own innate spiritual root. There's actually such an assistive divine ability? At this moment, even Ker was shocked. After a while, the shock in Kuer's heart gradually eased up, and when she looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was only adoration in her eyes. Duan Lingtian enjoyed Kuer's gaze of adoration very much. After all, she was his woman. It was undoubtedly a very happy thing for a man to be worshipped by his own woman. More than half of the human devil clans from the land of exile had gathered in the human devil saint city. For this reason, it was bustling with people and carriages everywhere. Father, what's this? Father, this looks good. I want it. Father, I want to buy that. Melodious sounds that sounded like silver bells rang out one after another, becoming a major feature of the noisy street. The person who had spoken was a little girl who looked to be about 8 or 9 years old. The little girl was in the arms of a purple-clad young man. As the young man walked on the street, the little girl excitedly pointed at the stalls on the street and asked for this and that. Every time the young man heard the little girl's words, he would dotingly pat her head and buy all kinds of things for her. In addition, beside this young man, there were 2 women who looked exactly the same. The women were so beautiful that they could cause the downfall of a nation. Their auras were extraordinary and otherworldly as though they were celestial beings. Along the way, he unsurprisingly attracted the attention of many people. The group of 4 was none other than Duan Lingtian, his daughter, his wife, Ker, and Ker's sister, Ganru Yen. After staying in the inn for a few days, Duan Lingtian decided to bring them out for a walk. He also wanted to ask around for information. A blissful smile appeared on Ker's beautiful face when she saw Duan Lingtian and his daughter getting along so well. At this moment, she felt as though she was the happiest woman in the world. On the other hand, Ganru Yen looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on her face. No one knew what she was thinking. Xiling, your mother and aunt must be tired from walking around. Shall we look for a restaurant to eat? After walking around for a while, Duan Lingtian asked his daughter with a doting smile on his face. Sure. Duan Xiling nodded obediently like a little chick pecking at rice. Duan Lingtian purposely went to the most luxurious restaurant near the center of the human devil saint city. He asked for a private room that was close to the main hall before he brought his 3 daughters into the room. The reason he chose such a restaurant was because there were many people here. Perhaps, he would be able to find out what he wanted to know. The dishes were served. 15 minutes passed, but there was no result. Half an hour passed, but there was still no result. An hour passed, but there was still no result. Father, why aren't we going back since we're done eating? About an hour and a half later, Duan Xiling asked Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Xiling finished speaking, a voice rang in the air. Duan Lingtian nodded. Suddenly, Chapter 22-21. Have you heard? A ruin that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial-grade saint inscription master has appeared. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard this. His breathing quickened immediately. Celestial-grade saint inscription master. He was not unfamiliar with this term. Moreover, when he heard this term, he immediately thought of the 10 super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Previously, he had heard someone mention it. The 10 super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking were also known as 10,000 inscription saint weapons. They were all created by a celestial-grade saint inscription master. That celestial-grade saint inscription master was the only celestial-grade saint inscription master in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Otherwise, there would not be only 10 super saint weapons in the Dao Martial Saint Land. What? Celestial-grade saint inscription master? The celestial grade saint inscription master who was said to be the only one in the history of the Dao martial saint land? That's him. It's said that the celestial grade saint inscription master left behind 10 super saint weapons for humans. One of the super saint weapons is called the Devil Seal Tablet. It's a super saint weapon that's used to restrain devil cultivators and our devil clans. I've heard about the Devil Seal Tablet as well. It's a terrifying super saint weapon that's extremely effective against our devil clans. Even a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage from our devil clans would definitely die if he faced a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, who possesses the Devil Seal Tablet. Let alone a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't dare to fight a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage who possesses the Devil Seal Tablet. I heard the Devil Seal Tablet was originally in the hands of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the Wuxia subterranean. However, it was snatched away by someone from the upper province and brought to the upper province. That damn person from the upper province. If he didn't snatch the Devil Seal Tablet away, our devil clans would have snatched the Devil Seal Tablet away from the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and destroyed it. Speaking of the Azure Cloud Mansion, the human devil saint city is located in the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. More and more members of the human devil clan joined in the conversation when one of them brought up the topic of celestial saint inscription masters. It had been quite some time since the devil clans arrived in the Dao martial saint land. Many devils would use the soul-searching secret tactic when they killed humans. For this reason, they were very familiar with the rumors in the Dao martial saint land. Among them, there were rumors about celestial grade saint inscription masters and the 10 super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Among the 10 super saint artifacts in the martial saint land, the devil race cared about the most was undoubtedly the Devil Seal Tablet. As for the other super saint weapons, even the super saint weapon that was ranked first in the Dao martial saint land, they did not pay much attention to it. This was because the Devil Seal Tablet was a super saint weapon that could restrain the devil clan. Azure Cloud Mansion? When the group of human devils mentioned the Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ling Tian perked up his ears and listened intently. Even Kerr and Gon Ru Yen listened intently. Gon Ru Yen even made a shushing gesture at Duan Siling. Duan Siling sensibly shut her mouth and did not say anything else. She was very obedient. Gradually, Duan Ling Tian learned a lot of useful information from the group of human devils outside. The people from the Azure Cloud Mansion had already retreated when the human devil clan's army arrived? There were no casualties at all? When Duan Ling Tian and Kerr learned about this, they could not help but heave a sigh of relief. There were no casualties at all in the Azure Cloud Mansion. This meant that their friends and family were safe. This was undoubtedly the best news for them. Currently, they could finally relax. There was no need for them to worry anymore. More than half of the human devil clan's vanguard troops were killed or injured. Duan Ling Tian, Kerr, and Gon Ru Yen were stunned when they heard this news. The Azure Cloud Mansion killed more than half of the human devil clan's vanguard troops? If it wasn't for the human devil clan's army, the human devil clan's vanguard troops would have been annihilated? Duan Ling Tian was completely dumbfounded. Since when did the Azure Cloud Mansion become so powerful? Even if the human devil clan's vanguard troops did not have powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above, there should be many powerhouses with different cultivation bases. Even then, they were almost annihilated by the Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Ling Tian was still in a daze. Brother Tian, is the Azure Cloud Mansion really that powerful? Kerr could not help but ask. Currently, Kerr was no longer the Kerr of the past. Ever since she had arrived in the upper province, Kerr's knowledge had increased. Naturally, she knew what it meant for the Azure Cloud Mansion to kill more than half of the human devil clan's vanguard troops. Impossible. Gon Ru Yen said bluntly. It was impossible for the Azure Cloud Mansion to be so powerful. I don't know. When Duan Ling Tian heard Kerr's words, it took him a while to regain his senses. When he regained his senses, he shook his head with difficulty. He still could not figure it out. How did the Azure Cloud Mansion become so powerful? After thinking about it for a long time, Duan Ling Tian still could not figure it out. In the end, he decided to stop thinking about it. There must be a reason. As for the reason, I'll find out when I reunite with Father, Mother, and little Feier in the future. It was precisely because of this that Duan Ling Tian did not think too much about it. No matter what, I can confirm that they're fine.
I've already achieved my goal of coming to the human devil saint city. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This time, he had entered the human devil holy city to inquire about his family and friends, and to confirm whether they were safe or not. Now that he had confirmed their safety, he was, naturally, at ease. After father, mother, and the others left the Azure Cloud Mansion, they should return to the Cloud Continent. After all, the cultivation environment on the Cloud Continent is far inferior to the WCI subterranean. The stronger devil clans won't bother to go there. As for the weaker devil clans, with the Azure Cloud Mansion's strength that can kill half of the human devil clan's vanguard, I don't think they're afraid of us. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt completely at ease. At the same time, more news about the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Coincidentally, the news was, the ruin left behind by the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master happened to be in the south. In other words, if he wanted to return to the Cloud Continent, he would have to pass by there. Let's return to the Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian made up his mind immediately. And this was also his main goal. As for the ruin left behind by the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master, he could take a look at it. If he could confirm there was an inheritance left behind by the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master, he planned to explore it. After all, the inheritance left behind by the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master was related to the secret of inscribing 10,000 inscription saint weapons, also known as super saint weapons. If he could obtain the inheritance, he might be able to inscribe super saint weapons as well. At that time, he would be able to give one to his family and friends to raise their strength. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt excited again. He seemed to have forgotten something. If it was possible to inscribe super saint weapons, how could the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master only inscribe a few? However, even if I can't confirm there's an inheritance left behind by the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master, I can still go in. Who knows if there's another super saint weapon in there? Perhaps I'll be able to find a super saint sword? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his heart was filled with eagerness again. At this moment, he realized he had lost a lot of celestial treasures. Although he still had the sun-shooting bow, a celestial supreme treasure, in his possession, it was incomplete. Moreover, it was still a bow. It could not be used with his supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Forget it. I'll just go in there myself. Duan Lingtian overturned his previous decision and made another decision. As it turned out, he planned to bring the three ladies back to his hometown, the Cloud Continent. If he was certain he wanted to go to the ruin left behind by the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master, he would send the three ladies to a safe place. If he did not want to go, he would bring the three ladies back to the Cloud Continent. However, he planned to explore the ruin left behind by the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master. When I was in the Upper Province, I heard the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master left behind an inheritance. I wonder if the inheritance is in the ruin left behind by the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master? However, even if it's not in the ruin, I still have to go in. Who knows, I might be able to obtain a sword-type super saint weapon. Duan Lingtian told Kerr that he was going to do it. Then, he brought the three ladies to another inn. This inn was the best in the human devil saint city. It belonged to the Crimson Blaze Palace, one of the 9 great forces in the human devil clan. The first-class rooms here were protected by an isolation formation. Even if the devil chi in the three ladies' bodies dissipated completely, as long as they did not come out, nobody would be able to tell they were humans. Moreover, there were powerhouses from the Crimson Blaze Palace guarding the inn, so there was no need to worry about their safety. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to let the three ladies stay here. Daddy, where are you going? Duan Xiling asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian with her big, innocent eyes. Good girl. Xiling, Daddy has something to do. Stay here with Mother and Auntie for a few days and wait for Daddy to come back, okay? Duan Lingtian patted Duan Xiling's head affectionately. Okay, Xiling will wait for Daddy to come back. Daddy, come back soon. Duan Xiling nodded obediently. Brother Tian, I'll wait for you to come back. Kerr said as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Okay. Chapter 22-22. After leaving the human devil saint city, Duan Lingtian and the group of human devils made their way south. As the ruin left behind by the celestial grade saint inscription master was exposed, more and more human devils were leaving the human devil saint city and making their way south. That's good as well. I don't have to look for it myself. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he watched the human devils leave the human devil saint city in a grandiose manner. Duan Lingtian followed the group of human devils as they made their way south. Hey, brother, are you going to the ruin left behind by the celestial grade saint inscription master as well? A voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears as soon as he had flown for a distance. Soon after, a person appeared next to Duan Lingtian and flew side by side with Duan Lingtian. Are you calling for me? Duan Lingtian asked as he turned to look at the person who was staring at him. The person who appeared next to Duan Lingtian was a young man who was dressed in brocade robes and had an extraordinary bearing. Duan Lingtian did not know why. When Duan Lingtian looked at the young man, he did not feel the disgust he usually felt when he saw a human devil. In fact, he felt a sense of closeness instead. It felt as though the person standing in front of him was not a human devil, but a human like him. Yes, the young man was handsome. When he smiled, he gave off the feeling of a boy next door. He was worlds apart from the human devils Duan Lingtian had seen so far. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness. He discovered that the young man was a human devil saint. Although the young man's body was rich and pure, there was no trace of the devil clan's bloodline in him at all. It was as though he was a human through and through. This was completely different from the human devils Duan Lingtian had investigated before. When probing these human devils, in addition to discovering a rich and pure devil chi in their bodies, they could also discover that their devil race bloodlines were mixed with human bloodlines. But now, the bloodline of this brocade-robed young man was extremely pure, just like his own. In other words, this young man in embroidered clothes was a pure human. Is something the matter? Duan Lingtian looked at the young man and asked, Brother, you don't seem to be from the Wandering Saint Palace, right? Asked the brocade-robed young man with a smile. Wandering Saint Palace? Upon hearing the young man's words, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and asked, You're from the Wandering Saint Palace? Duan Lingtian had heard about the Wandering Saint Palace more than once when he was in the Human Devil Saint City. The Wandering Saint Palace was one of the 3 palaces in the Human Devil Clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls. It was as famous as the Crimson Blaze Palace in the inn he had brought Kerr and the others to. It was also one of the top forces in the Human Devil Clan. The Wandering Saint Palace was also an anomaly in the Human Devil Clan. This was because everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace, from the palace master to the ordinary disciples, was a human. To be more precise, they were all human devil cultivators. In the Human Devil Clan and the entire devil clans in the Land of Exile, most of the devil cultivators with pure human bloodline were from the Wandering Saint Palace. The Wandering Saint Palace was established after the first Human Devil Order era. At that time, a group of devil cultivators had followed the devil clans back to the Land of Exile. Some of the devil cultivators had gathered together and formed a force. There was a very strict rule in this faction. No matter who it was, they could only mate with a human devil cultivator. Once they mated with a devil cultivator, they would be expelled. For this reason, there were only devil cultivators with pure human bloodline in the Wandering Saint Palace. The Wandering Saint Palace was one of the reasons the Human Devil Clan was ostracized by the other devil clans. The devil cultivators in the Wandering Saint Palace did not possess the bloodline of the devil clans. They were all pure humans. Due to the fact that humans were born with higher innate talents than demons, this force had rapidly developed and expanded in the Banished Lands. Today, the Wandering Saint Palace had become one of the most powerful forces in the Human Devil Clan. This force was none other than the Wandering Saint Palace. The Wandering Saint Palace was the last force to arrive at the WCI subterranean among the Human Devil Clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls. Many human devils said the Wandering Saint Palace chose to leave the Land of Exile after the Human Devil Clan had secured a foothold in the Dao Martial Saint Land because they didn't want to kill their own kind. If there was one force in the Human Devil Clan that Duan Lingtian did not oppose, it would be the Wandering Saint Palace. This was because the Wandering Saint Palace did not participate in the killing of humans. Moreover, the people in the Wandering Saint Palace were all humans with pure human bloodlines. The only difference was that they were all devil cultivators who had inherited the devil clan's legacies. Yes, I'm from the Wandering Saint Palace. My name is Huang Qiling. How should I address you, brother? The brocade-clad young man asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not disguise himself and did not plan to conceal his identity. Duan Lingtian? This name sounds a little familiar. Huang Qiling was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he smiled and greeted Duan Lingtian. So it's Brother Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, I feel like you're different from other human devils. You look like someone from the Wandering Saint Palace. Although Huang Qiling did not probe Duan Lingtian's bloodline, he had spent a lot of time with people from the Wandering Saint Palace and human devils. Therefore, he could tell the difference between humans and human devils. Based on Duan Lingtian's temperament and the obscure aura he emitted, he could tell Duan Lingtian was a pure human. Naturally, he could also vaguely sense the pure devil qi on Duan Lingtian's body. For this reason, he was certain Duan Lingtian was not a human. Duan Lingtian was not a human from the Dao Martial Saint land. Instead, he was a human devil cultivator from the land of exile. For this reason, although Huang Qiling found the name Duan Lingtian familiar, he did not think that Duan Lingtian was a human from the Dao Martial Saint land. Therefore, it was impossible for him to see through Duan Lingtian's background. As far as I know, the people from the Wandering Saint Palace aren't the only ones with pure human bloodline in the land of exile, am I right? Duan Lingtian said. That's true. Huang Qiling nodded. Although the Wandering Saint Palace had gathered most of the devil cultivators with pure human bloodline in the land of exile, there were still some devil cultivators with pure human bloodline who wandered outside the land of exile. In the land of exile, the human devil clan would not accept such devil cultivators. They could only be sectless cultivators. Naturally, such devil cultivators were rare. For this reason, Huang Qiling took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian. He thought Duan Lingtian was a sectless devil cultivator with pure human bloodline who wandered outside the land of exile. Brother Lingtian, I'm going to the ruin left behind by the human celestial grade saint inscription master. If you're going there as well, why don't we go together? Huang Qiling asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, he added, Please don't misunderstand. I don't have any ulterior motives. The devil cultivators with pure human bloodline I usually come into contact with are all from the Wandering Saint Palace. It's rare for me to meet a sectless cultivator like you, Brother Lingtian, so I'd like to have a chat with you. It's all right. Duan Lingtian did not sense any hostility from Huang Qiling. He could tell Huang Qiling had a good character, so he agreed to Huang Qiling's request. Moreover, he was not afraid even if Huang Qiling had ulterior motives. Huang Qiling's cultivation base was only at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was not a threat to him at all. Just like that, Duan Lingtian gained a new companion. Along the way, Huang Qiling was the one who took the initiative to talk to him. Duan Lingtian learned more about the human devil clan from Huang Qiling. Most of it was about the Wandering Saint Palace where Huang Qiling was from. Huang Qiling also asked about Duan Lingtian's background. Duan Lingtian went with the flow and said he was a sectless cultivator from the land of exile who had always been alone. Huang Qiling did not doubt Huang Qiling's words since he already knew Duan Lingtian was lying. Brother Lingtian, if you're interested, you can join the Wandering Saint Palace. As long as you have a pure human bloodline, the Wandering Saint Palace won't reject you, Huang Qiling said with a smile. Huang Qiling said to Duan Lingtian with a smile, Personally, I think there are many benefits to joining the Wandering Saint Palace. Naturally, it's all up to you. I'll consider your offer. Duan Lingtian nodded before he continued to say, However, the most important thing right now is to find the ruin left behind by the celestial grade saint inscription master. If you know where it is, let's hurry over. Brother Lingtian, I almost forgot about it if you didn't mention it. I know where it is. Let's hurry over. Huang Qiling sped up as soon as he finished speaking. His figure flashed as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning. Initially, he did not speed up much because he wanted to take care of Duan Lingtian. However, when he realized Duan Lingtian was able to keep up with him easily, he sped up again. After increasing his speed a few times, he realized Duan Lingtian was able to keep up with him easily. He could not help but feel slightly surprised. I didn't expect junior brother Ling Tian to be so strong as well. It seems like I can try moving at full speed. If he can't keep up with me, I'll slow down." After muttering to himself, Huang Qiling also activated his strength and moved at full speed. His speed was more than twice as fast as before. Huang Qiling, who thought he could leave Duan Ling Tian behind and was feeling smug, was completely stunned when he heard the sound of wind whistling next to him. Huang Qiling discovered something. Chapter 22-23. It seems like I've misjudged you. Huang Qiling smiled wryly at Duan Ling Tian when he saw Duan Ling Tian easily catching up to him. "Brother Ling Tian, you're still able to keep up with me even though I'm traveling at full speed. This shows that you're much stronger than me, Brother Ling Tian. I feel like you're not much older than me, Brother Ling Tian. However, your cultivation base is much higher than mine. I'm really embarrassed. After all, I'm from the Wandering Saint Palace while you're just a sectless cultivator, Brother Ling Tian." The wry smile on Huang Qiling's face widened when he reached the end of his sentence. Although devil cultivators like them who had inherited the devil clan's legacies could devour the vital energy and blood of other devils to improve their strength, there was still a bottleneck in the process. The bottleneck was directly affected by a devil cultivator's innate talent. The higher one's innate talent was, the stronger one would become after devouring the vital energy and blood of other devils. The reverse was also true. "I was just lucky to have a fortuitous encounter," Duan Ling Tian replied. "Brother Ling Tian, you're too humble." Huang Qiling, naturally, felt Duan Ling Tian was being humble. After traveling for a while, more and more human devils appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. "We're here." After a while, Duan Ling Tian saw a group of human devils coming to a halt. Huang Qiling's voice rang in his ears, causing him to look ahead. In front of them was a stone forest. There were all kinds of strange boulders in the stone forest. The shortest ones were only a few dozen meters tall while the taller ones were hundreds of meters tall. There were even a few boulders that were thousands of meters tall standing there like towering trees. At this moment, the group of human devils was rushing into the stone forest. They were like stones that had fallen into the sea, disappearing in just a blink of an eye. It was as though they did not even cause a ripple. "They're in the stone forest?" Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Huang Qiling. "I heard so." Huang Qiling nodded. His eyes lit up as he said, "Let's go. Let's follow them and take a look." "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to enter the stone forest with Huang Qiling, a voice rang out. 3 mocking voices rang out from behind them in a timely manner. "Isn't that Huang Qiling? With your little bit of cultivation, you dare to come here and join in the fun? I advise you not to embarrass yourself. You're embarrassing the people from the Wandering Saint Palace." Accompanying the 3 voices were 3 young men wearing brocade robes like Huang Qiling. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian and Huang Qiling, blocking their path. At the same time, the gazes of the 3 young men fell on Huang Qiling. Their gazes were filled with mockery and ridicule. Seeing the 3 of them, Huang Qiling's face immediately turned gloomy. A trace of anger and fear flashed in his eyes. Who are they? Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, annoyed that someone was blocking his way. However, he still sent a voice transmission to Huang Qiling. They're also disciples of the Wandering Saint Palace. They're from the same generation as me. In the past, after Huang Qiling explained the situation to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian finally understood the situation. The 3 young men in front of him were all good-for-nothings. They liked to play around with female disciples who had weak cultivation bases and had no background. Since their seniors were high-ranking officials in the Wandering Saint Palace, they would not be punished no matter how much trouble the female disciples caused. There was one time when Huang Qiling could not stand it anymore and taught them a lesson. Then, he would keep an eye on them and teach them a lesson if they dared to cause trouble. Because Huang Qiling's background was stronger than any of the 3 of them. Even if the 3 of them had good backgrounds, they couldn't use them to bully Huang Qiling. They could only admit that their skills were not as good as Huang Qiling's, and could only hate Huang Qiling in their hearts. Due to an accident, Huang Qiling was severely injured and his saint veins were damaged.
It was difficult for him to make any progress in his cultivation base. After that, his strength was surpassed by the three young men. At that time, the three of them began to seek revenge on Huang Qiling naturally. They did not dare to go too far due to Huang Qiling's background. However, they still mocked him verbally. Good for nothing? A sneer appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face when he heard Huang Qiling's words. Huang Qiling? The person beside you. Is he your friend? One of the three young men in embroidered clothes looked at Duan Ling Tian with a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. Upon hearing his words, the other two young men also looked at Duan Ling Tian. Whoosh! When the three of them looked at Duan Ling Tian, Huang Qiling's expression changed and he shouted coldly, I don't know him. He's not my friend. When Huang Qiling opened his mouth to shout coldly, he was also somewhat hysterical. At the same time, he moved in front of Duan Ling Tian and stared at the three young men in front of him. Ha ha ha! When the three young men in embroidered robes heard Huang Qiling shout and saw how he was trying to cover it up, they could not help but laugh as though they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Huang Qiling, since he's not your friend, let's kill him. That's right. Since you said he's not your friend, let's kill him as prey for fun. Looks like we're going to have some fun today. After the three brocade-clad young men stopped laughing, they looked at Huang Qiling mockingly. Then, they looked at Duan Ling Tian who was standing behind Huang Qiling in unison. It was as though they were hunters looking at their prey through the forest. Based on their words, it was clear they intended to kill Duan Ling Tian. Since Huang Qiling's background was stronger than theirs, they did not dare to make a move on him even if he was weaker than them. At most, they would mock him verbally. However, they had no qualms about killing Huang Qiling's friend. So what if they killed him? Would the high-ranking officials of the Wandering Saint Palace behind Huang Qiling get into a conflict with the high-ranking officials of the Wandering Saint Palace for an outsider? If you dare to touch him, I'll kill all of you. Huang Qiling's eyes turned cold when he heard the three young men's words. Although he and Duan Ling Tian could not be considered as friends, the reason Duan Ling Tian was in danger was because they were traveling together. For this reason, although he felt guilty, he did not want anything to happen to Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 22-24. Let me ask you three, Tom, Dick and Harry. Do you want to kill me? The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent again. The onlookers looked at Duan Ling Tian as though they had seen a ghost. Was this fellow crazy? How dare he provoke the three people from the Wandering Saint Palace at this moment? Earlier, someone had called the three people from the Wandering Saint Palace cats and dogs. They were furious, but since they could not find the culprit, they had no choice but to let the matter rest. Now, Duan Ling Tian had called the three people from the Wandering Saint Palace cats and dogs in front of everyone. The onlookers were impressed by Duan Ling Tian's courage, but at the same time, they felt he was digging his own grave. Brother Ling Tian. Huang Qiling, who was stunned by Duan Ling Tian's sudden action, also regained his senses at this moment. His expression changed drastically. He knew the three disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace very well. They would definitely not let Duan Ling Tian's provocation go. As expected. As soon as Huang Qiling's expression changed drastically, the three disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace who came from powerful backgrounds regained their senses as well. Brat, you're seeking death. You're seeking death. You're seeking death. The three disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace roared furiously when their expressions changed. Following that, they immediately made their move. As they stirred up gusts of wind, they charged toward Duan Ling Tian at the speed of sound. One powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial Stage and two powerhouses at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial Stage unleashed their full strength. Three energies of different colors charged toward Duan Ling Tian in a ferocious manner. It was as though they would not rest until they killed Duan Ling Tian. Whoosh! One of the energies came from a 7-foot-long spear that contained a vast amount of saint origin. With a swing of the spear, it whistled through the air as though it could pierce through anything. Bang! Bang! The other burst of power came from the other person's fists. Saint Chi filled his gloves as he punched out with both fists, sending out two terrifying bursts of power that seemed to transform into two roaring dragons. Wang! 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 The last wave of power came from the broadsword in the last person's hand. The broadsword swept out horizontally, bringing along gusts of wind. The broadsword light was intricate and complicated. It seemed extremely chaotic, but in reality, there was a profound principle hidden within. Its power was unparalleled. Brother Ling Tian, be careful. Huang Qiling's face changed greatly as he hurriedly reminded him. However, when he hurriedly reminded Duan Ling Tian, it was already too late for him to rescue Duan Ling Tian. This was because his current strength was weaker than the three of them, so it was impossible for him to catch up with their speed. I'd like to see. Who's the one courting death? Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold when he saw the three men charging at him menacingly. The Sun Saint origin in his body began to boil before it surged out of his body through his 99 saint veins and gathered on his right hand. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and pointed his finger. Instantly, swoosh! The sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air as a sharp sword ray shot out from the tip of Duan Ling Tian's finger. When the sword light cut through the sky, it was like a shooting star in the night sky, flashing and disappearing. In just a blink of an eye, the sword chi was like a death god's scythe as it easily destroyed the attack of one of the disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace and killed him in just a blink of an eye. The sword ray pierced through the space between his eyebrows, causing blood to splatter everywhere. At the same time, his soul was destroyed. A disciple at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Wandering Saint Palace was dead. Everyone present on the scene only managed to regain their senses when the disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace was killed. An expression of shock and disbelief appeared on their faces. Even Huang Qiling was dumbfounded at this moment. Brother Ling Tian was actually so valiant. What shocked Huang Qiling and the others present on the scene even more was, swoosh! After killing the first disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, the sword ray that shot out from the tip of Duan Ling Tian's finger reverberated in the air again. In the next moment, they saw another disciple at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage had died as well. In just a blink of an eye, only one of the three disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace was left alive. Although the remaining disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was still alive. However, when he saw Duan Ling Tian killing two disciples at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage without using any saint weapons, his expression changed drastically. How's this possible? At this moment, he did not feel safe because his cultivation base had broken through to the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Instead, he felt a sense of danger. Swoosh! The short-lived sword ray reverberated in the air again. Everyone's eyes widened when they heard the sound. Their hearts were in turmoil. It's not over yet. The sword ray that appeared for a brief moment continued to fly toward the disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, the disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace who was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage could not see the sword ray coming at him because it was too fast. Just the sound of the sword whistling through the air was enough to send chills down his spine. No. The disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage cried out in despair as his expression changed drastically. At this moment, he was certain he was going to die. This was because the sword light that was charging at him was simply too fast. Moreover, it seemed to have locked onto him, causing him to have a feeling that he had nowhere to run. It even caused him to be unable to raise any thoughts of fleeing. Most importantly, he felt as though his body was filled with lead. He could not move at all. Naturally, it was not Duan Ling Tian's doing. It was his own problem. Just as the sword ray from Duan Ling Tian's Sun Saint origin was about to kill the disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, swoosh! 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 The sound of the sword whistling through the air rang in the air as a rain of swords rained down on the disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. At the same time, it also blocked the sword ray that came from Duan Ling Tian. The rain of swords fell, directly mincing that sword light into pieces. The disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage managed to escape with his life. Who's there? Duan Ling Tian's expression changed immediately as he looked up at the sky. There was a figure standing there. Moreover, the rain of swords from before had come from this figure. When Duan Ling Tian looked up at the sky, everyone's eyes followed Duan Ling Tian's gaze and landed on the figure in the sky. This was a woman in a robe whiter than snow. She stood there, her long hair cascading down like a waterfall. Although it was only her back, she still emitted waves of cold aura, as if she was 1,000 miles away from others. Sister Wenjing. Huang Qiling's eyes widened when he saw the woman in the sky. He quickly bowed respectfully at her. Sister Wenjing? The disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage who was almost killed by Duanling Tian regained his senses when he heard Huang Qiling's voice. He looked at the woman who had saved him. The moment he saw the woman, the fear in his eyes disappeared and was replaced with joy and excitement. However, in the next moment, his expression darkened again. Sister Wenjing, you must avenge Qi Gang and Yu Ji. The disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage pointed at Duanling Tian and said angrily, he's the one who killed Qi Gang and Tu Yu. Lin Qi Gang and Situ Yu Ji were the two disciples at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage who were killed by Duanling Tian. He's also Huang Qiling's friend. Huang Qiling is trying to rebel by colluding with outsiders to kill our disciples. He looked at Huang Qiling when he reached the end of his sentence. While the disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage was complaining, many of the onlookers recognized the white-clad woman in the sky. It's Huang Wenjing. Although they could only see the white-clad woman's back, many people still recognized her. Huang Wenjing? When someone recognized the white-clad woman and said her name, an uproar broke out among the onlookers. Huang Wenjing was no stranger to the people present on the scene. Huang Wenjing was a famous prodigy in the Human Devil clan. She was also the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Wandering Saint Palace. Her cultivation base had already broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Rumor had it that her cultivation base was close to breaking through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from her monstrous innate talent and strength, Huang Wenjing also had a title that no one could compete with. She was the most beautiful woman in the Human Devil clan. She's Huang Wenjing? The most beautiful woman in the Human Devil clan and the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Wandering Saint Palace? The eyes of the human devils lit up when they heard Huang Wenjing's name. The male human devils in particular had a burning desire in their eyes when they looked at Huang Wenjing's back. At this moment, the instinctive reaction of a man could be seen clearly. However, they quickly averted their gazes. This was because when they looked at the cold figure in the sky, a cold aura was emitting from the figure. Above the ice-cold figure, an aura that made one feel as though winter had arrived swept out and enveloped their bodies, causing them to feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. In just a blink of an eye, the desire in their hearts vanished. When they looked at the cold figure again, their eyes were filled with dread. They no longer dared to act rashly. Sister Wenjing, don't listen to his nonsense. Huang Qiling's expression changed drastically when he saw the disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage trying to accuse him. Xianxia, Lin Qi Gang, and Situ Yu Ji wanted to kill Brother Ling Tian, so Brother Ling Tian killed them. Chapter 22-25. As soon as Huang Qiling finished speaking, Humph! Xianxia, the disciple at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, scoffed as he glared at Huang Qiling. Huang Qiling, you're still defending an outsider at a time like this? Don't forget that Lin Qi Gang, Situ Yu Ji, and I are all from the Wandering Saint Palace. How dare you side with an outsider? A hint of pride could be seen in Xianxia's eyes when he spoke. Sister Wenjing. When Xianxia looked at the cold figure in the sky again, his expression turned grim. He said with a tearful expression, "You're the leader of the younger generation in the Wandering Saint Palace. You must avenge Lin Qi Gang and Yu Ji." Although Xianxia's face was mournful, his eyes were shining with the luster of a successful scheme. Huang Qiling's expression darkened when he heard Xianxia's words. Enough! A melodious voice that sounded like an oriole's voice rang in the air. Everyone felt as though they were in a world of ice and snow. The voice came from the back of the snow-white figure high up in the sky. As soon as the figure finished speaking, she slowly turned around and revealed her face. A beautiful face that seemed to have been carefully sculpted appeared in front of everyone's eyes, causing everyone's breathing to stop at this moment. Beautiful! Too beautiful! Everyone, including Duanling Tian, could not help but have the same thought when they saw the woman in snow-white clothes and her face that was so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of a nation. Duan Ling Tian, in particular, was deeply affected by the woman's beauty. After all, his wives, Ke, Li Fei, and his lover Feng Tianwu, were all top-tier beauties. However, the woman in front of him was not inferior to Ke, Li Fei, or Feng Tianwu in terms of beauty. Especially the cold temperament that kept people thousands of miles away from her. For ordinary men, they could only keep their distance. However, for a confident man, he would involuntarily have the desire to conquer her. Just like Duan Ling Tian, this desire arose in an instant. This was his subconscious desire as a confident man. It wasn't that he wasn't faithful. Just as his desire rose, Duan Ling Tian thought of his two wives. For a moment, it was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head, completely waking him up. She's Huang Wenjing? The #1 beauty of the human demon clan? He truly lives up to his reputation. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but praise the lady in white when he looked at her again. Soon, Duan Ling Tian discovered something else. The most beautiful woman of the human devil clan was actually looking at him. How dare you kill the people from the Wandering Saint Palace? Huang Wenjing looked at Duan Ling Tian with a calm expression. Her tone was calm as well. It was impossible to detect any strange emotions in her voice. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow and was about to say something when Huang Wenjing suddenly spoke up. Sister Wenjing. Huang Qiling stepped forward and looked at Huang Wenjing solemnly. Everyone here is a witness to what happened today. If he Xianxia and the other two didn't make a move first, Brother Ling Tian wouldn't have been able to touch them. What? Are you going to protect him? Huang Wenjing's expression was still calm. It was impossible to tell if she was happy or angry. However, everyone present on the scene could clearly feel her aura turning colder. Yes. Huang Qiling's expression turned solemn as he said solemnly, today's incident happened because of me. If it weren't for me, Brother Ling Tian wouldn't have gotten involved in this. In that case, you can go to the enforcement hall to receive your punishment when you return to the palace. Huang Wenjing's gaze turned cold. An even colder aura swept out from her body and enveloped Huang Qiling. Huang Qiling's body seemed to have been frozen into ice in an instant, becoming much stiffer. Yes. Huang Qiling replied in a trembling voice after trembling for a while. At this moment, he felt as though he was in a world of ice and snow. His body was so stiff that he could not even speak properly. Sister Wenjing. He Xianxia's expression changed drastically when he saw Huang Wenjing had no intention of attacking Duan Ling Tian. Humph. Duan Ling Tian scoffed as soon as he Xianxia spoke. He looked at Huang Wenjing calmly and said indifferently, It's my business to kill Duan Ling Tian. What does it have to do with anyone else? I, Duan Ling Tian, killed someone. If you have the ability, you can capture me and bring me back to the Wandering Saint Palace to receive your punishment. Although Duan Ling Tian's tone was calm, it sounded like a provocation to Huang Wenjing. For a moment, Huang Wenjing's originally somewhat cold face seemed to be covered with a thick layer of frost. Brother Ling Tian. Huang Qiling's eyes widened when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words and saw the expression on Huang Wenjing's face. He Xianxia, on the other hand, had a gloating expression on his face. Huang Qiling had already decided to take the blame for this guy, but not only did he not appreciate it, but he even provoked Huang Wenjing with his words. This guy is digging his own grave. Digging his own grave? Maybe he's not afraid of Huang Wenjing at all? I don't think so. He doesn't seem old. I've never heard of such a young powerhouse in the human devil clan. When the onlookers saw Duan Ling Tian acting this way, they felt Duan Ling Tian was asking for it. Since you want me to capture you, I'll do as you wish. As the #1 genius among the younger generation in the Wandering Saint Palace, Huang Wenjing had her own pride even though she was a woman. After being provoked to such an extent in front of so many people today, she naturally couldn't tolerate it. Swoosh! Huang Wenjing's figure swayed, and left behind a shadow on the spot. Then, she quickly disappeared without a trace. Swoosh! 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 As soon as Huang Wenjing's figure disappeared, the sound of swords whistling in the air rang in the air. Along with the sound of swords whistling in the air was a dense rain of swords. The rain of swords soared through the sky and charged menacingly towards Duan Ling Tian. Above the rain of swords, Huang Wenjing stepped on one of the sword rays and charged toward Duanling Tian along with the rain of swords. She looked like a female sword celestial who was flying on her sword. In just a blink of an eye, she killed her enemies who were thousands of miles away. 1,000 inscriptions Saint's sword? In just a blink of an eye, Duanling Tian recognized the sword ray beneath Huang Wenjing's feet. It was 1,000 inscriptions Saint's sword. When she wielded the sword, it shone like lightning. As for the rain of swords that was charging toward him, it was a combination of divine ability and martial tactics. The rain of swords carried with it the power to devour mountains and rivers. It seemed as though it could drown everything in its path. Elementary devouring tactic. Duanling Tian did not dare to be careless in the face of the ferocious Huang Wenjing. He instantly cast his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. In just a blink of an eye, a whirlpool appeared with Duanling Tian in the center. As soon as the whirlpool appeared, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was absorbed by Duanling Tian and turned into a part of the Sun Saint origin in his body. The Sun Saint origin in his body rapidly rose to its peak. Golden Crow's wings. In the next moment, Duanling Tian cast his movement divine ability. A pair of flaming wings appeared on his back, stirring up a scorching wind. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Huang Wenjing stepped on the rain of swords as she charged toward Duanling Tian. Her speed was as fast as a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duanling Tian's expression turned solemn when he saw Huang Wenjing. Huang Wenjing was definitely the strongest powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage he had ever encountered. If he had the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would not be afraid of Huang Wenjing at all. However, he had no choice but to be cautious now. Otherworldly Celestial. With just a thought, Duanling Tian cast his offensive divine ability, the Otherworldly Celestial, and created several clones. Clones. Many of the onlookers shook their heads when they saw Duanling Tian creating clones. They did not think Duanling Tian's move would be effective. No matter how many clones there were, they would be drowned by the rain of swords. However, they were unaware that Duanling Tian's divine ability was not weak at all. Duanling Tian's trump card was not the Otherworldly Celestial but the Supreme Sword Dao Mental Cultivation Method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. After casting the divine ability, the Otherworldly Celestial, and activating the Supreme Sword Dao Mental Cultivation Method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. In just a blink of an eye, Duanling Tian extended his divine consciousness again. It was as though he was the ruler of the Sword Dao world. After a while, Duanling Tian's divine consciousness shrouded Huang Wenjing who was charging toward him while stepping on the rain of swords. He could clearly sense the power of the rain of swords and the profundities contained within it. I see. In just a blink of an eye, Duanling Tian discovered Huang Wenjing's flaw. In fact, this flaw was not obvious. Even a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would not be able to discover it. This flaw was due to the fusion of Huang Wenjing's sword martial tactic and divine ability. The two seemed to have merged together perfectly, but there were quite a few flaws mixed together. It was just that it was difficult to discover and detect. And now, this flaw had been discovered by Duanling Tian. Before Duanling Tian's Supreme Sword Dao Mental Cultivation Method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, he would be able to find any sword martial tactic in the mundane realm unless it was flawless. It's much easier now that there's a flaw. Duanling Tian was excited when he discovered Huang Wenjing's flaw. It was as if he had been injected with chicken blood, and he became excited in an instant. Meanwhile, Huang Wenjing had already arrived near Duanling Tian while riding on the rain of swords. Chapter 22-26. However, Duanling Tian's expression remained calm as he faced Huang Wenjing who was charging at him with her sword. He was not frightened at all. There was not even a hint of fear on his face. You're still too inexperienced to play with swords in front of me. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes as a cold light flashed in them. Duanling Tian was very confident. This confidence came from the Supreme Sword Dao Mental Cultivation Method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, that he cultivated. When Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes, the other clones narrowed their eyes as well. Their actions were so synchronized that it was impossible for others to tell who was the real Duanling Tian and who was the clones. In the next moment, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Duanling Tian and his clones raised their hands and pointed their fingers at each other. In the next moment, streaks of sword gleams shot out to meet the menacing Huang Wenjing. The sword rays lined up in a row as though they were soldiers being inspected. They shot toward Huang Wenjing at an extremely fast speed. Huang Wenjing did not pay much attention to Duanling Tian's attack at first. However, when she heard the short-lived sword cries overlapping with each other and the sword lights disappearing before her eyes, her expression changed completely. How is this possible? This was the first thought that came to her mind. She did not even have time to think about anything else. Previously, when Duanling Tian wanted to kill Xianxia, she was the one who blocked his attack. Although it was not easy, she managed to block his attack. Now, she realized that Duanling Tian's attack was not weak at all. Duanling Tian's attack was much stronger than before. In fact, it seemed to have risen to a whole new level. Oh no! Huang Wenjing's expression changed drastically. Just as she was about to block Duanling Tian's attack, she realized that the sword rays had changed. The rows of sword gleams suddenly changed direction, and as if they had grown eyes, all of them swept towards the same place. It also caused Huang Wenjing's expression to change once again. Shock and disbelief appeared on her frosty face. How did he find out? At this moment, not only did Huang Wenjing's expression change drastically, but her heart was in turmoil. She did not expect Duanling Tian's attack. She did not expect Duanling Tian would be able to locate her weakness in such a short time. She had discovered this weakness when she merged her martial tactics and divine abilities. However, only she knew about it. Others would not be able to discover it. Even the powerhouses at the 8th or 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Wandering Saint Palace could not discover it. However, Duanling Tian had discovered it. How could she not be shocked? Although she was shocked, she did not waste any time. She quickly turned around and unleashed her saint origin as she tried to stop Duanling Tian. But at this moment, swoosh! Accompanied by a sword whistling sound that seemed to be able to tear apart one's eardrums, one of the sword rays suddenly burst out from the row of sword rays. Not only did it release a powerful force, but it also moved at an insane speed. In the blink of an eye, this sword beam had already pierced into the flaw of Huang Wenjing's ferocious attack and disintegrated it at the first possible moment. While Huang Wenjing's offensive was disrupted, she was also like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. If Duanling Tian was slightly more ruthless, she would definitely die. Bang! However, in the end, Duanling Tian did not go all out. He stopped at the most critical moment. The sword rays merged and transformed into a gigantic sword. He swung the sword and sent Huang Wenjing flying. Barf! Huang Wenjing spat out a mouthful of blood when she was sent flying. At this moment, the face of the most beautiful woman in the human devil clan whom Duanling Tian had ruthlessly ravaged was no longer as cold as before. Her face was pale as though she had just suffered a great blow. In just a blink of an eye, Huang Wenjing, who had been ferocious, was defeated. Instantly, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. How's this possible? At the same time that he was stunned, Xianxia's heart was also in turmoil. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. The scene before him had completely exceeded his imagination. How could Huang Qiling's friend be so powerful? Brother Ling Tian. Huang Qiling muttered to himself. Xianxia was not the only one who was shocked. Even Huang Qiling was dumbfounded. He did not expect Duanling Tian to be so powerful. Even the strongest person among the younger generation in the Wandering Saint Palace was not a match for him. How's this possible? Am I seeing things? Huang Wenjing, one of the strongest people among the younger generation in the human devil clan, is no match for him? Wasn't this person's previous attack neutralized by Huang Wenjing? Why didn't she neutralize his attack this time? After the crowd of onlookers regained their senses one after another, their eyes were filled with disbelief when they looked at Duanling Tian again. The scene before them had completely exceeded their expectations. I'll spare her life for your sake, Duanling Tian said to Huang Qiling after he sent Huang Wenjing flying and heavily injured her. In the next moment, under Huang Qiling's shocked gaze, Duanling Tian's figure flashed and disappeared into the stone forest in front of him. Huang Qiling finally regained his senses.
Huang Qiling. You're dead. You're dead. At the same time Xianxia, who had also regained his senses, looked at Huang Qiling and said coldly with a gloating expression, "How dare you join forces with outsiders to seriously injure Sister Wenjing? Several deputy palace masters will not let you go." You. Seeing Xianxia jumping out to slander him again, Huang Qiling immediately flew into a rage. However, before he could finish speaking, the anger on his face froze. Swoosh! Another short-lived sword cry rang out, accompanied by a sword ray that appeared for a brief moment. The sword light pierced through the air, and with a puff sound, a hideous and terrifying bloody hole appeared between Xianxia's eyebrows. Then, he followed in the footsteps of his two companions. Dead. You're seeking death. As soon as Xianxia was killed, a cold voice resonated from the stone forest in front of them. It was Duan Lingtian's voice. It was obvious that he was the one who killed Xianxia. When they heard Duan Lingtian's cold voice and saw Xianxia's tragic death, many people, including Huang Qiling, felt chills running down their spines. Duan Lingtian's voice did not resound in the air for a moment. It was as though he had disappeared. Whoosh! Huang Wenjing, who had been sent flying by Duan Lingtian earlier, had returned with a slight gust of wind. She was severely injured. After returning, Huang Wenjing's originally cold face seemed to be covered with a thick layer of frost. After coldly sweeping a glance at Huang Qiling, Huang Wenjing didn't say anything and directly entered the stone forest ahead. Things have gotten out of hand. Huang Qiling could not help but smile wryly when he saw Huang Wenjing's gaze. A hint of worry could be seen in his eyes. The three people who were killed by Duan Lingtian were not ordinary disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace. Each of them had their own background in the Wandering Saint Palace. Any one of the three wouldn't be a big deal, but once they joined forces, the impact they could cause was extremely huge. While Huang Qiling was worried about Duan Lingtian, the Wandering Saint Palace in the Human Devil Saint City was not calm at all. 3 soul pearls shattered one after another. Who is it? Who killed my son? An angry roar rang out from an independent mansion in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. The voice was so loud that the doors and windows in the mansion swayed as though they would fall off at any moment. Bang! Immediately afterward, accompanied by a loud noise, a figure soared into the sky from one of the rooms in the mansion, directly crashing through the room. Of course, even though he had smashed through the room, he was unscathed. It was a middle-aged man. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would have noticed the figure. The middle-aged man looked similar to Xianxia, whom he had killed earlier. The middle-aged man was none other than Xianxia's father. Ganger! No matter who it is, not only will I make you pay with your life for killing my grandson, but I'll also make your entire family pay with their lives. A heart-wrenching cry rang from another independent mansion in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. A moment later, a figure soared into the sky from the mansion. In the blink of an eye, he was high up in the sky. Upon closer inspection, one could see it was an old man with white hair. His eyebrows and beard were white as well. This old man was one of the elders in the Wandering Saint Palace. He was also the grandfather of Lin Qi, a disciple at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial Stage who had been killed by Duan Lingtian. Yuji! Soon after, a sorrowful cry rang from another independent mansion in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. This time, the person who appeared was a white-haired old woman. She was the grandmother of Situ Yuji, another disciple at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial Stage who had been killed by Duan Lingtian. The 3 people whom Duan Lingtian had killed had extraordinary backgrounds in the Wandering Saint Palace. This was because all 3 of them were elders in the Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, they were not ordinary elders in the Wandering Saint Palace. They were elders at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. The strongest person in the Wandering Saint Palace was the Palace Master who had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. There was no doubt about this. Under the Palace Master were a few Vice Palace Masters who were at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. Below them were ordinary elders at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. The elders of the 3 people whom Duan Lingtian had killed were all at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. In other words, Duan Lingtian had killed Xianxia, Lin Qi, and Situ Yuji. This meant he had made an enemy out of 3 powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. Chapter 22-27. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had already entered the ruin left behind by the celestial grade saint inscription master. After him, Huang Wenjing, the most talented young genius in the Wandering Saint Palace and the most beautiful woman in the Human Devil clan, entered the ruin as well. When Duan Ling Tian saw Huang Wenjing had followed him, he remained silent as he walked in the underground tunnel. The ruin left behind by the celestial grade saint inscription master was located underground. One had to pass through a long passage to get to the ruin. Dangers lurked everywhere in the underground passageway. Wanting to smoothly pass through was also fraught with difficulties. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian saw many corpses. Based on the bloodstains on the corpses, it was obvious they had been killed not long ago. There are quite a number of people exploring the path. Previously, it is likely that there were quite a number of one-time attacking formations similar to mechanisms in this tunnel. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the corpses on the ground. Duan Ling Tian walked in front while Huang Wenjing followed behind him. Initially, Huang Wenjing's eyes were cold as she looked at Duan Ling Tian's back. It was as though she hated Duan Ling Tian to the core. However, after a while, the way she looked at Duan Ling Tian had changed. Her eyes were still cold, but there was a hint of curiosity in them. She was curious. How could this young man, who didn't seem to be older than her, possess such powerful strength? Moreover, his observation skills were shocking as well. He was able to discover her weak point in such a short time. There was a saying that went like this: when a woman became curious about a man, it was also the beginning of a fall. He wondered if Huang Wenjing, the most beautiful woman in the Human Devil clan, would feel the same way. So many. When they reached the end of the passage, Duan Ling Tian thought the passage was over. However, it turned out that he was too naive. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at the end of the passage, he saw 81 passages ahead of him. The openings of the 81 passageways were arranged neatly together, so it was possible to quickly calculate the number of passageways. How am I supposed to choose? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. In the end, Duan Ling Tian could only close his eyes and extend his divine consciousness in an attempt to find something. Huang Wenjing stood nearby and looked at Duan Ling Tian quietly as though she was waiting for Duan Ling Tian to make his choice. Due to the commotion between the two of them, the people outside did not enter the ruin. Duan Ling Tian and Huang Wenjing were the only two in the ruin. Duan Ling Tian did not think he would be able to find anything when he extended his divine consciousness. If it was easy to find something, he would have taken all the treasures already. By now. Up until now, many people had entered the ruins left behind by the celestial grade saint inscription master. However, right when Duan Ling Tian's heart was as calm as water, and he was mentally prepared to gain nothing. However, something unexpected happened again. Duan Ling Tian discovered one of the passages in the ruin. Out of the 81 passageways, one actually gave off a very familiar aura that seemed to be déjà vu. Duan Ling Tian did not have time to react at first. However, when he regained his senses, he was certain. The aura was very similar to the aura on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was a unique aura in a place where time flowed slowly. If one did not experience it personally, one would not be able to detect the aura. Time flow. Could it be that the end of this passage is a place where time flows slowly like the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? Duan Ling Tian's breathing quickened when he thought of this. All this while, although he seemed to accept it on the surface, he still found it hard to accept the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda's departure. Not only was there Hua Lao in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, but there was also a place where time flowed slowly to assist him in his cultivation. Without the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, his cultivation speed had plummeted. Now, Duan Ling Tian became excited when he sensed the unique aura in this space that seemed to have slowed down. Without any hesitation, he flew into the passageway where the aura was coming from. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian's figure disappeared before Huang Wenjing's eyes as the wind blew gently. Huang Wenjing's eyes flickered a few times. In the end, she did not choose any other passage. Instead, she followed Duan Ling Tian into the same passage as Duan Ling Tian. It was as though she was following his lead. Every time Huang Wenjing thought about this decision, for a very long time, she would rejoice endlessly. This was because it was the best decision she had made in her life. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After choosing the passage, Duan Ling Tian was attacked by a one-time killing formation. Rays of light that looked like javelins soared through the air as though they could pierce through anything. When Duan Ling Tian activated the killing formation, the rays of light locked onto him. It's comparable to the full-force attack of an ordinary powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian could tell the force of the rays of light was comparable to the full-force attack of an ordinary powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Such an attack was not a threat to Duan Ling Tian at all. All he had to do was cast his defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. A huge black turtle's silhouette appeared and blocked the attacks from the killing formation. However, as Duan Ling Tian ventured deeper into the passage, he discovered the killing formation was getting stronger and stronger. In the beginning, he could deal with it easily. However, in the end, Duan Ling Tian had no choice but to use his full strength. When Duan Ling Tian saw the light in front of him, he had no choice but to stop when he was close to the final checkpoint. I've already used all my strength in the previous passage, and I barely passed it. This passage must be even more difficult. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn when he thought about this. After all, since the beginning until now, all the barriers he faced were killing formations. Once he triggered them and failed to pass through them, then he would most likely end up dead. For this reason, he had to be cautious. He did not dare to activate the last passage unless he was completely confident. However, he was not confident he would be able to pass the killing formation even after he had fully recovered, let alone the fact that he had exhausted a lot of his strength. Unless his cultivation base had broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. Just when Duan Ling Tian was in a dilemma, a melodious yet cold voice that sounded like an oriole's entered his ears in a timely manner. "Let's work together." The voice came from behind him. It was none other than Huang Wenjing, the most beautiful woman in the Human Devil clan, who had followed Duan Ling Tian into the passage. In fact, Duan Ling Tian had noticed Huang Wenjing not long after she had followed him into the passage. However, he had ignored her. Duan Ling Tian was surprised that Huang Wenjing had taken the initiative to join forces with him. He had just injured Huang Wenjing earlier, right? Was Huang Wenjing so magnanimous that she was willing to let bygones be bygones? Although you're stronger than me, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to pass the last passage. When Huang Wenjing saw Duan Ling Tian did not respond, she said, "If we work together, it won't be difficult for us to pass the last passage." "Yes, it won't be difficult." Duan Ling Tian nodded when he regained his senses. Then, he turned to look at Huang Wenjing and asked indifferently, "However, if we work together, how should we split the treasures at the end of the passage?" "We'll each take what we need." Huang Wenjing seemed to have expected Duan Ling Tian would ask such a question. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, she replied in a timely manner. "What if both of us need something?" Duan Ling Tian asked with narrowed eyes. "If both of us need something, you have the right to choose," Huang Wenjing replied immediately. Duan Ling Tian nodded his head. Huang Wenjing's words were more than enough to prove her sincerity. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian was indeed unable to pass the last passage, unless he could break through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage in a short period of time. However, that was not realistic. Put aside the fact that he could not break through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage in a short period of time, even if he spent some time to break through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, there was no guarantee the treasures at the end of the passage would still be there. All right. Duan Ling Tian agreed immediately. He decided to join forces with Huang Wenjing to pass the last passage. I wonder what kind of treasures lie at the end of such a difficult passage. The aura is very similar to the aura in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It's the aura of a space where the flow of time is slow. For a moment, Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with anticipation. Let's begin. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Huang Wenjing and called out to her. Huang Wenjing nodded. Both of them made their moves in unison. It was as though they had transformed into two bolts of lightning as they charged toward the last passage. Immediately, the killing formation on the final checkpoint was activated. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions reverberated in the air as waves of energy surged out from the passage where Duan Ling Tian and Huang Wenjing were standing. These forces were extremely powerful and terrifying. As soon as they appeared and came into contact with the tunnel, they caused the entire tunnel to tremble as if a world-shaking earthquake had occurred. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian and Huang Wenjing seemed to have transformed into a lone boat in the middle of a vast ocean. They looked extremely tiny and vulnerable. All of a sudden, "Let's attack together." Chapter 22-28. Almost at the same time Duan Lingtian shouted, "Whoosh!" A huge illusory black tortoise appeared around his body, protecting him within. It was the #1 defensive divine ability of Zoroastrianism, the black tortoise's protection. Whoosh! 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 Along with the sound of swords whistling in the air, streaks of sword rays appeared around Huang Wenjing, forming a light shield. This was the defensive divine ability that Huang Wenjing had mastered, the myriad swords defense. Almost at the same time Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing cast their defensive divine abilities, boom, 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 boom. Wave after wave of vast and mighty power arrived in a timely manner and struck the two of them. To be more precise, it slammed into the defensive light barrier that the two of them had erected. Bang! With a loud bang, the defensive light shields on their bodies trembled violently, as though they would collapse at any time. What a powerful energy! Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing's expressions turned solemn when they saw the first wave of attack from the killing formation. Both of their eyes were filled with vigilance as though they were on their guard. Bang! Another loud sound rang out. It was the power that was like raging waves that had begun its second attack. This time, the impact was even more violent, causing Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing's defensive light shields to be on the verge of collapse. With just one more wave, it would definitely shatter into pieces. To my right. Huang Wenjing's cold voice echoed in Duan Lingtian's ears. Okay. Duan Lingtian responded. Then, he stared at the wave of energy on his left and suddenly withdrew his arms. Boom. When he pushed out again, the Sun Saint origin that seemed to have the power to topple mountains and overturn seas was completely released. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two boundless forces swept out from Duan Lingtian's hands and merged together to form an even more powerful force. This power was like a huge divine dragon, colliding with the power that was like a raging wave. Meanwhile, whoosh! 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 Accompanied by a series of earth-shattering sword whistles, Huang Wenjing attacked with lightning speed. A dense rain of swords whistled out. Tens of thousands of swords flickered like pythons flicking their tongues as they met the power that was like a tempestuous wave. Boom! 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 As Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing's attacks landed on the force in front of them, a white-hot exchange of fire began. At the same time, it set off waves of earth-shattering noises, causing the already trembling tunnel to tremble even more. It was as if it could collapse at any moment. After a while, the voice gradually became softer, and the result was revealed. Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing had joined forces to break through the first wave of attack of the last killing formation. Although the killing formation in the tunnel was a one-time use, the attacks that erupted from the one-time use killing formation were divided into 3 waves. In other words, currently, Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing had only passed the first wave of attack. There were 2 more waves of attack after that. For this reason, regardless of whether it was Duan Lingtian or Huang Wenjing, they were not happy that they had defeated the power that was like a tempestuous wave. Instead, they were even more vigilant. Soon after, the second wave of attack came. The second wave of attack was different from the first wave of attack. This wave of attack was as small as an embroidery needle. It pierced through the air as though it was capable of piercing a person into a beehive. In the face of this wave of attack, regardless of whether it was Duan Lingtian or Huang Wenjing, both of them began to concentrate. Whoosh! 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 The power that was as small as an embroidery needle pierced through the defensive light shield erected by Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing without any obstruction. It continued to charge toward the duo. For a moment, both of them were flustered. In fact, this wave of power was not much stronger than the previous wave of attack. However, the terrifying thing about this power was that it wasn't like the raging waves from before. This wave of power transformed into countless tiny needles that pierced through the air as though they could pierce through everything. Although both of them were flustered, in the end, Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing still managed to block this wave of attack with all their might. Fortunately, I have her help. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to block this wave of attack. After successfully blocking the second wave of attack, Duan Lingtian could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Previously, even if Huang Wenjing did not make a move, he would still be able to block the first wave of attack with all his might. However, he knew he did not have the ability to block the second wave of attack by himself. Even if he used all his techniques and unleashed all his strength. While Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, Huang Wenjing also heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, the way she looked at Duan Lingtian had changed quite a bit. Previously, she was still slightly dissatisfied with Duan Lingtian. She thought if it was not for the fact that Duan Lingtian was lucky enough to discover her flaw, he would not have been able to defeat her so easily. However, now that she had witnessed the method Duan Lingtian used to block the second wave of attack, she realized the gap between her and Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was indeed much stronger than her. Get ready. The third wave of attack is coming soon. Naturally, Duan Lingtian noticed Huang Wenjing's gaze as well. He could not help but frown and remind her. When he reached the end of his sentence, his tone became heavier. It was definitely taboo to be distracted at this time. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's reminder, Huang Wenjing shuddered and regained her senses. She waited for the arrival of the third wave of attack from the killing formation. The third wave of attack was also the last wave of attack from the killing formation. As long as they could withstand the third wave of attack, they would be able to leave the tunnel and arrive at their destination to obtain the various treasures left behind by the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master. Perhaps. There's a cultivation space at the end of the tunnel that has a slower time flow than the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's mind became active as he prepared himself for battle. As for Huang Wenjing, although she did not know what a cultivation space with a slower time flow was, she was curious about the various treasures left behind by the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master. She was certain there would be many good things in there. Ow! All of a sudden, a ferocious roar resonated from the tunnel. It reverberated in the tunnel, causing one's eardrums to tremble. It was oppressive. Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing's expressions turned grave immediately. Dong! Suddenly, a deafening sound that sounded like a drum rang in the air. It shocked Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing. Their expressions turned even more solemn. Dong! Dong! In the next moment, another 2 deafening sounds that sounded like a drum rang in the air. It shocked Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing. Naturally, since they were mentally prepared, it was not as exaggerated as before. Dong! 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 As the deafening sounds reverberated in the air, Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing saw many black dots appearing in the air. In the end, the black dots seemed to be moving across the void as they grew larger and larger. In the end, they even turned into ferocious monsters of all shapes and sizes. Their bodies were filled with heterogeneous demonic qi. Although the devil qi was impure, it could not hide the terrifying energy in their bodies. Ow! Ow! As the ferocious and grotesque monsters charged at them one after another, a series of ferocious roars filled the entire passageway. The roars reverberated and reverberated in the air, causing Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's eardrums to feel a piercing pain. Attack! Duan Lingtian shouted coldly as he charged forward. The 1,000 inscription saint sword in his hand shot out a long and narrow sword ray. It was so sharp that it seemed like it could tear everything apart. At the same time, Duan Lingtian did not hold back at all. At this moment, he would only be digging his own grave if he held back. Elementary devouring tactic. Black turtle's protection. Golden crow's wings. Otherworldly celestial. Duan Lingtian cast all 4 divine abilities. Moreover, when he made his move, the 1,000 inscription saint sword left his hand many times. It contained the profundity of the 3rd stage of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. That was not all. At some point, Duan Lingtian's body was covered in a layer of scales. It was none other than the scales of a divine dragon. His hands and feet had also transformed into dragon claws. Each of his dragon claws had 9 claws. These were the dragon claws of a 9-clawed divine dragon. 9-clawed dragon warrior. When Duan Lingtian charged out, Huang Wenjing saw Duan Lingtian's transformation. Her eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Duan Ling Tian was actually a legendary nine-clawed dragon warrior? As a member of the Wandering Saint Palace, one of the human devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls, Huang Wenjing had the pure blood of a human flowing in her body. In the Dao martial saint land, she could only be considered a devil cultivator, not a devil. Due to this reason, she was very interested in the Dao martial saint land. She had once used the soul-searching secret tactic on some of the weaker devils to learn about the Dao martial saint land. She had learned about the 9-clawed divine dragon and the 9-clawed dragon warrior. As it turns out, he didn't use his full strength even when he was facing the second wave of attacks. Huang Wenjing could not help but feel bitter when she thought about this. What are you waiting for? Attack! Although Duan Ling Tian did not turn his head around, he knew Huang Wenjing was in a daze. When he charged toward one of the monsters, he shouted at Huang Wenjing to remind her. Huang Wenjing regained her senses and followed Duan Ling Tian to join the battle. Chapter 22-29. Awu! Awu! The group of monsters were not weak. They surrounded Huang Wenjing, as if they would not rest until they killed her. At first, Huang Wenjing could still handle it. But later on, the monsters seemed to be endless. At this time, it was difficult for her to deal with them. In the end, she was even a little tired. Bang! A loud sound suddenly came. Huang Wenjing was caught off guard and was hit in the back by the monster's claw. She was sent flying and slammed into the wall on the side of the passage. The wall shook and Huang Wenjing spat out a mouthful of blood. Her ice-cold face paled slightly. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. The monsters continued to charge at Huang Wenjing. They did not know what it meant to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. There was only killing in their eyes. They wanted to kill all the monsters in front of them. Even if Huang Wenjing wasn't injured, she still felt a lot of pressure when facing this endless wave of monsters. Not to mention that she was injured. While killing a few more monsters, Huang Wenjing was attacked by a few more monsters. She was injured and in the end, she was in danger. Am I, Huang Wenjing, going to die here today? Looking at the monsters charging at her, Huang Wenjing's expression did not change. But a sense of despair rose in her heart. Awu! Suddenly, a ferocious roar of a beast came from behind Huang Wenjing. When Huang Wenjing reacted, she only felt a biting cold wind sweep not far behind her. If she was in her best condition, she would have the time to turn around and deal with the monsters behind her. But now, he was powerless to do so. I never thought that I, Huang Wenjing, would die here. Now, Huang Wenjing did not think that she could survive. Because she was seriously injured, she did not have the ability to defend against the monster behind her in time. Just when Huang Wenjing thought that she was going to die. In the nick of time. Bang! 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 A series of rapid crashing sounds came into Huang Wenjing's ears. It was particularly loud and attracted her attention. In her field of vision, a ghost-like figure was rushing towards her at a ridiculously fast speed. All the monsters along the way were knocked away by him. It was a young man with a human body and a dragon body. His handsome and cold face was covered in blood. It was hard to tell whether it was his own blood or the blood of the monsters. Squat down! Suddenly, she saw the young man look at her and let out a hurried shout at her. At this moment, she saw the anxiety in the young man's eyes. She immediately squatted down as a conditioned reflex. She didn't even have time to care about her image. Whoosh! 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 Almost at the same instant she squatted down, Huang Wenjing felt a strong wind sweep past her head, causing her heart to feel a chill. If she hadn't squatted down, just now she was dead for sure. Whoosh! Just as Huang Wenjing felt a chill in her heart, she saw from the corner of her eyes that a ghost-like figure was heading straight for her head. Bang! A loud noise reverberated in the air. When she turned her head slightly, she saw the monster that attacked her was knocked away by the ghostly figure. Looking at the figure covered in blood, even Huang Wenjing didn't know what was going on. Her heart trembled slightly. It was as though a string in the depths of her heart had been pulled. Every woman, when she was a little girl, dreamed of having a Prince Charming who was a peerless hero who would step on colorful clouds to save her when she was in danger. Huang Wenjing was no exception. Back to back, let's kill them. A hurried voice sounded, causing Huang Wenjing to snap back to reality. She stood back to back with the owner of the voice, Duan Lingtian, as they dealt with the endless stream of monsters that were charging at them. At this moment, even Huang Wenjing did not notice it. The frost on her face that seemed to have been frozen for thousands of years was showing signs of melting. Huang Wenjing did not join forces with Duan Lingtian in the beginning. Otherwise, they would not be in such a passive position. At this moment, she was standing back to back with Duan Lingtian. Compared to before, it was much easier for her. As long as the monsters came close to them, they would be killed. Earlier, she was not the only one who was injured. Duan Lingtian was also injured. However, his injuries were not as serious as hers. Fortunately, although both of them were injured, it did not affect their strength too much. "We're here." Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing finally managed to carve out a path of blood as they made their way to the end of the passageway and left it. After leaving the passage, the monsters did not chase after them. When they subconsciously turned around, they realized that there were no more monsters in the tunnel. It was as if the monsters they encountered earlier were just illusions. Welcome to the Time Cave. Before Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing could regain their senses, a voice rang in their ears in unison. The voice was old and filled with vicissitudes of life. Time Cave. Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing could not help but look at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Time Cave? What was that? While they were still in shock, the voice rang out again, resounding in their ears. When I left behind this time cave, I was a quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master and an eminent celestial who was about to ascend. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard this. A quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master? Was he not a celestial grade saint inscription master? Duan Lingtian could not help but turn to look at Huang Wenjing. Someone discovered a large number of 1,000 inscription saint weapons here and thought it's impossible for a quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master to be so generous as to leave 1,000 inscription saint weapon lying around. Therefore, they speculated that this is a ruin left behind by a celestial grade saint inscription master. Huang Wenjing replied in a timely manner as though she could see Duan Lingtian's confusion. She had similar doubts in her mind before. Leave 1,000 inscription saint weapon lying around? The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard Huang Wenjing's words. An ordinary quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master would not do such a thing. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized it was all a misunderstanding. This was not a ruin left behind by a celestial grade saint inscription master, but a quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master who was an eminent celestial. The old voice continued to ring in the air. My biggest wish in life is to become a celestial grade saint inscription master, and inscribe a saint weapon that's more powerful than 1,000 inscription saint weapon. I have a feeling there's a saint weapon that's even more powerful than 1,000 inscription saint weapon. Unfortunately, even after I broke through to the 9th form of the saint celestial stage, passed the heavenly tribulation, and was close to ascending, I still couldn't complete my wish of inscribing a saint weapon that's more powerful than 1,000 inscription saint weapon. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he realized something was amiss. The person who left behind this ruin did not know about the existence of 10,000 inscription saint weapons, which were also super saint weapons. Super saint weapons had yet to appear in that person's era. In other words, the celestial grade saint inscription master who was capable of inscribing super saint weapons hadn't appeared in that era. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. The person who left behind this ruin must have existed for even longer. It seems like this ruin isn't left behind by the celestial grade saint inscription master. Huang Wenjing said, "Previously, I was wondering how the celestial grade saint inscription master could have left behind such a powerful killing formation since his cultivation base wasn't high. Now, everything is explainable." Huang Wenjing was unaware that she had become more and more talkative. She was much more talkative than before. At the same time, Huang Wenjing's beautiful eyes lit up. Compared to a ruin left behind by a celestial grade saint inscription master with a mediocre cultivation base, she was much more interested in a ruin left behind by an eminent celestial. After all, she was not a saint inscription master, so she was not interested in the inheritance left behind by a celestial grade saint inscription master. The only thing she was interested in was the super saint weapon that might not even exist. However, The inheritance left behind by an eminent celestial was completely different. Even she could not help but be tempted. Soon after, the old voice resonated in the air again. Although I didn't manage to inscribe a saint weapon that's more powerful than 1,000 inscription saint weapon before I ascended, I discovered a combination of saint inscriptions while I was inscribing saint inscriptions. This combination of saint inscriptions can only be set up in a specific environment. It's similar to a one-time formation, but it's not an ordinary one-time formation. The time cave you're in now is where I set up the combination of saint inscriptions. Before I ascended, I set up a total of 3 time caves. 2 of them were used up by me. The last one is the one you're in now. The flow of time in the time cave is extremely slow. However, there's no specific time ratio. It might be a year, 10 years, or even dozens of years in a single thought. The 2 time caves I've used before, one of them lasted 9 years in a single thought while the other lasted 13 years in a single thought. They helped me comprehend 2 divine abilities to their limits. There's a stone platform not far in front of you. Sit on it, and you'll be able to open the time cave with just a thought. I suggest you focus on comprehending one of the divine abilities before you open the time cave. If you're distracted, you might end up using up the time cave in advance. Chapter 22:30. The time cave is the most precious treasure I left behind. As for the other places, they only have some saint stones and 1,000 inscription saint weapons. The old voice continued to reverberate in the air, informing Duanling Tian and Huang Wenjing of the situation. The time cave was the most precious thing in the ruins they were currently in. In an instant, Duanling Tian and Duanling Tian's gazes shifted to the other side at the same time. There was a stone platform standing there. The surroundings and the top of the stone platform were engraved with various patterns. It gave off an ancient and weathered feeling. It was obvious that it had existed for a very long time. Once he sat on the top, he would be able to open the time cave with just a thought. Furthermore, according to what the owner of that voice had said, as long as one opened the time cave and focused on comprehending a certain divine ability, they would have the opportunity to comprehend that divine ability to the extreme. 10 years in a single thought, dozens of years in a single thought, all were possible. If I can master the elementary devouring tactic in the Suiyu cave, not only will my strength be greatly improved, but I'll also be able to help others improve their innate spiritual roots through the elementary devouring tactic. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's breathing could not help but quicken. What did it mean to help others improve their innate spiritual roots? That also meant Duan Lingtian was able to create so many peerless geniuses with violet innate spiritual roots. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he looked at the stone platform in front of him. It was as if he was a hunter who had finally found his prey after not seeing it for a long time. I almost forgot. Soon, Duan Lingtian seemed to have been splashed with a bucket of cold water, and he completely woke up. Now, he was not the only one here. There was also Huang Wenjing from the Wandering Saint Palace. Although he and Huang Wenjing had agreed beforehand that he would have the priority to choose the good things later on. But now, it seemed like the time cave was the only good thing here. How were they going to distribute it? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but look at Huang Wenjing. Go ahead. When Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Wenjing, she said without hesitation, if you hadn't saved me, I would have been dead. I wouldn't have been able to make it here. Duan Lingtian had never expected this. Before he could open his mouth, Huang Wenjing took the initiative to give him the time cave. Moreover, after learning about the benefits that the time cave could bring, he didn't hesitate to take the initiative to give it to him. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was both shocked and moved. I wasn't just saving you, I was also saving myself. If you had died just like that, I wouldn't have been able to stop those monsters' attacks, and I wouldn't have been able to stand here. Therefore, I only saved you for myself. Duan Lingtian told Huang Wenjing. Then, without waiting for Huang Wenjing to respond, he continued to speak. However, this time cave is extremely important to me. Thus, it's impossible for me to refuse the fact that you're giving it to me. However, I'll make a promise to you. If I really obtain the benefits that I think I'll get from this time cave, I'll repay you. You'll owe me a big favor. Duan Lingtian said. He had already made up his mind. If he could really comprehend his divine ability,
the elementary devouring tactic, to its limit through the time cave, he would return Huang Wenjing a big favor and help her improve her innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root. Naturally, he did not make it clear since he did not know if he could comprehend his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to its limit through the time cave. There's no need for that. Huang Wenjing did not know what Duan Lingtian meant by favor, so she politely shook her head and rejected him. If she knew, she would not have rejected him. However, Duan Lingtian acted as though he did not hear Huang Wenjing's words. He continued to make his way to the stone platform in front of him. For a moment, the atmosphere became a little quiet. "Go ahead. I'll protect you," Huang Wenjing said. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already arrived in front of the stone platform. When he heard Huang Wenjing's words, he came to a halt and turned around to look at her. He said solemnly, "I, Duan Lingtian, am a man of my word." After he finished speaking, he sat on the stone platform without waiting for Huang Wenjing's reply. After sitting cross-legged, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and muttered to himself, "I wonder how long this time cave lasts. If I can open the time cave with just a thought, I wonder how many years I can spend in a single thought. If I can spend dozens of years in a single thought, I might be able to comprehend my divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to its limit. I hope I'll be able to comprehend the elementary devouring tactic to its limit. In that case, not only will my strength improve, but I'll also be able to help father, mother, and little Fei, or improve their innate talent." Although he would need to devour other people's innate spiritual roots in order to help others improve their innate spiritual roots, Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary person. However, Duan Lingtian did not feel pressured at all. After all, the Debussy subterranean was a chaotic place. As long as he wanted, he could devour a large number of innate spiritual roots. There was no need for him to feel pressured. When Huang Wenjing saw Duan Lingtian sitting on the stone platform, she stood at the side and observed her surroundings vigilantly. It was as though even the slightest movement in the wind could not escape her attention. At the same time, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness in an attempt to open the time cave. After extending his divine consciousness, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that he was not sitting on the stone platform. Currently, he did not look like he was sitting cross-legged on a stone platform. Instead, he looked more like he was sitting cross-legged on a vast altar. The altar was also engraved with countless complicated and densely packed patterns. At first glance, one would not be able to tell what these patterns were. However, if one took a closer look, one would be able to see that these patterns were made up of innate spiritual roots. These patterns were formed from various saint inscriptions. However, due to the sheer number of saint inscriptions and the fact that they overlapped with each other, it was difficult to tell at a glance. Open the time cave with just a thought? When Duan Lingtian recalled the words of the old voice, he extended his divine consciousness to scan his surroundings again. In the end, he really sensed a strange aura. Following this strange aura, Duan Lingtian sensed another strange energy. This power gave people a kind of mysterious feeling. As long as I integrate my divine consciousness into it, I should be able to open the time cave. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself, "Let's give it a try." With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness also entered the strange energy. At the same time, he shifted his attention to the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. He was completely focused on comprehending this divine ability. Since Duan Lingtian was completely focused on comprehending the divine ability, he did not know what happened next. At this moment, all he knew was that he was continuously comprehending the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. In the beginning, his comprehension was rather smooth. Gradually, it became more and more difficult. Later on, he encountered a bottleneck. He ignored the bottleneck and continued to comprehend. Just like that, Duan Lingtian completely immersed himself in comprehending the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. He did not care about the time as he continued to comprehend it. It was as though he would not stop until he had comprehended it to its peak. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had completely forgotten about the time. In his mind, the only thought left was to comprehend the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Apart from that,
He did not think about anything else.
While Duanling Tian was immersed in the time cave and fully immersed in comprehending the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, he had completely forgotten about the passage of time. Outside the ruin left behind by an eminent celestial quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master, the group of people regained their senses one after another. They followed Duanling Tian and Huang Wenjing into the stone forest and the ruin. From this, it could also be said that it didn't take long for Duanling Tian and Huang Wenjing to pass through the passage and arrive at the time cave. I really didn't expect our human devil clan to have such a young expert. Even the Wandering Saint Palace's #1 genius, Huang Wenjing, is no match for him. Maybe he's an old monster, wearing the skin of a young man. It's possible. While the group of people were discussing Duanling Tian, they were completely oblivious to what was going on. The ruin they had entered was not left behind by a celestial grade saint inscription master. It was left behind by a quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master. Moreover, the quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master was an eminent celestial. The group of people entered the ruin left behind by the quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master one after another. From the north, where the human devil holy city was located, another 3 figures streaked across the sky, heading in their direction. These 3 people were a middle-aged man, an old man, and an old woman. While they were on their way, their eyes were filled with extreme hatred. It was as if someone had a grudge against them for killing their father or stealing their wife. Inside the ruin left behind by the quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master. In the time cave, Huang Wenjing saw Duanling Tian sitting on the stone platform. A moment later, he was shrouded by a layer of gray light and disappeared from her sight. In the next moment, the layer of gray light quickly dissipated. Duanling Tian and the stone platform reappeared in front of Huang Wenjing. To Huang Wenjing, Duanling Tian only appeared in a blink of an eye. Ha ha ha! When Duanling Tian reappeared in front of Huang Wenjing, Duanling Tian opened his eyes and laughed heartily. He seemed to have lost his composure. The reason Duanling Tian lost his composure was because he had successfully comprehended the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to its peak. Chapter 22:31. 100 years in a single thought. What did that mean? This meant Duanling Tian had spent 100 years comprehending the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, in the eyes of others, in just a split second. Duanling Tian had also used the time cave to its fullest potential. If the powerhouse who left the time cave behind knew that someone had spent 100 years in a single thought in the time cave, he would most likely be shocked. While he was inexplicably shocked, he would also be very gratified. This was because the time cave that he left behind was not wasted. If it was the same time cave, other people might only spend a few years or more in a single thought. However, when it came to Duanling Tian, he had spent 100 years in a single thought. This had exceeded the estimation of the powerhouse who left behind the time cave. After all, according to the message left behind by the powerhouse, he had only said that he could spend a few decades in a single thought in the time cave. Even he had not reached that stage. I wonder, how long did I stay in the time cave with this single thought? Although Duanling Tian had spent 100 years in a single thought in the time cave after he opened it, he did not have a specific concept of time. However, he did not have a clear concept of time since he was fully immersed in comprehending the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. It was only when he had comprehended the elementary devouring tactic to its limit, and realized there was no room for improvement that he withdrew his divine ability. As soon as he withdrew his divine ability, he exited the time cave. As for the time cave, it was completely depleted as soon as he exited the time cave. It was as though it had never existed. Duanling Tian had spent 100 years in the time cave. However, to Huang Wenjing, who was standing nearby, it was just a blink of an eye. For this reason, she did not know how long Duanling Tian had spent in the time cave. Naturally, the reason Duanling Tian had spent 100 years in the time cave was because the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that he had comprehended was not an ordinary divine ability. If it was to comprehend other divine abilities, he wouldn't have been able to stay in there for over 100 years. The elementary devouring tactic was a powerful divine ability even in the At realms. It was not something the divine abilities in the mundane realms could compare to. In fact, it was even more powerful than the divine ability, the golden crow's wings, that Duan Lingtian had mastered. Even with Duan Lingtian's comprehension, it took him 100 years to comprehend the divine power, the elementary devouring tactic, to the extreme. From this it could be seen that, just how difficult was it to comprehend this divine ability to the extreme. Now that I've raised my divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to its maximum level, I wonder how much my Sun Saint origin will be raised if I absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy around me with this elementary devouring tactic. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up again, like the bright stars in the night sky, shining and dazzling. Currently, his cultivation base was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Before entering the time cave, Duan Lingtian's Sun Saint origin was slightly stronger than ordinary powerhouses at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage since he did not use the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. However, although his Sun Saint origin was stronger than an ordinary powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it was still slightly weaker than a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With this as a foundation, he could cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and raise his Sun Saint origin to its limit. It was comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, he was almost invincible among powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Now that Duan Lingtian had come out of the time cave, he had comprehended the elementary devouring tactic to its limit. This meant that, after he cast the elementary devouring tactic, the limit of his Sun Saint origin was no longer limited to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, his Sun Saint origin could be compared to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, or even the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian was excited when he thought of this. His eyes shone brightly. Elementary devouring tactic. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In just a blink of an eye, a whirlpool appeared in the air with Duan Lingtian in the center. As soon as the whirlpool appeared, it sucked in all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. Duan Lingtian's Sun Saint origin also improved tremendously. My Sun Saint origin. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered that his Sun Saint origin had broken through his Sun Saint origin. The Sun Saint origin in Duan Lingtian's body had broken through its previous limit and was now comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. At this moment, his Sun Saint origin had not reached its limit. There was still a lot of room for improvement. However, since the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings had been sucked dry by Duan Lingtian, there was only a narrow passage left for him to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. For this reason, it would be difficult for him to improve his Sun Saint origin. In the end, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to give up on using the elementary devouring tactic to improve his Sun Saint origin. The heaven and earth spirit energy here is limited. I'll try again after I leave this place. I wonder how much my Sun Saint origin will improve with the elementary devouring tactic that I've comprehended to its limit. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he took a deep breath to suppress his excitement. His eyes shone with excitement. Since I've comprehended the elementary devouring tactic to its limit, I'll be able to improve the grade of other people's innate spiritual roots. In other words, as long as I have enough innate spiritual roots, I'll be able to mass-produce peerless geniuses with violet innate spiritual roots. What would it mean to mass-produce peerless geniuses with violet innate spiritual roots? Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought about it. It took him a long time to calm down. After a while, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. He noticed someone was staring at him. Based on the aura, it seemed like that person had been staring at him for a long time. How long did you stay in the time cave? The owner of the gaze was none other than Huang Wenjing, the most beautiful woman in the human devil clan and the strongest person among the younger generation in the Wandering Saint Palace. In her eyes, Duan Lingtian had only appeared in a blink of an eye. However, she knew Duan Lingtian might have spent several years in the time cave in just a blink of an eye. In fact, he might have spent more than 10 years or even several decades in the time cave. I don't know exactly how long I stayed in there. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Huang Wenjing's question. Then he added, however, I managed to comprehend one of the divine abilities in the time cave. Based on the difficulty of comprehending that divine ability, it would have taken me at least a few decades to comprehend it. Therefore, I should have stayed in the time cave for a few decades. Duan Lingtian could not help but speculate when he reached the end of his sentence. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it was obvious he had underestimated the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic.
A few decades? It seems like you've made full use of the time cave. Huang Wenjing nodded.
Then, as though she had recalled something, she said solemnly, "There are some things I shouldn't tell you, but since you've saved my life, I have no choice but to tell you. The 3 men you killed outside had an elder from Wandering Saint Palace backing them up. Moreover, all 3 elders from Wandering Saint Palace were at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Now, there's nothing valuable left here. I suggest you leave as soon as possible, as far as you can." Huang Wenjing's tone became more solemn as she spoke.
Thank you.
Although Duan Lingtian no longer had to fear powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was still touched when he heard Huang Wenjing's words. After all, Huang Wenjing did not know he was not afraid of powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. "However, before I return the favor, I don't plan to leave you." Just when Huang Wenjing thought Duan Lingtian would listen to her and leave, Duan Lingtian suddenly spoke up. He wanted to return the favor to Huang Wenjing. Duan Lingtian knew very well that Huang Wenjing was here to help. If it were not for Huang Wenjing's help, he would not have been able to enter the time cave and comprehend the elementary devouring tactic in just a blink of an eye. Therefore, he would remember Huang Wenjing's favor and wanted to return it as soon as possible. Favor! Huang Wenjing suddenly recalled Duan Lingtian's words. She shook her head and said, "I don't need you to return the favor. You should leave as soon as possible. If you're too late, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave." Huang Wenjing knew very well how important the 3 elders at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Wandering Saint Palace were to Duan Lingtian. They would definitely rush over as soon as they discovered the 3 elders had been killed. That was why she was so anxious to persuade Duan Lingtian to leave. There were 2 reasons why she persuaded Duan Lingtian to leave. Firstly, it was because she felt Duan Lingtian had saved her life. Second, she did not know why, but she did not want anything to happen to Duan Lingtian whom she had just met. Even she did not realize that when she was persuading Duan Lingtian to leave, her tone faintly revealed a sense of anxiety. "What if I tell you I have a way to help you improve your innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root? Don't you want me to return the favor?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Huang Wenjing meaningfully. He was unfazed by Huang Wenjing's persuasion and urging. Violet innate spiritual root. Huang Wenjing was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Chapter 2232. What if I tell you I have a way to help you upgrade your innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root? You don't want me to return the favor? Duan Lingtian's words echoed in Huang Wenjing's ears. Every time it echoed in her ears, it made her heart tremble. Improve her innate spiritual root? Wasn't innate spiritual root something that could not be improved? However, this young man in front of her actually said he could help her upgrade her innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root? A violet innate spiritual root was the highest grade innate spiritual root. Although her innate spiritual root was not bad, it was only an indigo innate spiritual root. It could not be compared to the violet innate spiritual root at all. You can really improve my innate spiritual root? Huang Wenjing asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Her voice trembled slightly when she spoke again. If an ordinary person had told her that it was possible to improve her innate spiritual root, she would not have believed it. However, the person who said this was Duan Lingtian. Although she did not believe it, she was not 100% certain Duan Lingtian was lying. Most importantly, there was no reason for Duan Lingtian to lie at all. Of course. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to answer Huang Wenjing's question. After replying, Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Wenjing and said, "Let's go. I'll bring you to look for prey and help you upgrade your innate spiritual root." Look for prey? Huang Wenjing was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it seemed like she would have to look for prey to upgrade her innate spiritual root. Whoosh!
When Huang Wenjing heard the sound of air being torn apart, she regained her senses. She discovered Duan Lingtian had already entered the passage and was heading out. Immediately, Huang Wenjing followed him. At this moment, Huang Wenjing was filled with questions. She could not figure out how looking for prey had anything to do with improving her innate spiritual root. Then, what does prey refer to? Whoosh, whoosh. As if two gusts of wind blew past, Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing left the passage that led to the time cave one after another, and appeared at the place where the entrances to the 81 passages were located. So many entrances? Where should I go? As soon as he came out, Duan Lingtian heard a burst of noise. It turned out that many people had come in from the outside. However, this group of people who had just entered were the last to arrive, so they did not recognize Duan Lingtian. Someone is coming out. The appearance of Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing attracted a lot of attention. For a moment, more and more people's gazes fell on Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. Hey, brother, did you get anything good in there? Why don't you take it out for everyone to see? A middle-aged man with a sturdy and tall figure stepped out in the air and moved towards Duan Lingtian. As he approached Duan Lingtian, he asked in a thunderous voice. His words were laced with a hint of threat. That's right. Take it out for everyone to see. Brother, if you have something good, don't hide it. If you make us unhappy, you might have to stay here for the rest of your life. Although you're being direct, I like it. Ha ha ha. As the middle-aged man took the lead and walked toward Duan Lingtian, the people present on the scene began to discuss among themselves again. However, their attention was now on Duan Lingtian. Did a person who came out of one of the 81 passages obtain something good? They were curious about this as well. When the middle-aged man was not far away from Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into slits, the middle-aged man suddenly shouted, Duan Lingtian! Scram! It was none other than Huang Wenjing who had followed behind Duan Lingtian, said in a cold voice. Right now, Huang Wenjing had already regained her ice beauty appearance. She was dressed in snow-white clothes, and her devastatingly beautiful face seemed to be covered with a layer of extremely cold frost. She exuded a cold aura that made people feel as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. The middle-aged man who was flying toward Duan Lingtian was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He only felt a gust of cold air blowing in his face, causing him to instantly stop moving. It was as though he would be frozen into an ice sculpture if he continued to charge forward. The middle-aged man looked at Huang Wenjing with a hint of dread on his face. This woman, with just a cold shout and the aura emanating from her body, gave him so much pressure. Who exactly was she? At the same time, the people present on the scene shifted their attention to Huang Wenjing. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian had attracted their attention. However, when they heard Huang Wenjing's words, they shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. She looks familiar. I think she looks familiar as well. Many people felt that Huang Wenjing looked familiar, but they couldn't recall who she was. At this moment, Duan Lingtian spoke. These people, they don't seem to be from the Wandering Saint Palace. Duan Lingtian's words were directed at Huang Wenjing. Earlier, he had extended his divine consciousness and confirmed that these people were from the Wandering Saint Palace. The group of people in front of him were half devil and half human, half devils. They were not pure humans. Yes. Although Huang Wenjing did not know why Duan Lingtian asked this question, she still responded immediately. The coldness on her face melted, causing the people present on the scene to be confused. Who was this purple-clad young man? How could this cold beauty treat him in such a manner? I remember now. She's Huang Wenjing. Suddenly, someone cried out. Everyone's attention was drawn to Huang Wenjing again. Huang Wenjing? She's Huang Wenjing? The most beautiful woman in the Human Devil clan and the strongest person among the younger generation in the Wandering Saint Palace? It's her. I remember now. No wonder she looks familiar. I think I've seen her somewhere before. Rumor has it that Huang Wenjing is cold to everyone, right? Why does it feel like she's different when she's with this purple-clad young man? Could it be that this purple-clad young man is someone she likes? That's possible. If news of this spreads out, I'm afraid this brat will become the public enemy of all men in the Human Devil clan. As the crowd discussed among themselves,
The male human devils looked at Duan Ling Tian with envy and jealousy in their eyes. The most beautiful woman in the human devil clan. She was the most beautiful woman in the human devil clan. Such a delicate and beautiful flower had been plucked away just like that. How could they not be envious and jealous? If it was before, Huang Wenjing would have flown into a rage when she heard people talking about her in such a manner. However, today, she did not fly into a rage. Instead, she looked at Duan Ling Tian guiltily. It was as though she did not care about the gossip. She was more concerned about Duan Ling Tian's reaction after hearing it. Unfortunately, she was destined to be disappointed. Duan Ling Tian remained nonchalant when faced with the gossip of the human devils. It was as though he did not hear them at all. For some reason, Huang Wenjing felt slightly disappointed when she saw Duan Ling Tian's calmness. Since he's not from the Wandering Saint Palace, there's no need for me to care about your reputation. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently to Huang Wenjing. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, a powerful devouring energy surged out of his body. A turbulent vortex appeared out of nowhere in the void and merged with his body. It continuously devoured the surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth. In an instant, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was swept clean. Elementary devouring tactic. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to strengthen the sun saint energy in his body. Compared to the end of the passageway where the time cave was located, the heaven and earth spirit qi here was much more abundant. As Duan Ling Tian devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in this area, the sun saint energy in Duan Ling Tian's body was raised to a level comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the saint celestial stage. However, Duan Ling Tian encountered a problem when he was about to raise his sun saint energy. The heaven and earth spirit energy in this area was not enough to raise his sun saint origin to the level comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the saint celestial stage. Naturally, there was still room for improvement. However, the heaven and earth spirit energy in this area was limited, so he could not take the final step. There's still a long way to go before my sun saint origin can be raised to the level comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the saint celestial stage. However, I've already devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in this area. It seems like I'll have to go to a place where there's no restriction if I want to cast the elementary devouring tactic. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. At the same time, he stopped devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. The heaven and earth spirit energy in this area came from the outside. Due to the small size of the entrance, the speed of the heaven and earth spirit energy entering was very slow. Even if he devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy that entered, it would not raise his heaven and earth spirit energy in a short period of time. For this reason, he decided to stop devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy. Initially, I wanted to see how much my sun saint origin can be raised to. However, it seems like I'll have to wait until I get out of here. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. If it was not for the fact that he wanted to test the limit of his sun saint origin, he would not have cast the elementary devouring tactic even if he wanted to attack the group of human devils. This was because the group of human devils in front of him was not enough for him to cast the elementary devouring tactic. The strongest among these human devils was only at the 5th form of the saint celestial stage. What are you trying to do? The middle-aged man who was standing closest to Duan Ling Tian asked coldly when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Chapter 22:33. Noisy. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold and he suddenly shouted. When he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian didn't do anything. Boom, 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 boom. Along with a series of thunderous explosions, a vast and invisible force swept out from Duan Ling Tian's body. It was like a stormy sea, aggressive, as if it contained the power to topple the mountains and overturn the seas. And the target of this power was the middle-aged man who was shouting in front of Duan Ling Tian. The formless energy was so fast that the middle-aged man didn't even have time to react. By the time he reacted, an invisible force had already engulfed him. In an instant, the middle-aged man was like a lone boat in the middle of the ocean. He was drowned by the rolling waves and completely disappeared. The entire process was silent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Whoosh! Whoosh!
Almost as soon as the middle-aged man disappeared into thin air before everyone's eyes, gusts of violent wind suddenly blew, causing the robes of the people present to flutter.
Some people with weaker cultivations were even pushed back by the strong winds.
These gusts of wind were caused by the invisible power of the middle-aged man that had exuded from Duan Lingtian's body. The moment the formless power appeared, the middle-aged man was crushed to death without leaving a single trace behind. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. From this it could be seen how terrifying that power was. Relax your body and don't resist.
I'll help you improve the grade of your innate spiritual root now.
Just as Huang Wenjing was in a daze from seeing Duan Lingtian kill the middle-aged man with a single thought, Duan Lingtian's voice rang in her ears again, reminding her of something. According to Duan Lingtian's words, he was going to help her improve the grade of her innate spiritual root.
Huang Wenjing had just finished thinking.
A strand of consciousness had already enveloped her body and entered her body, heading straight for her soul. Thinking of Duan Lingtian's reminder, Huang Wenjing did not stop this divine sense. This divine sense belonged to Duan Lingtian. After confirming the location of Huang Wenjing's innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian immediately cast the elementary devouring tactic to devour the middle-aged man's innate spiritual root and merged it with Huang Wenjing's innate spiritual root. In just a blink of an eye, Huang Wenjing's innate spiritual root turned dark blue.
That's all.
After discovering that the divine sense had retreated, Huang Wenjing subconsciously absorbed the heaven and earth spirit qi in the surroundings that had recovered with great difficulty. However, she discovered that the speed at which she absorbed the heaven and earth spirit qi was indeed a little faster than before. Although there was an improvement, it was not an exaggeration. Didn't you said I can't? For a moment, Huang Wenjing was puzzled. Could it be that Duan Lingtian was lying? He had no way to help her transform her innate spiritual root into a violet innate spiritual root.
He's gone?
He was killed in the blink of an eye.
I think so.
At that time, I felt an extremely powerful aura surge out of that purple-clad young man. In the next moment, that person disappeared into thin air. Even Huang Wenjing might not be able to do such a thing, right? In other words, this purple-clad young man is even stronger than Huang Wenjing? When the group of human devils regained their senses, they were in an uproar. Once again, they looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes full of fear. No wonder he was favored by the most beautiful woman in the human devil clan, Huang Wenjing. It turned out that this purple-clothed youth's strength was so formidable. I've said that I'll help you improve your innate spiritual root to violet, so I'll definitely help you. Be patient. Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed Huang Wenjing's gloominess and promptly transmitted his voice to her. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he did not wait for Huang Wenjing's reply before he flew out again.
Whoosh! 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 Whoosh!
Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian disappeared from his original spot, the sound of wind whistling in the air rang in the air. Huang Wenjing, who had just regained her senses, could see the figure stirring up bursts of swift wind. After seeing the figure's movements clearly, her pupils could not help but shrink, and a look of horror appeared on her face. Within Huang Wenjing's line of sight, Duan Lingtian was moving rapidly. Duan Lingtian weaved through the human devils at a ghostly speed. Wherever he passed, he would kill one human devil after another.
Whoosh!
After a few breaths, Duan Lingtian came to a halt. At the same time, all of the human devils present on the scene were killed by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's expression was cold and emotionless. Apart from those from the Wandering Saint Palace who had pure human blood, the hands of the human devils in the human devil clan were stained with the blood of the Debussy subterranean humans. Duan Lingtian did not feel guilty for killing them. Don't resist. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's voice transmission rang in Huang Wenjing's ears again. She was still in a daze after witnessing Duan Lingtian killing the group of human devils. Then, she discovered the divine consciousness that had entered her body earlier had returned. The situation was the same as before. Let's give it a try. Duan Lingtian reminded Huang Wenjing after he withdrew his divine consciousness. This time, he had used the innate spiritual roots of the human devils he had just killed to nourish Huang Wenjing's innate spiritual root. He had also successfully upgraded Huang Wenjing's innate spiritual root to a dark blue one. The upgrade from a normal blue innate spiritual root to a dark blue innate spiritual root was not just a little bit. Huang Wenjing's eyes widened in shock and disbelief when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She had lost her composure because she discovered the speed at which she absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy was 2 to 3 times faster than before. Your innate spiritual root has already transformed into a dark blue color. It's not far from transforming into a purple color. Duan Lingtian said to Huang Wenjing as he looked at her. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his figure flashed as he entered one of the 81 passages in front of him. This passage was not the one he had entered. It was a passage he had randomly chosen. Follow me. When Duan Lingtian made his move, he reminded Huang Wenjing about it. Huang Wenjing quickly followed after Duan Lingtian. Huang Wenjing was still in a daze as she followed behind Duan Lingtian. In just a few moments, her innate spiritual root had been upgraded to a dark indigo innate spiritual root. At this moment, she felt like she was dreaming. My innate spiritual root improved a little after he killed the middle-aged man. Then, he killed a group of human devils and greatly improved my innate spiritual root. Huang Wenjing thought to herself. After a while, after calming down a little, Huang Wenjing also realized, the improvement of her innate spiritual root must have something to do with the deaths of the human devils. No wonder he said he was prey. As it turns out, those human devils are his prey. He also needs these prey to help me improve my innate spiritual root. At this moment, Huang Wenjing's questions were answered. Following that, Duan Lingtian led Huang Wenjing through the passages and devoured the innate spiritual roots of the human devils who possessed the devil clan's bloodline. If there were people from the Wandering Saint Palace present, Duan Lingtian did not kill the human devils who possessed the devil clan's bloodline. He only devoured their innate spiritual roots to help Huang Wenjing improve her innate spiritual root. He did this because he did not want to become the enemy of the entire human devil clan at this moment. If this matter was exposed, he would definitely become the target of everyone in the human devil clan. For this reason, he tried his best to keep a low profile so no one other than himself and Huang Wenjing would know about his massacre of the human devils. Done. After walking through dozens of passages, Duan Lingtian finally helped Huang Wenjing improve her innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root, making her a peerless genius. Done? Huang Wenjing was excited when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. She tried to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in her body. When she discovered her cultivation speed, she was overjoyed. I've repaid the favor I owe you. I hope you won't tell anyone about what happened today. Duan Lingtian stared at Huang Wenjing intently as he spoke. His tone was a little more serious than before. To be safe, Duan Lingtian continued to threaten her. Otherwise, I can help you improve your innate spiritual root and take your innate spiritual root away. Take her innate spiritual root away. Huang Wenjing's heart trembled when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. If someone had told her before today that he could take someone's innate spiritual root away, she would not have believed it even if she was beaten to death. However, after witnessing how Duan Lingtian had taken people's innate spiritual roots away, she no longer doubted his words. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what happened today. Huang Wenjing promised Duan Lingtian solemnly. After receiving Huang Wenjing's promise, Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. Then, he entered another passage that he had not been to before, and continued to devour the human devil's innate spiritual roots. Naturally, from now on, he had to improve his innate spiritual root. Meanwhile, Huang Wenjing had already repaid the favor. He had helped Huang Wenjing improve her innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root. Although it was only a light violet innate spiritual root, it was still a violet innate spiritual root. What a mysterious person. Huang Wenjing thought to herself. After Duan Lingtian left, Huang Wenjing wanted to follow him. However, she decided against it in the end. Chapter 22-34. Compared to ordinary devil clans and human devils with ordinary devil clans bloodline, the devil cultivators with pure human bloodlines in the Wandering Saint Palace did not rely on absorbing other people's vital essence and blood to cultivate. Apart from absorbing other people's vital essence and blood to cultivate, they could also cultivate by absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy like humans in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Currently,
Huang Wenjing's innate spiritual root had transformed into a violet innate spiritual root. For this reason, she wanted to return to the Wandering Saint Palace and cultivate with her violet innate spiritual root.
I wonder when I'll be able to see him again. Huang Wenjing could not help but sigh softly as she was leaving.
She had many suitors in her life, but this was the first time a man had entered her heart.
If it were not for her modesty, she would have continued following him.
I think his name is Duan Lingtian. Huang Wenjing muttered to herself. She could still remember the words Duan Lingtian had said to her. Duan Lingtian, killed someone. What does it have to do with other people? If you're capable, you can capture me and bring me back to the Wandering Saint Palace to be punished. At that time, Duan Lingtian's words had infuriated her. However, now that she thought about it, her eyes curved into crescents. The frosty expression on her face was no longer there, and it was replaced by a rosy glow. Huang Wenjing's expression had returned to normal when she arrived outside the stone forest.
Miss Wenjing.
As soon as Huang Wenjing stepped out of the stone forest, 3 voices called out to her in unison. Huang Wenjing didn't seem surprised at all when she heard the 3 voices in unison. She calmly looked at the 3 people standing in the void not far away and greeted them in a flat tone. Elder He, Elder Lin, and Elder Qiu. The 3 people in front of Huang Wenjing were the seniors of the 3 disciples who were killed by Duan Lingtian. They were all elders at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Wandering Saint Palace. The 3 elders from the Wandering Saint Palace did not dare to show any displeasure when they saw Huang Wenjing's casual attitude. What a joke!
The young man before them was not only the strongest person among the younger generation in Wandering Saint Palace, but he was also the last disciple of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace.
In the Wandering Saint Palace, the Palace Master was the most powerful person. She was the last disciple that the Palace Master doted on the most. Even if they saw her, they wouldn't dare to slight her, let alone show any dissatisfaction in front of her.
3 elders. Are you here for that purple-clothed young man called Duan Lingtian?
Huang Wenjing asked.
Yes.
The 3 elders nodded in response to Huang Wenjing's question. As they nodded, waves of hatred and fury rose in their eyes. It was as if they could incinerate everything.
He has already left.
Huang Wenjing said.
Left.
The 3 elders from the Wandering Saint Palace were stunned when they heard Huang Wenjing's words. Previously, they had also entered the ruin that was suspected to be left behind by a celestial-grade saint inscription master. However, when they discovered there were 81 passages leading to different places, they did not enter. Instead, they chose to wait outside. They were also worried that they would miss the opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian if they chose to enter one of the passages. The 3 elders from the Wandering Saint Palace had been here for some time. They had also learned about what had happened from the people who had witnessed their sons and grandsons being killed. They knew the person who killed their sons and grandsons was Duan Lingtian. They also knew Duan Lingtian was stronger than Miss Wenjing.
Yes.
Huang Wenjing nodded. I followed him in. However, when he entered and discovered there were 81 passages, he chose not to enter any of them. Instead, he chose to leave. I think he probably left first because he was worried that the 3 elders would find trouble with him. Huang Wenjing's face did not turn red when she spoke.
It was as though she was telling the truth.
She lied because she did not want Duan Lingtian to bump into the 3 elders from the Wandering Saint Palace when he came out. Although Duan Lingtian was stronger than her, she did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to deal with the 3 elders from the Wandering Saint Palace.
He has already left?
The 3 elders from the Wandering Saint Palace grew anxious when they heard Duan Lingtian had already left.
Miss Wenjing, which way did he go?
The middle-aged man who was the father of Xianxia, the disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace who was killed by Duan Lingtian, asked anxiously. Although the old man and the old woman did not say anything, based on the way they looked at Huang Wenjing, it was obvious they wanted to know where Duan Lingtian had gone as well. I don't know where exactly he went. After all, I didn't follow him out when he left.
Moreover, with the speed at which he left, even though there were many people outside, I'm afraid that not many people would be able to catch sight of him.
Huang Wenjing replied. As she spoke, she threw a smoke screen at the 3 elders from the Wandering Saint Palace. Elders, I'll take my leave first. Huang Wenjing bade farewell to the 3 elders from the Wandering Saint Palace before she headed north in the direction of the Human Devil Saint City. The Wandering Saint Palace's estate was located in the Human Devil Saint City. This is all I can do for you. I hope we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. A purple figure appeared in Huang Wenjing's mind as she made her way back. She could not help but sigh. The three elders from the Wandering Saint Palace did not expect Duanling Tian to be the disciple of the Wandering Saint Palace. They did not expect Duanling Tian, the last disciple of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, who had been injured by Duanling Tian, would lie to them and protect Duanling Tian. The three elders stayed for a while longer before they left as well. Initially, they had planned to wait for Duanling Tian to return. However, now that they were certain Duanling Tian was gone, it was pointless for them to continue waiting. Naturally, Duanling Tian was unaware of what was happening outside. Currently, he was shuttling through various tunnels that he had never been to before. Whenever he encountered a human devil with the Devil Clan's bloodline, he would kill them one by one and devour their innate spiritual roots to improve his own innate spiritual root. During this process, Duanling Tian's innate spiritual root continued to improve. His innate spiritual root, which was originally light violet, turned darker and darker as well. Based on this, it would not take long for his innate spiritual root to improve to the next grade. While killing the human devils, Duanling Tian had also obtained many thousand inscription saint weapons. He kept all of them in his spatial ring. 1,000-pattern saint weapons, which used to be extremely rare, were now like trash on the streets. No one wanted them. I can give these 1,000 inscription saint weapons to father, mother, and little Fei, or when I reunite with them in the future. Duanling Tian had collected so many 1,000 inscription saint weapons because he wanted to give them to his family and friends in the future. These 1,000 inscription saint weapons were useless to him. But to his family, to his friends and family, they were undoubtedly rare treasures. Let's continue. After clearing another passage, Duanling Tian entered another passage. His journey was smooth and unobstructed. What are you trying to do? Didn't we agree that we'll work together to break the formation and each of us will get a share of the treasures? Are you trying to burn the bridge after crossing the river? When Duanling Tian reached the end of the passageway, a voice rang in his ears before he could exit the passageway. The voice sounded familiar to Duanling Tian. It's him. Duanling Tian recalled where he had heard this voice before. Huang Qiling. It was the disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace whom he had met before entering the ruin. At that time, Huang Qiling had stepped forward to protect him when he was being targeted by the three disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace. At that time, he felt Huang Qiling was a good person who was worth befriending. Duanling Tian's eyes turned cold when he heard Huang Qiling's angry voice. After exiting the passage, Duanling Tian saw Huang Qiling was surrounded by a few human devils. His life was in danger. Burning the bridge after crossing the river? Well said. We're burning the bridge after crossing the river. What can you do, Huang Qiling? One of the human devils said smugly. If you dare to kill me, the Wandering Saint Palace won't let you go. Huang Qiling said in a deep voice. Wandering Saint Palace? If you're not from the Wandering Saint Palace and a variant, we might not have joined forces to deal with you. You can only blame yourself for being born into a bad family. How can a bunch of variants without devil bloodline from the Wandering Saint Palace be called devils? What a joke. After the human devils finished speaking, they also moved out. Demonic chi soared into the sky as they charged towards Huang Qiling. Huang Qiling's expression changed drastically. However, he did not just sit there and wait for his death. Unfortunately, although he was strong, it was difficult for him to fight against a few human devils. In just a blink of an eye, he was at a disadvantage. Am I, Huang Qiling, going to die here today? Huang Qiling was filled with resentment. Just as Huang Qiling was about to be killed by the human devils, a cold voice rang out. Humph! A cold snort rang in the air, shocking Huang Qiling and the few human devils. Swoosh! Just as the hearts of Huang Qiling and the rest were greatly shaken, a short-lived sword whistle reverberated in their ears. In the next moment, Huang Qiling was shocked again. The few human devils charging toward him had blood spurting out of their foreheads before they stopped breathing. Elementary devouring tactic. After devouring the innate spiritual roots of the few human devils, Duanling Tian did not intend to show himself. He turned around and entered the tunnel before he left. As for the human devil's belongings, he left them for Huang Qiling,
Brother Ling Tian. Chapter 22:35. Killing a person every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Leaving in a huff, concealing both merit and reputation. This was a poem written by a famous poet from Duan Lingtian's hometown, Li Bai. Not only was Li Bai known as the immortal poet, but he was also an outstanding swordsman. With his sword, he traveled the world in a carefree manner. Li Bai's poem was slightly modified to suit Duan Lingtian's actions when he rescued Huang Qiling, killing several people with just a thought. The sound of the sword can be heard. Leaving in a huff, concealing both merit and reputation. After leaving the passage where Huang Qiling was, Duan Lingtian continued to sweep through the remaining passages. After a period of time, new human demons were added to the various passages. After sweeping through the remaining passages, Duan Lingtian began his second round of sweeping. Naturally, the second round of sweeping did not last long. It's time for me to leave. After Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root had transformed from a light purple to a normal purple, he decided to leave as well. He knew very well that Duan Lingtian had already left. Most of the human devils who had died in his hands were elite disciples from various forces in the human devil clan. He had devoured many blue and indigo innate spiritual roots. Those who possessed blue and indigo innate spiritual roots were the cream of the crop in the human devil clan. If he continued to stay here, there was a high chance he would not be able to leave. Although he was very confident in his current strength, he wasn't confident enough to think that he could go against the entire human devil clan. Although everything was calm now, Duan Lingtian knew very well that this was not the end. This was just the calm before the storm. It would not be long before the entire human devil clan would be in an uproar because of the human devils he had killed. They're not here. When Duan Lingtian reappeared in the stone forest, he looked around. However, he did not see anyone targeting him. Initially, he thought the 3 elders of the Wandering Saint Palace who he had killed earlier would be waiting for him to come out. However, he did not even encounter a single person who was targeting him. Regarding this, he could not help but feel puzzled. If he was the senior of any of the 3 Wandering Saint Palace's disciples, he would definitely be waiting for them to show up. Could it be that Huang Wenjing intervened? Duan Lingtian was not a fool. He easily guessed this, and the more he guessed, the more certain he became. For a moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Initially, Duan Lingtian thought if the 3 elders from the Wandering Saint Palace really came, he could use them to test the power of the elementary devouring tactic that he had comprehended to its peak. Who would have thought that Huang Wenjing would ruin it halfway through? Although I don't fear them with my current strength, I still owe you a favor. Duan Lingtian murmured. His words were clearly directed at Huang Wenjing. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have sensed something and abruptly looked towards the north. That was where the human devil saint city was located. Someone's finally here? As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, his body swayed and he seemed to have vanished into thin air. Not long after Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air being torn apart rang in the air as several figures flew over from the human devil saint city. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived in the sky above the stone forest. These people were divided into 2 groups that arrived one after another. The first group of people was led by a tall and sturdy young man. The few people behind him were also burly men with strong backs and waists. They emitted a murderous aura and an invisible oppressive aura. The young man leading the group was wearing a blue robe. Although the blue robe was spacious, it seemed to have become a tight fit on his body, revealing the outline of the muscles all over his body. At this moment, his face that was as firm as steel was incomparably gloomy. It was so gloomy that it seemed as if water would drip from it. The second group of people was led by a skinny old man. There were 3 middle-aged men, 1 young man, and a beautiful woman behind the old man. At this moment, their expressions were extremely unsightly. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the old man's eyes were glowing. The old man's eyes widened as if they were about to spit fire. The 2 groups of people hovered in the air above the stone forest. In the beginning, no one spoke or communicated through voice transmission. After a dozen breaths, The beautiful woman behind the old man looked at the group of burly men in the distance. Her gaze landed on one of them. She knew this person and was very familiar with him. Xianxia. Because the atmosphere was silent and oppressive, the beautiful woman didn't dare to speak. Instead, she communicated with a burly man that she had locked her gaze on. This burly man was one of the people behind the blue-robed man. His name was Jianghu. Did someone from the Great Spirit Palace die here? The beautiful woman asked through voice transmission before Jianghu could reply. She recognized the leader of the group of burly men. He was a powerhouse at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Great Spirit Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the Human Devil clan. Xingyuan. This person was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Human Devil clan. Yes. Jianghu and the beautiful woman were obviously very familiar with each other. Facing the beautiful woman's voice transmission, he promptly responded to her. Lord Xingyuan personally made a move. Who died? After receiving confirmation, the beautiful woman could not help but secretly gasp. While her heart was filled with curiosity, she continued to ask through voice transmission. It's Lord Xingyuan's only son. Jianghu smiled wryly through voice transmission. The beautiful woman's eyes widened when she heard Jianghu's words. Xingyuan's only son had died? She knew about the only son of Xingyuan, the second strongest person in the Great Spirit Palace. Although he was considered one of the best among the younger generation in the Great Spirit Palace, his innate talent was not bad. He was even accepted as a direct disciple by the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace. Naturally, Xingyuan's only son was accepted as a direct disciple by the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace mainly because of Xingyuan. If it were not for Xingyuan, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace would not have taken a fancy to Xingyuan's only son. This was not a secret in the Human Devil clan. No wonder Xingyuan didn't take the initiative to greet Vice Hall Master Gong's son until now. As it turns out, his only son has died. The beautiful woman thought to herself. Lei Luo, what happened to all of you? Jianghu glanced at the group of people on the beautiful woman's side. Then, he couldn't help but ask the beautiful woman through voice transmission, did something happen to your Azure Sheen court as well? Based on how Jianghu addressed the beautiful woman, one could tell she was Lei Luo. Based on Jianghu's words, it was obvious Lei Luo was from the Azure Sheen Hall as well. The Azure Sheen Hall was one of the 6 halls in the Human Devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls. The Human Devil clan consisted of the 3 palaces and 6 halls. The 3 palaces referred to the Wandering Saint Palace, the Great Spirit Palace, and the Crimson Blaze Palace. The 6 halls referred to the other 6 forces, including the Azure Sheen Hall. Yes. Lei Luo nodded in response to Jianghu's question. Did someone die as well? Jianghu's expression turned grave when he heard Lei Luo's words. 2 of Vice Hall Master Gongsuan's direct disciples and the direct disciples of a few elders from the Azure Sheen Hall who came with me have died. They came here today to search for the ruin that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial-grade saint inscription master. Lei Luo said, we came here as soon as we discovered their soul pearls had shattered. The Vice Hall Master Gong's son whom Lei Luo mentioned was the skinny old man who led the group. The old man's name was Gong's son Jin. He was one of the 3 Vice Hall Masters of the Azure Sheen Hall. Due to his strength, he was widely acknowledged as the leader of the 3 Vice Hall Masters of the Azure Sheen Hall. In the Azure Sheen Hall, his strength was second only to the Hall Master. One could say that the leaders of the Great Spirit Palace and the Azure Sheen Hall were the second in command of their respective forces. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A few moments later, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air again, attracting the attention of the people from the Great Spirit Palace and the Azure Sheen Hall. It was a group of people from the Human Devil Holy City that was hurtling toward them at high speed. This group of people was dressed in fiery red robes. When they moved, their robes swelled. From afar, they looked like balls of fire burning fiercely. They're from the Crimson Blaze Palace. Soon after, Jianghu from the Great Spirit Palace and Lei Luo from the Azure Sheen Hall recognized the group of people who had just arrived. The Crimson Blaze Palace was one of the strongest forces in the Human Devil clan, the 3 palaces and 6 halls. The leader of the group of people from the Crimson Blaze Palace was a middle-aged man dressed in a fiery red robe. The middle-aged man was tall.
Although he was not as muscular as the people from the Great Spirit Palace, he had a unique aura about him. At this moment, the middle-aged man's expression was grave. However, when he saw the people from the Great Spirit Palace and the Azure Sheen Hall, his expression softened slightly. He took the initiative to greet the leaders of the Great Spirit Palace and the Azure Sheen Hall. Vice Palace Master Xing, Vice Hall Master Gong Sun, Vice Palace Master Wu. When the middle-aged man leading the group from Crimson Blaze Palace took the initiative to greet Xing Yuanba, the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, and Gong Sun Jin, the Vice Hall Master of Azure Sheen Hall, the expressions of Xing Yuanba and Gong Sun Jin eased up a little. The middle-aged man from the Crimson Blaze Palace was one of the 4 Vice Palace Masters of the Crimson Blaze Palace. His name was Wu Tianjin. Both of you don't look too good. Could it be that someone from your side also died here? Xing Yuanba, the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, Wu Tianjin, the Vice Palace Master of Crimson Blaze Palace, Gong Sun Jin, the Vice Hall Master of Azure Sheen Hall, and the Vajra Hall. High up in the sky, a few people at the head of the group entered the young man's eyes, scaring him to the point that his heart skipped a beat. Heavens! Why would these people appear here? Huang Qiling. He's Huang Qiling from the Wandering Saint Palace. It was obvious that he had recognized the young man who had just exited the ruin that was suspected to be left behind by a celestial-grade saint inscription master. Huang Qiling? The son of Vice Palace Master Huang from the Wandering Saint Palace? He's one of the elites among the younger generation in the Wandering Saint Palace? That's him. He's only at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he's still alive? How did he come out unscathed? Soon after, more and more people recognized the young man. The young man who had just come out was none other than Huang Qiling, a disciple of the Wandering Saint Palace. Previously, after being rescued by Duanling Tian, Huang Qiling did not see Duanling Tian even after waiting for a long time. He knew Duanling Tian did not want to show himself. Due to this reason, after he looted the loot from the people Duanling Tian had killed, he left as well. Due to Duanling Tian's help, he had gained a lot. Later on, he entered a few more passages, but he did not gain anything. At this time, he was planning to leave as well. However, he did not expect to encounter such a huge group of people as soon as he came out. Apart from the people from the Wandering Saint Palace, all the high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were gathered here. Most of them were led by Vice Palace Masters and Vice Hall Masters. What's going on? Huang Qiling was puzzled. Huang Qiling, however, never would he have thought that Song Yunxian would be like that. The reason all the high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were gathered here was because of Duanling Tian. Apart from the group of devil cultivators from the Wandering Saint Palace, Duanling Tian had killed all the human devils he encountered in the ruin left behind by the quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master. Moreover, he had even plundered their innate spiritual roots. During this process, not only did Duanling Tian help Huang Wenjing, the most beautiful woman in the human devil clan and the strongest person among the younger generation in the Wandering Saint Palace, to raise her innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root. Apart from that, he had also raised his innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root. Now, as long as my innate spiritual root improves, it'll be able to transform into a dark violet innate spiritual root like Conqueror's. On his way back to the human devil saint city, Duanling Tian could not help but feel excited when he thought about how much his innate spiritual root had improved. After a while, Duanling Tian finally calmed down. Suddenly, a thought appeared in his mind. I wonder if a dark violet innate spiritual root is the limit of what an innate spiritual root can improve. If it's not, is there a lower grade of spiritual root? Duanling Tian's breathing quickened when he thought about this. Once his innate spiritual root had improved to a dark violet color, his cultivation speed would be comparable to when he had the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, to help him cultivate in the WCI Subterranean. Moreover, once his innate spiritual root had improved to a dark violet color, it would be able to improve to a higher grade.
In that case, his cultivation speed would surpass the time when he had the help of the celestial supreme treasure, the seven treasures exquisite pagoda.
How could Duan Ling Tian not feel excited when he thought about this? Perhaps, I can try it after I return. Chapter 22:37.
The method Duan Ling Tian thought of was actually very simple. When he returned, he would find an opportunity to help Ker improve her innate spiritual root.
Ker's current innate spiritual root was a dark violet.
It was considered one of the best innate spiritual roots in the Dao Martial Saint land. If he discovered that Ker's innate spiritual root still had room for improvement while he was trying to improve Ker's innate spiritual root, that would mean a dark violet innate spiritual root was not the limit of an innate spiritual root. There was still room for improvement in an innate spiritual root. I really want to go back as soon as possible so that I can test Ker's innate spiritual root and see if it's a dark violet innate spiritual root.
Duan Ling Tian was eager to return to the Dao Martial Saint land.
Although Duan Ling Tian was eager to return, he did not return to the Human Devil Saint City. When he was close to the Human Devil Saint City, he suddenly turned around and flew in another direction.
I should find a place to test my divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. I want to see how much it can improve the Sun Saint origin in my body.
Duan Ling Tian was filled with curiosity and anticipation when he arrived at a barren mountain on the east side of the Human Devil Saint City.
Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air above the barren mountain. He could see nothing but emptiness. He could not see any signs of life. This is the place.
Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn as he cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that he had comprehended to its limit.
At this moment, a whirlpool appeared in the air and merged with his body. At the same time, a powerful devouring force swept out from the rapidly reversing vortex.
In an instant, it devoured all the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The devoured heaven and earth spirit energy merged with Duan Ling Tian's body in just a blink of an eye and became a part of his Sun Saint origin.
His Sun Saint origin's strength skyrocketed as well.
It's still ongoing. At the same time, the turbulent vortex that overlapped with Duan Ling Tian's body continued to rotate and absorb the surrounding world energy, further strengthening the Sun Saint Qi in his body. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's Sun Saint origin was comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
The devouring continued.
After a few moments, Duan Ling Tian continued to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings.
The Sun Saint origin in his body improved as well.
It was comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's not easy to raise my Sun Saint origin to a level comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It has been so long, but I still haven't broken through the bottleneck. After a few breaths, Duan Ling Tian discovered that although there was still room for further improvement in his Sun Saint Qi, almost all of the surrounding world energy had been devoured. Even if the spirit Qi of heaven and earth from further away wanted to come over and become a part of his body, it would still take some time.
I don't have to wait for it to come over. I'll go over there myself. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian made his move.
He left the area where he had devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy, and went to another area.
Elementary devouring tactic.
At this moment, Duan Ling Tian cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic again.
His Sun Saint origin was also rapidly improved.
It was fine in the beginning. However, after a few breaths, Duan Ling Tian began to feel impatient.
Why is it so slow?
It's like a bottomless pit. Although Duan Ling Tian's Sun Saint origin was still improving, it was still not enough. It was still not comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, he was still impatient. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally realized the difference between the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage was not small. It was like a chasm that was impossible to cross. After about a dozen breaths, Duan Ling Tian changed a few more places.
I've finally broken through.
At this moment, Duan Ling Tian discovered something was amiss. With the help of the elementary devouring tactic,
The Sun Saint origin in his body had finally improved to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. At the same time, his Sun Saint origin had reached its limit and could no longer be improved. The power of the elementary devouring tactic that he had comprehended to its limit was now apparent to all. It can improve my Sun Saint origin by 3 levels. Is this the power of the elementary devouring tactic that I've comprehended to its limit? Duan Lingtian's emotions surged. It took him a long time to calm down. At this moment, his chest was constantly expanding and compressing like a bellows. It was enough to see that he was extremely excited right now, as if he was excited to the extreme. Although Duan Lingtian was very confident in the elementary devouring tactic that he had comprehended to its limit, he was mentally prepared that the elementary devouring tactic would be able to improve his Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, when the truth was laid out before his eyes, he could not help but feel excited. Although I can use the elementary devouring tactic to improve my Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, however, it will take a long time to improve my Sun Saint origin to that level in the Wuxia subterranean. It'll take me at least 20 breaths. Duan Lingtian's excitement lessened when he thought about this. However, there's nothing I can do about it. After all, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Wuxia subterranean isn't comparable to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. If I'm in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, I'll be able to improve my Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in just a few breaths. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. Although he had comprehended the elementary devouring tactic to its limit, it could help him improve his Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, due to the limitations of the environment, the process would take a long time. Naturally, if we're in the Human Devil Saint City, I'll be able to raise my Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in just 10 breaths with the elementary devouring tactic. The Human Devil Saint City had the best heaven and earth spirit energy in the Wuxia subterranean. In terms of cultivation environment, it was second to none in the entire Wuxia subterranean. If he was in the Human Devil Saint City, Duan Lingtian was confident he would be able to improve his Sun Saint origin in a shorter time. If I cast the elementary devouring tactic in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, one of the 3 great sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, I'll be able to improve my Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian missed the rich heaven and earth spirit energy in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. No matter what, it's a good thing that I've comprehended the elementary devouring tactic to its limit. Now, even if I'm in the Wuxia subterranean, I'll be able to improve my Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in just a blink of an eye. If I'm given another 20 breaths, I'll be able to improve my Sun Saint origin to its limit. With the help of the elementary devouring tactic, Duan Lingtian's Sun Saint origin was comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, if I encounter a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage now, I'll have to be given time to improve my Sun Saint origin to its limit. Otherwise, not to mention defeating him, or even fighting him to a draw, I wouldn't even be able to last 1 round against him. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. If a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage really wanted to fight him, he would not be given time to prepare. Let alone 20 breaths, his opponent might not even give him 2 or 3 breaths of time. For this reason, Duan Lingtian knew very well that he had to be careful. Currently, he had to keep a low profile in front of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's time to return. Since Duan Lingtian had tried the elementary devouring tactic that he had comprehended to its limit, there was no reason for him to stay any longer. With a flash, he made his way to the Human Devil Saint City. The Human Devil Saint City was like a tiny black in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. As Duan Lingtian approached, the tiny black dot grew larger and larger. In the end, it looked like a gigantic beast that opened its bloody mouth and swallowed him whole. After entering the Human Devil Saint City, Duan Lingtian immediately returned to the inn where Ker, their daughter, and Gan Ruyen were staying. This inn belonged to the Crimson Blaze Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the Human Devil clan. It was heavily guarded. After a series of identity checks, Duan Lingtian was finally allowed to enter the inn. When Duan Lingtian returned to the inn,
The news spread like wildfire in the human devil city. Shocking news swept through the entire human devil holy city like a hurricane, causing a huge commotion. The strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the human devil clan, the only son of Xing Yuanba, the vice palace master of Great Spirit Palace, died in the ruin that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial grade saint inscription master? It's not just Xing Yuanba's son. It's said that the 2 direct disciples of Gong Sun Jin, the vice hall master of Azure Sheen Hall, died in there as well. I heard that many genius disciples from the Crimson Blaze Palace died in there as well. The 3 palaces and 6 halls were the 9 strongest forces in the human devil clan. Chapter 2238. I didn't expect the human devils I killed in the ruin left behind by the quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master were from the 3 palaces and 6 halls. After Duanling Tian returned to the inn and reunited with Kerr and their daughter, he brought them and Ganru Yan out of the inn. Currently, there was nothing much to do in the human devil saint city. For this reason, he planned to bring the 3 ladies back to the mortal continent to look for his parents, wife, children, and friends. If he was his father, Duan Ru Feng, he would definitely return to the mortal continent after leaving the Azure Cloud Mansion with the others. The cultivation environment on the mortal continent was mediocre. Powerful devils would not bother to go there. For this reason, the mortal continent was the safest place in the entire Saint Province realm. This was because the mortal continent only had a few weak devil clans. Of course, this was only because it was insignificant in Duanling Tian's eyes. To the people of the mortal continent, even the weakest demons were invincible existences. The land of exile where the devil clans lived was a cruel place. If the weak devils did not have the protection of a strong powerhouse or a powerful force, they would only end up as nourishment for the other devils. For this reason, very few devils who survived in the land of exile were as weak as the people on the mortal continent. Xing Yuanba's only son, a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, died in a ruin left behind by a celestial grade saint inscription master? As soon as Duanling Tian brought the 3 ladies out of the inn, he learned about this matter from some passers-by. A strange expression appeared on his face immediately. Don't tell me I killed one of the human devils in the ruin left behind by the quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master? Many human devils had died in Duanling Tian's hands in that ruin. In his opinion, there was no difference between a human devil at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage and a human devil at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage. I remember there were a few human devils at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who died in my hands. However, their strength is still lacking compared to Huang Wenjing from the Wandering Saint Palace. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Xing Yuanba seems to be one of the vice palace masters of the Great Spirit Palace. Moreover, he's widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the human devil clan. Duanling Tian had heard of Xing Yuanba since he had stayed in the human devil saint city for some time. I wonder if Xing Yuanba is stronger than Hao Shuang from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Hao Shuang was the strongest powerhouse's son in the upper province of the Saint Celestial stage. Duanz's T's body and Duanz's St T Shuang. Estes escape. However, it's said that in the 3 palaces and 6 halls, apart from the 3 palace masters who are at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the rest of the hall masters are only at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If Xing Yuanba, the vice palace master of Great Spirit Palace, is widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the human devil clan, doesn't this mean he's stronger than the hall masters of the 6 halls? If that's the case, with Xing Yuanba's strength, he should be able to establish his own sect. Why is he still in the Great Spirit Palace? Duanling Tian was puzzled by this as well. After thinking about it for a while, Duanling Tian could not figure it out, so he decided to stop thinking about it. Daddy, are we going to look for Grandpa and Grandma? Duan Xiling asked as she blinked her big eyes. She was in Duanling Tian's arms. Yes, we're going to look for Grandpa and Grandma. Duanling Tian nodded affectionately. Do you want to see Grandpa and Grandma? Yes. Duan Xiling nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Mother said if I see Grandpa and Grandma, they'll give me a lot of delicious food. Duanling Tian was rendered speechless.
He instinctively turned to look at Kerr, who was standing next to him. Instantly, Ku Er's face turned red. Gon Ru Yen giggled at the side. On their way out of the human devil saint city, Duan Ling Tian heard a lot of news. Duan Ling Tian realized he had offended the 3 palaces and 6 halls. The 2 direct disciples of Gong Sun Jin, the vice hall master of Azure Sheen Hall, died in the ruin that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial grade saint inscription master. The foster son of Wu Tianjin, the vice palace master of Crimson Blaze Palace, and many elites among the younger generation in the Crimson Blaze sect died in there as well. The strongest person among the younger generation in the Vajra Hall, the direct disciple of the hall master, died in there as well. Although Duan Ling Tian had expected the human devils who died in his hands to be extraordinary, he was not surprised. He did not expect it to be so exaggerated. Apart from the 3 people from the Wandering Saint Palace who died before I entered the ruin, the 3 palaces and 6 halls suffered the most losses. Duan Ling Tian had shown mercy to the people from the Wandering Saint Palace. He had shown mercy to the people from the Wandering Saint Palace for 2 reasons. Firstly, it was because they were pure humans just like him. Pure human blood flowed in their bodies. Second, the Wandering Saint Palace was the last among the 3 palaces and 6 halls to arrive in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Therefore, they did not participate in the Devil Clan's massacre of the humans in the Dao Martial Saint Land. After all, they were born from the same root. There was no need to kill each other. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not kill the people from the Wandering Saint Palace in the ruin. I'm afraid only Huang Wenjing from the Wandering Saint Palace would be able to guess that I killed those human devils. After all, she witnessed me killing a group of human devils while I was helping her improve her innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Naturally, he believed Huang Wenjing would not spread this news. Although he had not known Huang Wenjing for a long time, he could tell she was a smart person. She would not cause trouble for herself. After all, if she spread this news, not only would it bring trouble to Duan Ling Tian, but it would also bring trouble to herself. As for Huang Qi Ling from the Wandering Saint Palace, he only knows I killed a few human devils who wanted to kill him. Moreover, I didn't show myself. Even if there were elites among the younger generation in the 3 palaces and 6 halls, there's no way he would betray me. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was confident the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls would not be able to trace it back to him. Fortunately, there are no Dao cultivators in the devil clans. Otherwise, I would have been exposed long ago. Since there were no Dao cultivators in the devil clans, there were no Dao talisman masters. Since there were no Dao talisman masters, there was no mirror image talisman. Otherwise, even if only one of the human devils had the mirror image talisman, Duan Ling Tian's identity would have been exposed. I wonder what it'll be like the next time I come to the Human Devil Saint City. After leaving the Human Devil Saint City, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at the Human Devil Saint City. His eyes narrowed as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian did not notice a figure in the distance. A middle-aged man was hovering in the sky not far from the Human Devil Saint City. His eyes were constantly scanning his surroundings. Every single person who passed by in his line of sight was seen by him. His gaze was mainly focused on these people's physiques and their faces, as if he was looking for someone. Let's go. After calling out to the 3 women, Duan Ling Tian brought them south toward the mortal continent. Just as Duan Ling Tian and the 3 women were about to leave the mortal continent, it's him. High up in the sky not far away, the middle-aged man who stood there like a statue swept his gaze across the surroundings. The moment his gaze landed on Duan Ling Tian, he found it difficult to look away. You're finally here. You're finally here. The reason he reacted this way was because of this young man. This purple-clad young man was the person he had been looking for. The person who had killed his son. HM? When the middle-aged man locked his eyes on Duan Ling Tian noticed it as well. He turned to look at the middle-aged man. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian found the middle-aged man familiar. However, he was certain this was his first time seeing this middle-aged man. I think I've seen someone who looks like him before, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. When Duan Ling Tian noticed the hatred in the middle-aged man's eyes after he locked his gaze on him for a moment, Duan Ling Tian realized he had unknowingly become enemies with this middle-aged man. Based on the way he looks at me, it's as though I killed his father or stole his wife.
Based on this clue, Duanling Tian quickly recalled where he had seen someone who looked similar to this middle-aged man.
I knew I've seen someone who looks like him before.
It's the disciple at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Wandering Saint Palace whom I killed.
Duanling Tian finally remembered.
Previously, before he entered the ruin left behind by the quasi-celestial grade Saint Inscription Master, he had killed 3 disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace. The disciple at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage looked very similar to this middle-aged man. The disciple at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Wandering Saint Palace.
I think his name is Xianxia.
According to Huang Wenjing, Xianxia's father is an elder in the Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, he's not an ordinary elder. He's at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duanling Tian instantly figured out the middle-aged man's identity. An elder from the Wandering Saint Palace. An elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duanling Tian's eyes brightened as he brought the 3 women with him. He activated his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, and flew south at his fastest speed. It looked more like they were fleeing. Naturally, this was the fastest speed Duanling Tian could travel without using the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic.
Chapter 2239.
Without the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, Duanling Tian's speed was only comparable to a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, even if he used his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings. This speed was nothing compared to an elder from the Wandering Saint Palace, whose cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
Trying to escape?
Almost as soon as Duanling Tian flew out with the 3 women, the middle-aged man's eyes turned cold.
Then, he made a move and chased after Duanling Tian.
After all, he was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. His speed was much faster than Duanling Tian. Before the elder from the Wandering Saint Palace could react, Duanling Tian had already flown far away from the Wandering Saint Palace.
Swoosh!
When the elder caught up with Duanling Tian and blocked Duanling Tian's path, they were already in the air above a dense bamboo forest. There was not a single person in sight. As they came to a stop, the atmosphere became terrifyingly quiet. Duanling Tian. The elder from Wandering Saint Palace glared at Duanling Tian and said coldly, "Today, I'll make you pay with your life for the death of my son." Killing intent surged from the elder's body as soon as he finished speaking. Duanling Tian ignored the elder from Wandering Saint Palace who was filled with killing intent. Instead, he looked at Duan Xiling who was in his arms and said, "Xiling, can you close your eyes and rest in my arms for a while?
I have some matters to attend to."
"Daddy, are you going to kill this scoundrel?" Duan Xiling blinked her big, bright eyes. Her pink face was filled with curiosity. "This scoundrel wants to kill Daddy. Daddy, can you let Xiling watch Daddy beat the scoundrel up?" When Duan Xiling reached the end of her sentence, she pouted. Duanling Tian's gaze seemed to melt when he saw how cute she was. "All right. Xiling, you can watch if you want. However, don't blame me if you can't see it clearly." Duanling Tian patted Duan Xiling's head affectionately and smiled.
"All right."
Duan Xiling's face flushed with excitement when she saw Duanling Tian had agreed to her request. Her cheeks looked like they were carved out of jade, and one could not help but want to kiss them. "Brother Tian." Kerr began to panic again when Duanling Tian agreed to Duan Xiling's request. She did not want her daughter to be exposed to bloodshed at such a young age. After all, her daughter was still too young. "Don't worry, I know what to do." Duanling Tian knew what Kerr was worried about. He gave Duanling Tian's to reassure her. Since Duanling Tian, he was, to Duanling Tian. On the other hand, Gonru Yen looked at Duanling Tian thoughtfully. "Duanling Tian, do you know who I am? How dare you ignore me?" The elder from the Wandering Saint Palace was infuriated when he saw Duanling Tian ignoring him. Saint origin surged out of his body, emitting a terrifying aura that seemed to freeze the air around him. "I've never been interested in the identity of a dead person." At this moment, Duanling Tian finally responded to the elder. However, the words that came out of his mouth infuriated the elder.
"A dead person? The elder from Wandering Saint Palace could no longer hold it in when he heard Duan Ling Tian calling him a dead person. His body trembled in anger. Instantly. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions rang in the air as the elder from Wandering Saint Palace charged toward Duan Ling Tian at lightning speed. His killing intent soared as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian. As soon as the elder from Wandering Saint Palace made his move, a whirlpool appeared in the air and merged with Duan Ling Tian's body before it began to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. This was the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that Duan Ling Tian had cast. After devouring all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings, the Sun Saint origin in Duan Ling Tian's body was raised to a level comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was not any weaker than the Saint origin of the Elder from the Wandering Saint Palace. Golden Crow's Wings. Faced with the Elder from Wandering Saint Palace, Duan Ling Tian activated his Sun Saint origin that had risen to the level of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage and cast his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. In just a blink of an eye, 2 balls of flames appeared on Duan Ling Tian's back as a pair of flaming wings appeared. As soon as the wings appeared, Duan Ling Tian flapped his wings. Instantly. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of air exploding rang out again. It was even louder than when the elder from the Wandering Saint Palace was flying. After casting his movement divine ability, Duan Ling Tian brought the 3 women with him as he sped away. His speed was comparable to the elder from Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, the 3 women were holding him back. If it were not for the 3 women, his speed would definitely be faster than the elder from Wandering Saint Palace. The reason for this was that the movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, that Duan Ling Tian mastered was much faster than the movement divine ability the elder from Wandering Saint Palace had mastered. Since their saint origin and movement techniques were similar, it was only natural that the elder from Wandering Saint Palace would not be able to outrun Duan Ling Tian. How's this possible? The elder from Wandering Saint Palace narrowed his eyes when he saw Duan Ling Tian's speed was not any slower than his speed even though he was carrying 3 burdens. An expression of shock and disbelief appeared on his face. While the elder from the Wandering Saint Palace was still in disbelief, Duan Ling Tian had already left the area where he had absorbed all the heaven and earth spirit energy and arrived at another area. Elementary Devouring Tactic. As Duan Ling Tian cast the Elementary Devouring Tactic again, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was completely devoured by him. In just a blink of an eye, a few breaths had passed. The elder from Wandering Saint Palace was still unable to catch up to Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, the elder from Wandering Saint Palace cast his assist-type divine ability and raised the strength of his saint origin. At the same time, he increased his speed as well. However, as he increased his speed, he was shocked to discover that Duan Ling Tian's speed was increasing as well. Duan Ling Tian's speed was increasing as well. After chasing for a long time, the elder still could not catch up to Duan Ling Tian. To be more precise, he could not catch up to Duan Ling Tian who was dragging the 3 women with him. The elder from Wandering Saint Palace had a bad feeling about this. At the same time, he began to doubt himself. How can I deal with such a person? At this moment, the elder from Wandering Saint Palace began to think about retreating. Although he wanted to avenge his son, he knew that he would not be able to do so. However, based on the current situation, he would not be avenging his son in the end. Instead, it was very likely that he would have to pay with his life. Run! Without any hesitation, the elder from Wandering Saint Palace turned around and fled in the direction of the human devil Saint City. It was as though he was afraid Duan Ling Tian would catch up to him if he was too slow. He was not an idiot. Although Duan Ling Tian did not kill him, he knew he had to be careful. Based on how easily Duan Ling Tian dealt with him, he could tell that Duan Ling Tian was not afraid at all. Duan Ling Tian did not feel pressured at all. He could not figure out why Duan Ling Tian did not make a move on him. Perhaps, Duan Ling Tian could not maintain his speed for long. Perhaps, Duan Ling Tian was preparing to kill him. However, he did not dare to take the risk. It would be fine if he won the bet, but if he lost, he would lose his life as well. I've finally broken through. After 20 breaths of time,
Duan Lingtian had finally raised his Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage with his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. When Duan Lingtian sensed the powerful Sun Saint origin in his body, he felt as though he was looking down on the world. Trying to escape? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the elder from Wandering Saint Palace who had fled far away. It was as though he had turned into a black dot in the distance. A disdainful sneer could be seen on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. This scene felt familiar. Previously, when Duan Lingtian brought the 3 women away from the human devil Saint City, the elder from Wandering Saint Palace had the same attitude. As soon as Duan Lingtian sneered, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Golden Crow's Wings. It was the same movement divine ability, but when Duan Lingtian cast it, his speed was on a completely different level compared to when he first cast it. With the help of his 99 Saint Veins, Duan Lingtian could use all the Sun Saint origin in his body to cast the movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. In just a blink of an eye, his speed was several times faster than the elder from Wandering Saint Palace. So fast. So fast. Daddy is so amazing. Duan Xiling, who was in Duan Lingtian's arms, waved her little fists in the air as she exclaimed excitedly. How is it possible for him to be so fast? Ganru Yen was completely stunned. At this moment, even with her eyesight, she could no longer see the surroundings clearly. This was because the speed at which Duan Lingtian was carrying them was too fast. It was ridiculously fast. It was ridiculously fast. As for Kerr, she worshipped Duan Lingtian, so she was not surprised at all. Since Duan Lingtian's speed was several times faster than the elder from the Wandering Saint Palace, it only took him a few breaths to arrive in front of the elder and stop him in his tracks. When the elder from Wandering Saint Palace saw Duan Lingtian, who appeared out of thin air in front of him, his expression changed drastically. A hint of disbelief could be seen in his eyes. How is it possible for you to be so fast? You've been hiding all this while? At this moment, the elder from Wandering Saint Palace felt like he was going crazy. Duan Lingtian's speed was much slower than his in the beginning. However, as time went on, his speed became more and more terrifying. After scaring the elder away, Duan Lingtian's speed became even more ridiculous. Only a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to catch up to me so easily, right? At the same time, the elder from the Wandering Saint Palace could not help but think to himself. Chapter 2240. The 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As soon as this thought appeared in the elder's mind, his eyes widened in shock. His body stiffened as well. He was completely dumbfounded by what he had just witnessed. The purple-clad young man, Duan Lingtian, was actually a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? The person who killed his son was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? If he had known Duan Lingtian was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would not have dared to provoke Duan Lingtian. What a joke! A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was on par with the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Although Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only one stage higher than his, it would be a piece of cake for Duan Lingtian to kill him. Sir. The elder from the Wandering Saint Palace looked at Duan Lingtian and mustered up his courage to speak. You're right. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian waved his hand, and the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. A sword ray shot out and pierced the elder's glabella, heading straight for his soul. In just a blink of an eye, the elder from Wandering Saint Palace did not even have time to use the soul-detaching technique that was unique to powerhouses at or above the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage before his soul was destroyed by Duan Lingtian. From the beginning until now, Duan Lingtian did not even bother to talk to him. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as soon as the space between the elder's eyebrows was penetrated by Duan Lingtian's palm. It was the sound of Duan Lingtian's palm striking the elder. The sound of wind and thunder rang in the air as he struck out with his palm. It was as though his palm contained the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. Boom, 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 boom. A series of deafening explosions rang in the air as waves of Sun Saint origin shot out from Duan Lingtian's palm. When the Sun Saint origin surged out, it transformed into waves and waves that engulfed the elders from the wandering saint palace that he had killed. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Duan Ling Tian was the only one who could clearly see what was going on. Not to mention in the eyes of Ke and her daughter. Even Gan Ru Yen couldn't see how Duan Ling Tian did it. She only heard the sound of a sword whistling, and in the next moment, the person who wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian disappeared without a trace. Only one spatial ring remained. It fell from the sky and was casually pulled over by Duan Ling Tian and put away. Seeing this, Gan Ru Yen was not so naive as to think that the person had left. After all, that person had even left behind his storage ring, so it was impossible for him to have left. There was only one possibility. He had already been killed. Father, where's that bad guy? Where is he? Duan Xiling did not know what the spatial ring meant. She looked around in Duan Lingtian's arms in an attempt to find the elder from the wandering saint palace. Xiling, that bad guy has been chased away by your father. Duan Xiling did not know what the spatial ring meant, but Kun knew very well. When she heard her daughter's naive words, she replied immediately. Chased away. Duan Xiling was stunned for a moment before she regained her senses. She cried out, Wow! Father, you're so strong. You actually chased away that bad guy. Mwah! Duan Xiling kissed Duan Lingtian's cheek. She was more excited than anyone else. Let's go. Let's continue on our journey. Duan Lingtian patted Duan Xiling's head and smiled at her affectionately before he said to Ke and Gan Ru Yen, Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he led the three women to his hometown. His hometown was one of the mortal continents in the Saint Province realm. It was called Cloud Continent. Since the Sun Saint origin in his body was comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Duan Lingtian was able to bring the three women to Cloud Continent in just a short time. The heaven and earth spirit energy on Cloud Continent was much weaker compared to the WCI subterranean. Duan Lingtian and Ke were already prepared for this. Gan Ru Yen and Duan Xiling found it difficult to adapt to the environment since the heaven and earth spirit energy on Cloud Continent was too thin. Due to this, the environment on Cloud Continent was much worse than the WCI subterranean. Father, I don't like it here. Duan Xiling pouted and said to Duan Lingtian, Xiling, be good. We'll leave this place when we find grandfather and grandmother, okay? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. Okay. Duan Xiling nodded obediently. After a while she said, Father, let's find grandfather and grandmother as soon as possible. This place isn't good. Let's bring them to the place where we came from. They'll be happy there. Okay. I'll listen to Xiling. Duan Lingtian nodded repeatedly. They continued to travel south. Soon after, Duan Lingtian brought the three women to the 10 great dynasties on Cloud Continent. After entering the 10 great dynasties, Duan Lingtian brought the three women through the clouds and descended from the sky. Along the way, they could see dried corpses that had been sucked dry by the devil clansmen. Most of the prosperous cities in his memory were now in ruins, as if they had just encountered a huge disaster. Devil clansmen. Devil clansmen. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes were bloodshot as well. His hatred for the devil clans burned fiercely in his heart as though it could burn everything in its path. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. When Duan Lingtian's hatred for the devil clansmen reached its peak, he brought the three women with him as he traveled through the 10 great dynasties at his fastest speed. He killed all the devil clansmen along the way. With Duan Lingtian's speed, it only took him about 10 days to sweep through the 10 great dynasties. He killed almost all the devil clansmen in the 10 great dynasties. During this time, Duan Lingtian tried to help Ke improve her innate spiritual root. However, he discovered that her innate spiritual root was not weak at all. He discovered that Ke's dark violet innate spiritual root was not the limit of her innate spiritual root. There was still room for improvement in Ke's innate spiritual root. Although there was hope for Ke's innate spiritual root to be upgraded to the next grade, the process of upgrading it was like a bottomless pit. This was because Duan Lingtian had devoured half of the devil clansmen's innate spiritual roots in the 10 great dynasties. However, it was still like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root was getting darker and darker. It was one step closer to becoming a dark violet innate spiritual root. Apart from the devil clansmen in the 10 great dynasties who have some tricks up their sleeves, the rest of the devil clansmen must have been killed by me. It's time for me to return and see if father, mother, and little Fei are still in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian brought the 3 women back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. The Crimson Sky Kingdom was one of the many kingdoms in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom under the Darkstone Empire in the Darkhan Dynasty. It was also Duan Ling Tian's hometown. This was where Duan Ling Tian had risen to power. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian was slaughtering the devil clansmen in the 10 great dynasties, he had come to the Crimson Sky Kingdom as well. However, he did not have time to do anything else since he was focused on hunting and searching for the devil clansmen. Now that he had killed almost all the devil clansmen in the 10 great dynasties, he had returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Due to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's remote location, it did not suffer much damage. The devil clansmen who came to the Crimson Sky Kingdom were considered weak by Duan Ling Tian. They were the lowest-level devil clansmen in the Land of Exile. They came to the Crimson Sky Kingdom to enjoy themselves. They wanted to enjoy the vanity and sense of existence that humans gave them. After all, when they were in the Land of Exile, they were just like ants, cannon fodder. They did not have much sense of existence, let alone enjoy the vanity. However, now that they were in a remote location in the Saint Province realm, they were able to rule over the land. Due to the fact that the humans here were too weak, even if the devil clansmen devoured their vital essence and blood, they would not be able to improve much. For this reason, the devil clansmen did not devour the vital essence and blood of the humans. Instead, they allowed the humans to live well so they could show off their strength. The devil clansmen enjoyed themselves in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even the emperor and the commoners did not dare to provoke them. Not only did they not dare to provoke the devil clansmen, but they even served them respectfully. It was only when Duan Ling Tian passed by 2 days ago and killed the devil clansmen that the Crimson Sky Kingdom regained its peace. Father, mother, little Fei and the others. They didn't come back? After some investigation, Duan Ling Tian discovered that his father, mother, and father were not here. His father, mother, wife, Li Fei, and son, Duan Yen Tian, did not come back. Apart from here, where else could they go? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled by this. In the end, he brought the 3 women out of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and wandered aimlessly in the 10 great dynasties. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian did not disturb his old friends in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Currently, he had completely wiped out the devil clansmen in the 10 great dynasties. For this reason, he was not worried about the safety of his old friends. At the same time, he did not want to disturb their lives. Where are they? After searching through the entire territory of the 10 great dynasties, Duan Ling Tian still didn't notice the tracks of his parents, wife, and son, and he couldn't help but feel slightly anxious. He could not figure it out. After his father and mother left the Azure Cloud Mansion, where else could they go apart from here? Just as Duan Ling Tian was burning with anxiety because he could not find his parents and his wife, a voice rang in the air. In the east of the Debussy subterranean. Duan Ruffing, take the 10,000 mountain seal and run. Chapter 22:41. At this moment, 2 figures could be seen flying side by side in the sky above the barren mountain range. They were 2 young men. One of them was standing on the shoulder of a gigantic stone golem, allowing the stone golem to carry him. He was dressed in a long green robe, and the hairband on his head had been broken. His hair was disheveled, and he cut a sorry figure. She glanced at his messy hair and looked at his face, only to find that he was not as calm as before. This young man's forehead was slightly similar to Duan Ling Tian's. The stone golem under his feet was filled with demonic qi, but its body was covered with cracks. It was obvious that it had suffered serious injuries, as if it could crack open at any time. If there were devils here, they would be able to tell the stone golem was a saint devil puppet. The other person was dressed in a black robe. His hair was also disheveled, and his aura was weak. It was obvious he had suffered serious injuries. At this moment, the black-robed young man raised his hand and tossed a seal to the green-robed young man standing on the stone golem's shoulder. On top of this seal, there were numerous exquisite hills. At first glance, there seemed to be an endless number of hills. If there was someone here who knew what it was, they would be able to tell it was a seal. This was the 10,000 Mountain Seal, one of the 10 Great Super Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking in the Tao Martial Saint Land. From the beginning until the end, both of them were traveling at an extremely fast speed. They did not dare to hesitate at all. "Dugu, I'm afraid I can't escape even if I want to," Duan Ruffing said with a wry smile on his face when he heard the sound of wind whistling behind him. "That fellow is the Palace Master of the Great Spirit Palace in the Human Devil clan. His cultivation base has long broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With our current strength, it's impossible for us to fight him. However, we were too careless. We should have changed our location earlier. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been targeted by him." When Duan Rufeng reached the end of his sentence, he felt a little bitter. Since the Ox Devil clan from the Land of Exile had invaded the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, Duan Ruffing had begun to make preparations. In the face of the demon race, he and Dugu, an old rival of the past, chose to join forces against the common enemy. Following the invasion of the demon army into the Wuxia subterranean, they joined forces to slaughter a group of demons. Furthermore, they relied on the inheritances they had obtained to wantonly devour the essence and blood of the demons to strengthen their own strength. After all, at this time, only powerful strength could guarantee one's survival. Only then could one better protect and let the people around them survive. During this process, Duan Ruffing gave up on the Mountain Shade Black Market and brought the group of elites from the Mountain Shade Black Market to Duan Rufing's Azure Cloud Mansion. After that, one of the strongest clans in the Devil clans, the Human Devil clan, set their sights on the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. At first, only the vanguard of the Human Devil clan had attacked, but he and Dugu had killed more than half of them. Later on, when the Human Devil clan's army arrived, they felt the situation was hopeless, so they brought the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountain Shade Black Market away from the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. Return to the Mortal Continent, Cloud Continent? Before leaving the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate, Duan Ruffing had such a thought in his mind. However, as soon as this thought popped up in his mind, he dismissed it. Although the Mortal Continent, Cloud Continent, was safe, the Devil clans that occupied it did not have many powerhouses. Devouring the essence and blood of the demons would not increase his and Dugu's strength by much. At this time, they urgently needed to obtain a powerful strength. The second Human Devil era had already arrived. They had to become stronger as soon as possible so they could settle down. For this reason, after discussing with Dugu, they brought the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountain Shade Black Market to the east of the Wuxia subterranean and found a secluded place to recuperate. On the other hand, he and Dugu often came out to hunt devils to strengthen their own cultivation. However, today was the day of their nightmare. They were targeted by the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace from the Human Devil clan. Speaking of the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace from the Human Devil clan, more than half of the Human Devil clan's vanguard had been killed by them. This was because among the Human Devil clan's vanguard that they had killed was the last disciple of the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace in the Human Devil clan. He was a young genius who had outstanding innate talent but had yet to mature. From then on, they had formed an irreconcilable enmity with the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace. "It's useless to say anything now." Dugu shook his head. With a solemn expression, he said to Duan Ruffing, "Duan Ruffing, although we've always been rivals, I feel that we're fated to meet. Both of us have inherited the Devil clan's legacies and become leaders of top forces in the Wuxia subterranean. Although we're rivals, we appreciate each other's talents. I don't have any regrets in my life now that I've met you. After you escape with the blood escape, I hope you'll take good care of the people from the Mountain Shade Black Market and avenge me." When Dugu reached the end of his sentence, a rare smile appeared on his stiff and cold face. It was a smile that was uglier than crying. "Blood escape?" Upon hearing Dugu's words, Duan Ruffing could not help but smile bitterly. The Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace's divine consciousness has already locked onto both of us. With his strength, even if we use the blood escape, we won't be able to escape from under his nose. I'm afraid we'll have to die together today. Duan Ruffing sighed softly. As Duan Ruffing sighed, he thought about his wife, his son, his grandson, and his granddaughter whom he had yet to meet. His eyes were filled with reluctance. He did not want to die. He really did not want to die. However, did he still have a chance to live? He could not see any hope at all. "If I say you'll live,
you'll live. I, Dugu, have never lied before. Dugu shook his head and said in a resolute tone, remember my words. Avenge me. Find a good master for the 10,000 mountains seal. When he spoke again, Dugu's tone suddenly changed. It became increasingly cold, giving people the feeling that winter had arrived, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. What are you trying to do? Duan Ruffing felt a chill in his heart when he heard the change in Dugu's tone. His expression changed drastically. Wah! Duan Ruffing replied to Duan Ruffing by spitting out a mouthful of blood. When the blood appeared in the air, it was as beautiful as a blood-red rose. It added a touch of color to the pale white sky. After spitting out the blood, it did not disperse. Under Dugu's control, the blood spun in the air as though it was carving a complicated mark. It was imprinted in the air, causing the air to tremble. A strong wind blew. Under Dugu's control, the blood seemed to have been given life. It was as though it was a stroke of genius that adorned the air. From the beginning until the end, although no traces of the blood could be seen, the ancient and oppressive aura in the air made Duan Ruffing's hair stand on end. When Duan Ruffing subconsciously looked at Dugu, he realized that Dugu was not the only one. Dugu's originally youthful face also aged a lot in an instant, layers of wrinkles overlapping each other. In the end, Dugu seemed to have turned into an old man with one foot in the coffin. At this moment, his black hair had also turned silvery white. His robust body rapidly shrunk at this moment, becoming incomparably thin, as if only skin and bones were left. In addition, he also discovered that, in the blink of an eye, Dugu had turned into a withered old man. Not only was his entire body trembling violently, but his forehead was also covered in cold sweat. His teeth were tightly clenched together. Blood continuously flowed out from his mouth. Broken teeth flowed out along with blood. It can be seen that he gritted his teeth so hard that they shattered. Right now, Dugu was clearly enduring some kind of pain, a pain that was not something a normal person could endure. This is, looking at the blood that was constantly flowing in the void, looking at the changes that happened to Dugu's body in an instant, and feeling the vicissitudes of life and the pressure from the void that was becoming stronger and stronger. Duan Ruffing finally remembered where he had come across a record of such a scene. In the orthodox inheritance of the demon race that he had obtained, there was a record of such a technique. Age soul-devouring blood formation. After thinking about it, Duan Ruffing could not help but exclaim in shock. His eyes narrowed, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Dugu, you. He did not expect that Dugu would actually know this forbidden formation of the demon race. The age soul-devouring blood formation was an extremely ancient and cruel teleportation formation. The reason why it was said to be cruel was because to inscribe this formation, not only did one have to burn one's own life force, but one also had to endure the pain of having one's soul devoured. It was said that the pain of having one's soul devoured was equivalent to having thousands of ants gnawing on one's soul at the same time. The entire process was extremely painful. Even among the demon race, not many people could endure this kind of pain. If one did not successfully endure the pain of having one's soul devoured, the age soul-devouring blood formation would not be able to be formed. In the history of the exiled land, the number of demons who had successfully inscribed the age soul-devouring blood formation could be counted on one's fingers. All of them were people with great perseverance. Among the demon race, there were even fewer who dared to attempt to inscribe the age soul-devouring blood formation. Seeing Dugu's old face contorted together, his body twitching non-stop, and blood flowing out of his mouth, Duan Ruffing's heart trembled violently. In order to let him live, this former opponent had not hesitated to burn his own life force and endure the pain of having his soul devoured to inscribe the age soul-devouring blood formation for him. Dugu. Unknowingly, Duan Ruffing's eyes had turned completely red. However, there was nothing he could do. He could not do anything. He could only worry helplessly. Right now, if he tried to stop Dugu, Dugu would immediately be killed by him. Chapter 2242. The process of setting up the age soul-devouring blood formation did not take long. It only took a few breaths. However, whether it was Duan Rufeng or Dugu, these few breaths felt like an eternity to them. Duan Rufeng felt like it was an eternity because Dugu had gone to such lengths for him. Dugu felt like it was an eternity because of the pain of his soul being devoured. It felt as though millions of ants were gnawing on his soul. There were a few times when he was on the verge of breaking down. In the end, he relied on his strong willpower to persevere. During this process, he felt like he was in a living hell. Every day felt like a year to him. After the torment ended, Dugu's life force had completely withered. He successfully set up the age-soul-devouring blood formation. Open! Dugu cried out weakly. A blood-red mark appeared in the air where he had used his blood to inscribe the age-soul-devouring blood formation. It shone with a dazzling blood-red light. Above the blood-red mark, a door that seemed to be completely made of blood appeared out of thin air and opened. It was dark beyond the door. No one knew where it led to. Duan Rufeng. You're my only friend, Dugu said as he looked at Duan Rufeng. A smile that was uglier than a crying face appeared on his old face. Although he was at the peak of the Wuxia subterranean, he did not have any friends. Before the devil clans invaded the Dao Martial Saint Land, he did not expect he would acknowledge his old rival, Duan Rufeng, as a friend. Almost as soon as Dugu finished speaking, the aura on his body was completely annihilated. It was as if it had disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if it had never existed. Not only did he have to burn his life force to set up the age-soul-devouring blood formation, but he had to burn his soul as well. After setting up the age-soul-devouring blood formation, Dugu was already at the end of his rope. Now that he had used the last of his strength to say those words, he could not hold on any longer and died. However, there was still a smile on Dugu's face as he died. He died peacefully as though he had no regrets. Dugu! Seeing that Duan Rufeng had sacrificed his own life to pave a path of escape for him, Duan Rufeng's eyes, which were already red, were filled with tears. 2 streams of clear tears fell from his eyes. Men don't cry easily, but that's only because they haven't been deeply hurt. Before the devil clans invaded the Dao Martial Saint Land, it did not cross Dugu's mind that he would become friends with Dugu. Yet now, for the sake of paving a way for him to escape, his friend did not hesitate to burn his life and soul, and was willing to endure the pain of having his soul devoured. Dugu didn't have to bear this pain. However, in order to save him, Dugu was willing to accept it. Whoosh! He could hear the sound of something breaking through the air behind him getting closer and closer, as if it would catch up in a moment. When Duan Rufeng saw the transporting gate opened by the age-soul-devouring blood formation, he no longer hesitated. He controlled the Saint Devil puppet under his feet and entered the transporting gate. Initially, Duan Rufeng wanted to take Dugu's spatial ring to prevent the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace from benefiting from it. However, time did not allow him to do so. As soon as Duan Rufeng entered the transporting gate began to fade away. Whoosh! When the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace from the Human Devil clan arrived, the transporting gate opened by the age-soul-devouring blood formation disappeared as well. The Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace from the Human Devil clan was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. He was dressed in a long golden robe, and his long hair was tied up casually. His expression was firm, and he exuded an aura of authority. Age-soul-devouring blood formation? When the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace from the Human Devil clan arrived, he saw the transporting gate that had just disappeared. When he saw the old and skinny corpse falling from the sky, it was not difficult for him to see that the old and skinny corpse had cast the Devil clan's forbidden formation, the age-soul-devouring blood formation, to pave a way for the other person to escape. At this moment, he discovered that the other person had escaped from his divine consciousness. The transporting gate created by the age-soul-devouring blood formation was different from the blood escape formation. The blood escape formation could not escape the divine consciousness of a powerhouse, but the blood escape formation could easily escape the divine consciousness of a powerhouse. He knew that since the other person had escaped through the age-soul-devouring blood formation, it was impossible for him to catch up to the other person. After all, he did not know where the other person had been teleported to. The Wuxia subterranean was not big, but it was not small either. If the other person wanted to hide, it would be difficult for him to find the other person. I didn't expect a mere devil cultivator would be able to successfully inscribe and set up the age-soul-devouring blood formation.
The palace master of Great Spirit Palace sighed as he descended from the sky. After he removed the spatial ring from Dugu's hand, he descended from the sky with Dugu's corpse. A hint of respect could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Dugu. Even among the devils from the land of exile, very few of them dared to inscribe and set up the age-soul-devouring blood formation. There were even fewer devils who could successfully inscribe and set up the age-soul-devouring blood formation. Now that he saw Dugu, a mere devil cultivator, had successfully inscribed and set up the age-soul-devouring blood formation, he could not help but feel respect for Dugu. It was true that he and Dugu were enemies. Even if Dugu came back to life, he would still kill him. However, this did not affect his respect for Dugu in this aspect. There's also that lucky fellow. A rare hint of envy appeared in the palace master of Great Spirit Palace's eyes when he thought about the person who had successfully escaped from his divine consciousness through the age-soul-devouring blood formation. Although he had lived for half of his life, he had made many friends. However, he knew very well that Dugu Ling Tian was not an exception. None of his friends would be willing to set up the age-soul-devouring blood formation for him, even if they knew they were going to die. Yuan. That Duan roughing was lucky enough to escape. However, I promise you that one day, I'll find him and kill him to avenge you. After the envy in the eyes of the Great Spirit Palace's palace master disappeared, a fierce light flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself. His words were directed at the last disciple. He doted on the most who had been killed by Duan Ling Tian and Dugu. On the other side, after passing through the portal opened by the age-soul-devouring blood formation, Duan Roughing arrived at a place that was completely foreign to him. However, he did not have the time to care about his surroundings at this moment. He stood there motionlessly. The Saint Devil puppet had also disappeared at some point in time. It was as if it had left. After a long while he muttered to himself, "Dugu, don't worry. I'll find a good owner for your Super Saint weapon, the 10,000 Mountain Seal. Apart from that, I'll also avenge you. I'll personally ring the palace master of Great Spirit Palace's head to avenge you." Duan Roofing's eyes shone with a piercing light as he muttered to himself. It was as though he could see through everything. On the Cloud Continent, Duan Lingtian did not know his father had almost been killed. After confirming his family and friends were not in the 10 Great Dynasties' territories, he left the 10 Great Dynasties and came to the foreign realm. The Sky Wolf Fort was his first stop when he left the 10 Great Dynasties and arrived at the foreign realm. However, the Sky Wolf Fort now had a new owner. The current owner of the Sky Wolf Fort was a group of devils who were quite strong. Naturally, he was referring to the devils in the 10 Great Dynasties when he said they were strong. To Duan Lingtian, the devils with such a cultivation base were like ants. They could not even withstand a single blow. For this reason, Duan Lingtian easily annihilated the group of devils who had occupied the Sky Wolf Fort. What a pity! The people who used to live in the Sky Wolf Fort are all gone. I wonder if they've been killed or if they've escaped. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not see any of the people he was not familiar with in the Sky Wolf Fort. Since I'm here, I might as well sweep through the Cloud Continent. Perhaps father, mother, little Fei and the others are hiding somewhere on the Cloud Continent. They didn't return to the 10 Great Dynasties because they were worried they'd be an obvious target. Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself as his eyes gleamed. After making up his mind, Duan Lingtian did not continue to stay in the Sky Wolf Fort. After he left the Sky Wolf Fort with the 3 women, he began to sweep through the devils. Every single devil that he found or encountered was killed by him. The Cloud Continent was only a mortal continent. The cultivation environment there was terrible. There were no powerhouses among the devils who were willing to stay in the mortal continent. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, he easily crushed all the devils along the way. During this process, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root continued to improve. Its color was getting darker and darker. It was advancing to a dark violet innate spiritual root at an extremely fast speed. At this rate, it won't be long before my innate spiritual root successfully transforms to a dark violet innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, he was slightly excited. After my innate spiritual root transforms to a dark violet innate spiritual root, I'll continue to improve mine and Ker's innate spiritual roots. I really want to see what grade my innate spiritual root is after it transforms to a dark violet innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian was filled with anticipation when he thought of this.
He continued to lead the three women to sweep through the Devil Continent. Time continued to pass by quietly. After more than a month, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root finally took the last step and successfully transformed to a dark violet innate spiritual root. How fast! Chapter 2243. A human's desire was endless. These words were not false at all. Just like a beggar, perhaps his biggest wish was to be able to eat until he was full. However, when he was finally able to eat until he was full, he would definitely yearn for a better life. Currently, Duan Lingtian was the same. In the past, he had always dreamed of using the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to transform his innate spiritual root into a violet innate spiritual root. However, when his innate spiritual root had truly transformed into a violet innate spiritual root, he was eager to further transform his innate spiritual root into a dark violet innate spiritual root, the highest grade of violet innate spiritual root. Initially, he thought this was the limit of the grade of his innate spiritual root. However, after some experimentation, he realized it was not a dark violet innate spiritual root. Even a dark violet innate spiritual root was not the limit of an innate spiritual root. After the violet innate spiritual root, there was most likely a higher grade innate spiritual root. This was because after his innate spiritual root had transformed into a dark violet innate spiritual root, he could continue to use the elementary devouring tactic to improve it. Although the improvement would not be huge, it would be gradual. It gave him hope. I really want to see what grade of innate spiritual root is after the dark violet innate spiritual root. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian continued to sweep through Cloud Continent with the three women. After some time, apart from those who could hide under Duan Lingtian's nose, almost all the devil clans on Cloud Continent had been wiped out by Duan Lingtian. During this process, Duan Lingtian continued to use the elementary devouring tactic to improve his innate spiritual root. However, there seemed to be a huge gap between a dark violet innate spiritual root and a higher grade innate spiritual root. Although Duan Lingtian had devoured almost all the innate spiritual roots in the devil clans on Cloud Continent, he still could not reach the threshold of the next grade of innate spiritual root. Compared to the Wuxia subterranean, a mortal continent like the Cloud Continent is still too small. Apart from that, most of the devils in the mortal continent are weaklings from the land of exile. Although there are many of them, their innate talents are mediocre. Their innate spiritual roots are of low quality. However, even then, Duan Lingtian could feel the difference between his current innate spiritual root and the next grade of innate spiritual root. That was definitely a gap like a chasm. Father, mother, little Fair, and the others seemed to have indeed not returned to Cloud Continent. While sweeping through the entire Cloud Continent, Duan Lingtian did not forget to search for his group of family and friends. However, his efforts were in vain. In the end, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to accept the fact that his friends and family hadn't returned to Cloud Continent. At the same time, a hint of worry could be seen in his eyes. If they did not return to Cloud Continent, where could they have gone? Moreover, why did they not return to Cloud Continent? Was there a reason, or had something happened to them? If I knew this would happen, I would have prepared a soul pearl for father, mother, little Fair, and the others. That way, I would have known if they were safe or not. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a wave of regret again. He regretted not preparing soul pearls for his loved ones. Otherwise, he would not have been in such a passive situation. Brother Tian, you don't have to worry too much. Ker comforted Duan Lingtian when she saw Duan Lingtian's worry. Since Uncle Feng and Aunt Ro were able to escape under the watchful eyes of the human devil army, it means they're capable of protecting themselves. Since they didn't return to Cloud Continent, they must be hiding somewhere else. For example, the Wuxia subterranean or the other two mortal continents. The reason they didn't return to Cloud Continent is that they're worried they'd implicate their old friends on Cloud Continent. After all, they've killed many of the human devil army's vanguards. Therefore, the human devil army must hate them to the core. Many human devil powerhouses might be paying attention to Cloud Continent. Cloud Continent is Uncle Feng's hometown, and this shouldn't be a secret in the Wuxia subterranean. Ker said. One had to admit that Ker's words made sense. At the very least, It moved Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's expression softened. "Thank you, Kerr." Duan Lingtian looked at Kerr gently and said softly. At this moment, he felt like he was the happiest man in the world. With a wife like this, what more could he ask for in this lifetime? "Brother Tian, there's no need for you to thank me." When Ku Er looked at Duan Lingtian, her beautiful eyes were as gentle as water. It was as if at this moment, Duan Lingtian was the only person left in her world. Gan Ru Yen stood at the side with a complicated expression on her face when she saw this. As for Duan Si Ling, she had fallen asleep in Duan Lingtian's arms. Let's go to the other two mortal continents to have a look. After bidding farewell to Kerr and Gan Ru Yen, Duan Lingtian carried his daughter and brought the two of them away from Cloud Continent at an extremely fast speed. There were a total of 3 mortal continents around the Debussy subterranean, including Cloud Continent. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at one of the mortal continents. After arriving at the mortal continent, Duan Lingtian began to search for his family and friends as he wiped out the devils he encountered along the way. During this time, his innate spiritual root continued to improve. 2 months passed in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, he had wiped out almost all the devils on the mortal continent. This is a bottomless pit. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered that his innate spiritual root was still very dark. His innate spiritual root was still a dark violet innate spiritual root. Although its color was getting darker, it still did not reach the threshold of the next grade of innate spiritual root. If I didn't devour the innate spiritual roots of the devils on the mortal continent and use their innate spiritual roots to improve Xiling and Gan Ru Yan's innate spiritual roots, their innate spiritual roots might have already become dark purple. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I'll help them improve their innate spiritual roots when I reach the last mortal continent. He knew it would be difficult for his innate spiritual root to improve to the next grade even if he continued to devour the innate spiritual roots of the devils on the mortal continent. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian dismissed the idea of devouring the innate spiritual roots of the devils on the mortal continent. He planned to improve the innate spiritual roots of his daughter, Duan Si Ling, and Kerr's twin sister, Gan Ru Yen. It's a pity father, mother, and little Fei aren't here. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, disappointed that he did not manage to find his family and friends on the mortal continent. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared for this. Although he was disappointed, he was still able to accept this reality. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian decided to do what he wanted to do. With just a flash, he brought his 3 daughters and left the mortal continent at a ridiculously fast speed. When they arrived at the last mortal continent, Duan Lingtian continued to search for his family and friends as he wiped out the devil clans. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to help his daughter improve her innate spiritual root, he discovered something was amiss. His daughter's innate spiritual root was not of any of the 7 colors of the rainbow. His daughter's innate spiritual root was black. There's no improvement at all. Apart from that, when Duan Lingtian merged the devil's innate spiritual root with his daughter's innate spiritual root, he discovered there was no improvement at all. It was as though a drop of water had fallen into a vast ocean. It did not cause even the slightest ripple. Although he possessed a dark violet innate spiritual root, after absorbing the devil clan's innate spiritual root, there was still a slight improvement in his innate spiritual root. It was not to the extent that he would not be able to cause a commotion. Could it be that Si Ling's innate spiritual root is the limit of an innate spiritual root? At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was difficult for him to suppress this thought. Black innate spiritual root? As it turned out, the limit of an innate spiritual root was a black innate spiritual root. If it's a black innate spiritual root, it can be explained. Currently, if the dark violet innate spiritual root continues to transform, its color will only become black in the end. Duan Si Ling's innate spiritual root, the black innate spiritual root, seemed to have opened a new world for Duan Lingtian. As it turned out, a violet innate spiritual root was not the limit of an innate spiritual root. The limit of an innate spiritual root was a black innate spiritual root. Kerr. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask Kerr through voice transmission, is Xiling's cultivation speed very fast? And it's ridiculously fast. Ridiculously fast? Yes. Although Kerr did not know why Duan Lingtian would suddenly ask this, she still nodded and replied through voice transmission,
Ling has displayed her outstanding innate talent since she was very young. However, I don't want her to live a tiring life at such a young age, so I don't allow her to cultivate. I didn't even tell you about Ling's innate talent. I'm afraid you'll let her cultivate because you don't want to waste her innate talent. Ker's thoughts were simple. She just wanted her daughter to live happily every day and have a beautiful childhood. As for her daughter's innate talent and the grade of her innate spiritual root, she did not care about it and did not want to care about it. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.